है दलोस, गाली नहीं, गाली नहीं। हल्का सा मेरा अलार्म ऑन था लेकिन मेरा फोन बंद था यारो। फोन को गाली दो, मुझे नहीं। समझ रहे हो? वो तो नसीब की स्त्री वाले ने जगाया बेल मार के। अरे यार, मेरा अलार्म बंद था यार। हाँ, सो रहे थे क्या भाई? एकदम सारे घोड़े बेच के सोया हूं मैं। सारे, कम से कम 17 घोड़ा। फोन किसका है? मेरा है यार, लेकिन स्मार्टफोन है ना, स्मार्टफोन। उसको मालूम पड़ना चाहिए ना कि मेरे को कब जगाने का है। समझ रहे हो? इधर ही सेटअप में सुना आपसे लैंग्वेज। मैं 4-1 था ना, तभी मैं उठ गया था। मतलब तभी मैं सेटअप वेटअप कर दिया था। लेकिन मैं बोला 4-1 से नहीं देखेंगे यार। अच्छा हुआ नहीं देखा। देख नहीं सकता था मैं आरआरक्यू को हारते हुए। भाई आरआरक्यू कैसे हार सकता है भाई टीएस से? सब कुछ गलत हो रहा है इस बार वीसीटी में। भाई इस बार मेरे को लग रहा है कि आरआरक्यू 2-1 कमबैक करेगा। 2-1। पिंकी भी सो रही, पिंकी सो रही है, पिंकी हैवी टायर्ड। उसको सुबह उठना पड़ा ना मेड की वजह से, फिर मेड जाने के बाद वो सो गई। 5 सेंटिनल मंथली को हरामी हो। एक बंदा चैट में लिख रहा है 2.5 रीजन वॉच पार्टी। भाई आज सच्ची ना, इस बार वॉच पार्टी में कभी ना कभी ऐसा हुआ है कि एक मैप मिस हुआ है। कभी ना कभी हुआ है भाई। ये मी का पूरा नहीं कर पा रहा था क्योंकि एनए चालू होता था। एनए पूरा नहीं कर पाया था क्योंकि पैसिफिक चालू हो रहा था। एक मैप हमेशा कुछ ना कुछ लेफ्ट राइट हुआ है इस बार। 3 रीजन -1 मैप स्ट्रीमर, ऐसा बोल सकते। कोई तो नजर मारा है। यूट्यूब इसका 50% काटो। काटेगा तो भाई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, एड्स ऑफ है। 50 के 100% काटो मेरा। उसको लगा 2-0 होने वाले हैं बट हुआ नहीं। किनको? आरआर क्यों? क्या के लिए भाई? आरआर क्यों छोड़ो भाई, उसको क्या हो गया भाई? सीक्रेट को? हाँ, व्हाट हर्ट यू ब्रदर्स? बहुत अच्छा खेला। टोटल रेवेन्यू में से क्यों भाई? वॉच पार्टी में से करे ना। इस बार वॉच पार्टी लेफ्ट राइट हो रहा है, एक मैप बस, एक मैप। बाकी सब किया है। चलो अभी गाली वाला हटा देते हैं। आरआरक्यू टीएस, जी डीएफएम, जी विज, जी विंस। क्या प्रेडिक्शन करे बताओ? चलो 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 चलो। क्या प्रेडिक्शन करे? प्रेडिक्शन होना। कौन जीतेगा भाई ये? जो भी लोग टीएस को वोट कर रहे हैं, याद रखना आरआरक्यू जीतेगा। जस्ट सेइंग, सो इफ यू वांट टू विन इन वोटिंग, या यू नो whom to vote. जस्ट सेइंग गाइस, जस्ट सेइंग। एक सेकेंड रखो। चैट, अगर मैं अभी पिंकी को जगाया और बोला कि मुझे चाय चाहिए, तो 1 आउट ऑफ 10 में मैं कितना गाली खाऊंगा? कितना बजे सोया? अरे मैं बहुत जल्दी सोया यार। मैं 4:30 बजे कुछ सोया। लेकिन मेरा ब्रेक में नींद आता है बे। मैं 4:30 बजे सोया, फिर मैं वापस 7 बजे उठा, फिर मैं वापस 8:30 बजे सोया, फिर मैं 11 बजे उठा, फिर मैं वापस सोया। वैसे मेरे नींद में मैं कभी एक स्ट्रेच में 6-7 घंटा सो ही नहीं पाया हूँ मैं। पता नहीं, कुछ तो मेरा एक स्लीपिंग दोष है। बना रही पंकज, व्हाई डिड यू वेक मी अप यू नूब्स। स्त्री वाला जगह है मेरे को, स्त्री वाला। हाँ भाई, कुछ भी बोलो, मेरा एक वो तो है यार, क्या बोलते हैं, एक पॉजिटिव पॉजिटिव औरत तो है, क्योंकि स्त्री और स्त्री सारे मेरे फैंस। डब्ल्यू एपेक्स से ज्यादा एनए की वॉच पार्टी हुई है रिजद्रोही। अरे भाई, जब भी एपेक का स्टार्टिंग में वॉच पार्टी था तब मैं खुद नहीं था सेटअप पे। ऋतिक भाई क्या कर रहे हो यार। स्मिथ भाई थैंक यू फॉर द 2 रुपीज। पंक्स भाई पिंकी दी से डर कम हुआ है लगता है। डर है क्या। एक फोन का केबल खरीदो पीसी के लिए, हर बार वही। नहीं नहीं, अभी है 20% है बैटरी अभी। सॉरी 18% है। कौन सा पुण्य किया बंक्स भाई, ऐसे भी मिली। पुण्य किया नहीं है मैं, आई एम पुण्य पर्सन। मैंने किसी के साथ गलत नहीं किया है करके। आई एम अ वेरी पुण्य पर्सन, समझ रहे हो। बाकी लोग कितने हरामी होते हैं, मैं देखो पुण्य पर्सन। 2 रुपीज नहीं, 2 यूरोस दिया है भाई। पता है भाई, जब भी 2 यूरोस को तुम लोग 2 रुपीज बोलोगे ना, तो उसका ईगो हर्ट होएगा। तो वो 2 रुपीज से 100 रुपीज आने के लिए 100 यूरोस का सुपर चैट करेगा, जिसको मैं बोलूंगा 1000 यूरोस करके। ये टिप्स एंड ट्रिक्स है हाउ टू सुपर चैट्स बेसिकली। जो लोग पूछते हैं बिंग्स में स्ट्रीमिंग स्टार्ट कैसे करे, यहाँ से। गेम चालू कर, चालू होने को अभी 1-2 मिनट है, बातें बातें करेंगे। एक बार टी शर्ट दिखा दो। अशीरा कहाँ से लिया मत पूछो, मेरे को कोई आइडिया नहीं है। ये शायद पिंकी ने लिया मेरे लिए। बिंग्स योर रिली फनी, यू शुड स्टार्ट स्ट्रीमिंग। पंकड़ाव, ओए पंकदेव, ओए पंकदेव, क्यों तो इधर आ। 1 मिनट इधर आ। स्ट्रीम पे दिखाया पिंकी ने ये शर्ट, हाँ क्या। गाली इनकमिंग लग रहा है, एकदम गुस्से से उठी, गुस्से से। You look cute when you wake up now. That's why I wanted to see you. What time you slept yesterday? 6:30 I woke up. And then what time you slept again? अभी हाँ 12। तो मतलब 1 घंटा रुक के मुझे जगाने नहीं हुआ तेरे को। मेरे को लगा तूने अलार्म डाला होगा, मेरे को क्या पता। अलार्म डाला था। हाँ तेरे बाजू में फोन था, तो ले लेना यार फोन। अभी फोन में बैटरी नहीं था ना, तो बैटरी लेंगे कि फोन लेंगे नया। फोन में अगर बैटरी नहीं था तो बैटरी लेंगे या फोन। नया पति लेने की जरूरत है, नया पति लेने की जरूरत है बोला तूने। तेरा बर्थडे गिफ्ट कैंसिल। नहीं, 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 तेरा बर्थडे गिफ्ट कैंसिल। कभी कभी तू भूल जाती है कि तेरा बर्थडे आ रहा है। नहीं, बीवी लेने की जरूरत चिप बात चिप चिप नाक एकदम क्लीन दिख रहा है। हेयरलाइन हैज नो लाइन लैंग्वेज है तो सही भाई। थोड़ा सा यहाँ से गया हुआ है थोड़ा सा, मतलब मेरा पहले यहाँ से बाल हुआ करता था, समझ रहे हो, यहाँ से। फिर पिंकी जैसा बीवी मिल गया तो मेरा नसीब ऐसे चमक गया कि ऊपर चला गया। हेयरलाइन जोक्स। हाँ। क्या? क्या? नहीं समझा। आई हैव मोर प्लेस टू किस यू ऑन द फोरहेड। वाह 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 वाह। तो बीवी है भाई, ये सब बातें कर सकते हैं। जो सिंगल लोग हैं उनको जलाएंगे अपन, उसमें क्या। तब इट्स ऑलवेज फन टू वॉच मैचेस विद यू संकेत भाई, लव यू यार। क्योंकि मालूम है मेरे आने से क्या होता है मालूम है, जितने लोगों का मन का बात है ना वो सच हो जाता है। जैसे अगर मैं बोला आरआर क्यों जीता तो जीता, समझ रहे हो। मैं जो बोलता हूँ वो होती है पत्थर की लकीर। सुपर चैट मिस भाई, लव यू यार। मिस भाई ईगो हर्ट हुआ पर बैंक बैलेंस लो रहा है। मित यार, शिट। स्मित भाई यार, अकेले अकेले फील नहीं होता उधर दुबई में। दुबई नहीं है वो, फिर से दो दो करके दे रहे हो, आराम आराम से देखो। इट्स ऑलवेज फन टू वॉच। अच्छा वो तो पढ़ लिया, सब पढ़ लिया, ठीक है ठीक है। स्टार्ट हुआ, फेस दिखाएगा क्या, किसका फेस?
Screen on the back because
फेस
that one went to a
ये लो,
timer
कास्टर्स
on
का
the
फेस।
Korean broadcast. So you know what that means. You get more time with us. So isn't
ये
that
देख,
lovely here for your Monday evening? It is Monday, right?
मंडे
Yeah, it is Monday.
Here at least, here in Korea at the very least. But yeah, you
मंडे।
know, I just want to
एक
say,
बीवी मिली है,
Pilski
शुक्र
already
करो,
talking as if like, well,
दूसरे
maybe you just
मिलने
look
तो
forward
रही।
to stage one and you take it slow, like, you know, take it a little bit map by map, things like that. I don't know. We're
Too
not
early?
done yet. Yeah, we're just not done yet. We don't know which team's going to do
दिख रहा है
that.
इतना
But
ब्राइट
obviously,
क्यों
being
शाइन कर रहा
elimination
है।
for both of these teams, used to getting to the playoffs, or at least trying to, being right on that cusp, it is going to be a lot of pressure on them. So right now, we're just going to have to take some time, make sure all the players are, you know, settled, make sure all the tech is ready to go
भाई टेक
before
पोज
we
अपने
are
इधर भी
able to
लव
jump
यू
in. So it
यार,
does sound
यही
like
तो
we are
मिसिंग था।
also going to
बोर
go
हो गया
to
था
a
भाई ये भी
short
और
break,
एनिमे
ladies and
देख
gentlemen. So
के।
don't go anywhere. When we come back, it is going to be that second map between these two teams.
बराबर। बाकी इधर टेक पास बोल के 30 सेकंड का ब्रेक देते, सीधा 4 मिनट उड़ा दिया। लो वॉल्यूम, ए क्यों लो वॉल्यूम यार? अच्छा
Let's fly.
बंश भाई एकदम लोनली सीन्स है यार, क्या बोलो अब। हाँ ना, कोई नहीं, पढ़ाई वढ़ाई करके रिटर्न आओ।
Pacific 2025 kickoff. Stay tuned for some epic games.
अबे लो कर, किसका वॉल्यूम लो करूं? किसका लो करूं लेकिन? बंग भाई 50-90 आ गया, मत करो यार। मेरा बैंक बैलेंस भी रो रहा है स्मिथ भाई जैसे। आज का रेवेन्यू पता है 10 रुपीज है भाई, कहाँ से 50-90 लू, कहाँ से बताओ, आंसर्स चाहिए। कौन सा गाना है एक बार सुनते हैं। बाबा आ पे पूरा गाना बजा दिया बे भाई, हम भी लिखे क्या सॉन्ग्स? हाँ ला ला। पिछले मैच में लोटस किसी की टीम ये मत कर रे. Your brother's friend who has same name is my childhood friend. Just saying, you are doing great, bro. Your brother's friend. Who has same name. मतलब मेरा भाई का दोस्त निखिल बराबर इज माई चाइल्डहुड फ्रेंड. बराबर है संकेत भाई, बराबर है. गोल्डी भाई लव यू. गोल्डी भाई कल मैंने आपको लव यू किसी वाला वॉइस नोट भेजा था. आई एम मिसिंग द वैलो प्लेस. गोल्डी भाई ये लोग का रेस वेस देख के ना सच्ची मन नहीं कर रहा है वॉच पार्टी करने का. सच्ची रेस प्लेस आप में ज्यादा एनर्जी था, ज्यादा एनर्जी. गोल्डी भाई हो जाए एक प्लान, हो जाए दादा, हो जाए. गाय सब लोग वो वाला इमोजी दो गोल्ड बैग को, गिली चुपी वाला. आरआरक्यू जीतेगा, आरआरक्यू जीतेगा भाई. मैं आरआरक्यू की तरफ हूँ. भाई स्पीकर पर था, फोन जोर से चिल्लाया. एक्सक्यूज मी. वेरी क्रिएटिव इमोजीज यू गाइस हैव. बराबर बराबर बोला. तो आप मेरे भाई को फ्रेंड को पूछ सकते हो कि मेरा भाई इतना यूजलेस क्यों है करके. संकेत भाई.
Yeah, that's lovely. And like the Des mentioned, you know, RQ picking this for a good reason. They did roll this over against DFM back then, and it is that double duelist setup that really gave them that win.
We'll see if they're able to pilot it the same way. I want to say that part of it might have also been DFM trying to go for that ISO composition. It didn't work out very well, but we'll see. Team Secret also struggled with a bit of that high pressure, high pace coming out from Global Esports. We'll see what they've corrected.
Starting things off though, Team Secret already. I mean, look at this setup from Team Secret on towards AR and everything.
Yeah, ready for that Phoenix Flash, the way they were positioned, right? Trying to get ahead of it, but that recon dart is going to let Rrq back out. Xfero takes quite a bit of a scratch, but they are going to be able to get onto the site.
Wow, what a setup, and because of that, Team Secret already up towards stairs, so able to get in position and ready to receive, maybe push out and deny that spike plant if needed, but because things are smoked off, Rrq managed to capture the site.
Yeah, good positioning. Team Secret should be able to get a read of this just because of how much space they let them have, but I think this Blaze Wall might fake them out. It makes it look like you're just trying to hold on to backside. Do they suspect someone might wrap around? There it is, Envy trying to get ahead of it against Jemkin.
Oh, but the Molly and the Flash, he's able to push on through with it. So one kill already coming through, but Manya does get a death as well. Then the trades come on through, Jemkin on towards the other side, trying to hold his best abilities, but Envy able to take him down. Now all that's left, Estrella alongside Xfero off towards the back. It's Estrella who does it all to the end, the double kill to pick up the pistol round for Rrq.
I love the coverage coming out from Estrella and Xfero once they realize that Jemkin has been stranded. For one, Jemkin flicking around trying to get one more kill. Yeah, that was very impressive, but Monyet already proving why they picked that Phoenix, just being a menace. As long as they trade one for one, and I act as that scout, I act as that delay, I've done my job. And right here, it does kind of act as a high-low, of course, with Xfero behind him up the ramp as well. And Estrella helping lead the charge there in the pistol.
And that was the game plan last week as well. I mean, the desk kind of touched on it. You know, Monyet didn't have the highest scores, but he was using this Phoenix in this fashion, right? Constantly with the walls as well as the mollies. He touches them, goes through them at times, and really throws opponents off. So right now, the full buys up 2 ghosts in their pockets.
Oh, look at as we see that come through. Just already taking that ult over on A main, you recognize that it's most likely a B strike, but I don't know if you capture Estrella getting both kills at range with the ghost.
Yeah, probably not like that. Now Xfero gets one to himself as well. Envy so close, might be able to find, you know, a bit of a range, but Xfero gets the shot too. That's two ghosts getting 2 kills each.
You got this round, you can't convince me that he's under the weather. He is playing very well. Eventually gets caught off guard, but it is just the ghost. Sure, it's an upgrade from the classic, but Jesse Vash, not much firepower to work with. Australia, the only one weak. He's going to head back with a rifle. Monyet on the hunt for another point onto his ult. He's already got 4. He would be 1 away if he's able to find his target.
He's also the one who swapped his weapon on over, so it's a good call, good play. Makes a bit of noise though, so I think Jesse Vash might, probably definitely hurt him by now.
Yeah, I think at this point he just wants it one way or the other, right? Whether it's me dying or me getting the kill, Monyet, he just wants to find it. But eventually Jesse Vash will slowly creep in to spike range. It is a very Monyet moment.
Well, that's gonna be that
sound
spike.
कम कर दे caster का sound कम किया तो game
sound
sound भी कम हो जाएगा
समझ रहे हो?
एक caster अलग से नहीं बात कर रहे हैं हमारे साथ
Astra being only 2 points away. Great ultimate on the attack behind you. Especially even on that B site, right? You're able to put up the wall, the Phoenix to get through and really buy that space. But a big part of it is Rrq just having the read that, okay, they're going to want to push out mid. They're going to want to always fight that mid. It's either A-orb or mid on where they're going to want to fight.
Impossible. भाई आज हो गया तो हो गया भाई मेरा Impossible. आज तो मेरे हिसाब से हम ही Lotus ban करेंगे. Impossible. Impossible.
Right now with killjoy setups to block off mid.
Oh, and they're ready for the push out. Any potential info as well. Hides away from the recon, so lots of time still bought from Rrq in terms of masking away information. They even see the 0 point come out. That's very telling from Team Secret that they want to really contest the space.
Althorp definitely being picked up now, so
Jeremy का round
come
है
back
guys.
into contest and take that fight against it. So Jeremy holding the angle. Oh, but with the crouches a little bit off. Now with the gravity while being sent through, Envy might be able to find the timing on the peek shot from the side, but oh, the whole team was prepared.
And during all of that, Rrq is still watching out at B main as well for a push. There's the run it back. It spots just one person by Art. They know that he's been smoked off, so they can start to get onto the site. The rest, 2 members, Jet and Astra, coming all the way through from behind. They'll be able to bring up the rear for Rrq.
Yeah, Ping coming on through as well.
But Xfero, he's still good for it. He's just going to dance around, buys a lot of time. No hits onto 2G just yet, but it's so much time bought. And right now, Team Secret, they have no idea where Australia is either.
मेरा सारा analysis का ना left right करता है.
Taking their time with it.
Round था ना Jeremy
Throw
का.
it for time. I mean, right now, if you get the round, you win no matter what, right? This is a bonus for Rrq. They buy up to match. Monyet, maybe he wants to start to stack up a second ultimate here for himself on that Phoenix. He's running through again because, again, if you're able to drop those weapons,
भाई नया player है क्या Wild Oreo?
It's not a bad round at all for the Phoenix. Eventually, no target found. He'll see if he can make his way out.
मेरे को खुशी को देखने का है यार.
Once again, Manya was trying to do those things, but yeah, nothing found. But nonetheless, a really good pickup for Rrq, right? The bonus round, they played it all, starting things off a little bit slow and reactive, but as soon as they heard that Althorp just coming back in for that pinch, takes down 2 players.
Yeah, and I just want to give a little shout out to Monyet for not going crazy there on the chase. He only had 33 HP. I was wondering if he'd be too fixated on the sometimes is. But this time just saying, okay, you know what? I got time to back out. I'm just going to save it. I'm going to keep my weapon. And now Australia, 1 away from his ultimate. Xfero now, 2 away from his guard.
Looking to be maybe a really good first half for Rrq, depending on how things go for Team Secret. They have bought up a little bit, so a bit of a rifle, as well as the Marshall for Jesse Vash.
Seeing if he can get any cheeky picks. Of course, the rifle saved over, so there is still a lot of
भाई जो एकदम attacking map है तो कुछ ज़्यादा attacking नहीं हो जाता लेकिन.
Once again in that first map, so Rrq does have to give a little bit of respect, but it's the double team. Monyet and Cushy scouting out A side again. Just creeping in right into the crosshairs of Wild Oreo.
He's able to hold that off. It's good enough damage.
Cushy भी like मेरा काम हो गया.
Now trying to reconsider.
अब मैं जा रहा हूँ.
Okay, so they're gonna pull the Silva back, but now they're gonna try to show Xfero and make it look like there were more people on that A site. Try to keep that pressure there while the main forces of Rrq go to hit on B because you have that firepower advantage. They've hidden away from the recon as well, so far the setup is good. But look at Jesse Vash's position. With that Marshall, he's gonna get first contact, and he should be able to make the call, especially if he stays alive.
Yeah, a little bit of a preemptive shock dart as well. Quick reactions. No real shot found, but at least position already made known. So the rotations coming on through for Team Secret and Rrq. They kind of have to be prepared. There's quite a bit on Xfero's shoulders as well.
भाई
but
सीक्रेट
nothing quite
राउंड
found.
जीत सकता
Yeah,
है
Xfero was
चार
tagged, but
बंदे
Team Secret, you saw the movement. They take the read that it is
सीक्रेट
just a
राउंड
bait.
जीत
They want to
सकता है
stack onto B. They want to make sure they can hold it off. It's a great flash coming in
भाई
for Envy.
heavy
And now no
भाई
movement onto the side.
heavy
Only 14 seconds left. Cushy, he has to break through. He can't. And Cushy, he just
भाई
falls right
W
at the edge. And that is going to be the
W
round taken
rotation
by
पे
Team
W
Secret.
rotation
So
W
quick
first
and
kill
flipped over on its sides. I mean, just unbelievable with how it's going through. I mean, you start things off with Monette dying out towards the A side, and that was enough to really kind of halt everything for Rrq. Once they headed on over, I mean, Jesse Vash kind of scouting all of it out, and the rotations that went through, you know, it's just way too tough. Xfero dying to the end in that one-on-one as well was just, it's unfortunate, man.
And it's the KO from Envy. This is why you love to watch him play this Asian. You think Pacific KO, you think Envy for sure. That's how he made his great
Huh?
debut as well. And that
Baby.
flash just really
अन्ना
keeps
सुना ना
that
क्या बोला
site
अन्ना?
protected on the B side.
So much
Hey,
so that
Envy
you're still
गया.
keeping your eyes on him right now as he holds on towards Link, in towards Art, and Team
अन्ना
Secret
बोल
are
रहा हूँ खरीद लो
prepared.
डायरेक्ट
Okay, the smoke, it should let RQ know that something is up. Looks like a gravity well ready to go. There's the flash,
लग
there's
गए
the dash forward from
RRQ के
Jemmy,
लग
but he
गए
gets shut down, and then there's a crossfire from Monette. It's a
Heavy
good hold from
combo
Team
बे
Secret. Good read on this art attack, and then the A main hit stopped as well. Jesse Vash just reading
combo.
RQ like a book in round 5.
Just all of the setups, you know, the stars, the nades, and right now just RRQ 2-on-5. Xfero holding as tight as possible, able to get away with first kill, but then the trade forced out from Astray onto the next.
निकाल सकता है क्या ये क्या साउंड आया
Yeah, he
अरे
suspects
यार
people to wrap around,
इसकी
but look at the double here.
किधर गया मेरा
This
कैमरा?
is Jeremy set up with the
टूट गए
operator
थे
alongside Wild Oreo. Not going to take any risks. Estrella making it look like he wants to make a caterpillar into
अपने
A
आप
site,
कैसे
see
हो
if there's
सकता है
any
मतलब
reactions.
ऐसे बेटा
Does he
कोई
wrap
वायर
around to
हिल
A or
भी
B?
नहीं
It
रहा
is a 50-50 choice for him right now with 0 information.
30 seconds left.
Yeah,
चलो
30
फिर
seconds,
भी
and you're not quite sure if your opponents might
कुछ
have
सेंस बनना चाहिए कि नहीं
set up
इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स के
somewhere else on
पीछे
the map as well. So slight slips through. Jesse Vash already pushed into A main. I mean, that's quite a bit of info for him as well.
Yeah, I mean, you know it could have been all the way to B. The spike plant
भाई
should
निकाल
be
तो
given
सकता है
over, but Estrella, it's going to
10
be a tough
seconds
one to
left.
try to hold on. The smoke,
पॉसिबल है
a bit
पॉसिबल है
telling on his
पॉसिबल है
position.
पॉसिबल है
Jesse Vash, he is far ahead.
Uh-oh.
He's going to get the ping. No, he's right outside. And Jesse Vash, he should have the read on that he could have left. He's still stuck somewhere in backside. The backup is here. 3v1 and Estrella, he gets
Possible है
one, but only
Possible
6
है
HP. It has to be a spray down. Jeremy holding the angle. He switched
Possible
the angle.
है
There's the headshot.
पॉसिबल
6
है
HP and a
पॉसिबल है
Two! How did he
भाई
make that happen? So
भाई
careful, so deliberate. He
साहब
had those smokes down, got the spike down inside of it, and then just
भाई
dodged
साहब
to Jesse Vash.
क्लीन
Recon
खेला
comes
बे
out just to get those last 3 headshots as well.
What a way to shake off that match against Gen G as well. One of the clutches lost from Estrella really took Gen G one step closer to that match victory. But this time, he's able to say, no, we are going to lead the charge here in map 2. We're going to bring it back to even so we can redeem ourselves.
Cosmic Divide earned off of that, but right now it's the economy
भाई
that's
मस्त खेला
slowly
ना
starting to dwindle a little bit more for
मेरा
Team
स्ट्रीम
Secret.
देगा
They're
उसके कल
pushing
शायद
out of mid, taking that fight to RRQ.
Continues
उसका
to be
पोजीशनिंग
that
देख के
mid-control.
अंदर से
RQ
आवाज तो आया था
inkling, but
कर सकते
not good angles just yet. They're still just waiting. Yet. Does he even go for a curveball? No, they don't even want to check. They don't want to peek into this. Xfero, he's still good for another shot. Takes a lot of damage himself.
एक और मिड ये गया जेट
Look
गया
at the
जेट गया
wraparound coming in from Club. Jemkin peeks out, and he'll be able to
निकलने का
clean up
कुछ नहीं था
Jeremy.
वहाँ पे
Oh my god, now on towards the other sides as well around A main, because she's able to hold everything that Team Secret pushed out, all got shut down.
दो
Should
बंदे
be
मिलके
5v2.
होल्ड कर
It
पाएंगे
should be
इस
RQ's round
क्वेश्चन
victory, but I'll be honest, I thought that the last round, I thought it was Team Secrets, and I already wrote it down for them. That was a clutch from Asira, so we'll have to keep our eyes on this one. Util being spent by RQ, playing it safe.
Yeah.
Jemkin clears one angle, and that's going to be the spray from Xfero. RQ leads 5-1,
Lollies.
very similar to their map against DFM.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the
सीधा
score
फाइट नहीं
right
कर पा रहे
now,
ना
for sure,
टीएस
the
वो
play is
ट्रैप प्लेस ही
actually
करना पड़ेगा
somewhat different, right? RQ just kind of holding it safe, you know, getting those reads, getting that reaction against Team Secret. And in this whole round, you know, maybe, yeah, it's the economy, you know, half buys from Team Secret and whatnot, but it just felt as though all those push-outs, you know, they
Map
were
to है ये
just
map to है
mistakes that were getting punished by RQ.
Yeah, very different indeed.
पहला वाला मैप
especially
RRQ आ रहा
because
था कि मेरे
it's
हेडक्वार्टर
kind of
से
a
कॉल आया
gamble
था
to
कि
say,
प्लीज
all right,
बंक्स
Secret's
भाई
probably gonna start
नीड
to
योर
push out
सपोर्ट
because they have the ante on us and they were struggling with the high pace of global esports. But right now, they're just waiting. They're waiting for Secret to show their hand first. They get contact, and then you saw Cushy still waiting.
जो
on
हरा
Beaming,
वो
some of
बाहर
them were
ना
still waiting on beaming. They say that okay, it seems like Secret's picked up on the current meta.
भाई
Of,
ट्रिपल
okay, there's contact
एलिमिनेशन
on this
मैच
side,
होना
we
चाहिए
take
क्या
control on
बोलते
the
हैं या
other.
फिर राउंड
Let's try
रॉबिन
to
सारी
punish them
टीम
for
सारी
that.
टीम के
Really
अगेंस्ट खेलो
trusting in them winning the first contact right now for RRQ.
Really needing to find. I mean, that's kind of that first contact is one
भाई
of
एक
those
कोच
things
वहाँ पे
that
भी
gave Team Secret their first round. You know, taking
जेन्युइनली अ गुड गाय
And Ewok and Warbirds, not as much to say. Looks like Estrella sharing what's on his mind so far, maybe reorganizing what they talked about in the first part of that timeout. Meanwhile, on the Secret side, we saw the new coach,
अजी आ रहा था
Coach
बार
Mel,
बार
really going at it, sharing all the information he can in that 1 minute he is given. And now round 7, RRQ continues on the attack with a lot of power ultimates.
DFM.
Team Secret finally some ultimates to their name as well.
डीएफएम है
Yeah, would have been that coach.
हार्ड है
That,
ना वो भी
डीएफएम हार्ड है तो मेरा हो गया भाई
well,
डीएफएम को
back
तो
in the
मैं
days
और
when
तुम
Watchparty
मिलके आ रहे हैं
so
25
a little bit to provide there, but right now,
Ah.
early A main pressure out from Team Secret.
वो लोग बोलेंगे ना नहीं
Found
खेलने
RRQ
पिंकी के
just
साथ
looking
करके
right
सरेंडर
down
करेंगे
Link instead.
ठीक है हम
Yeah, so this is the round that RQ chooses to say, okay, now we'll pressure mid. So you're going to have to come back and fight mid as well if you want some map control. We'll see how far they get, though. Look at the positions. Team Secret, they
गुस्सा
wanted to
नहीं
empty
गिफ्ट
this
आ रहा
ahead
है
of
गुस्सा
time.
नहीं
It seems like the call was stop
एक हफ्ता
fighting in
प्यार
mid,
चाहिए
right?
बा
Let's hold that orb on A main. Let's make sure we delay on B and just keep them trapped in mid if they come that way.
Just might be it.
Oh, but with that pressure on B-Link, with zero information, now the turret gone as well. Look at how far Envy's had to rotate. And Jesse Vash, because he was all alone, he has to give it up and now hold
देखना
Stewart. So while they
DFM में
do
मैं
have
मारेगा
RQ
देख मैं
trapped,
मारूंगा
the
DFM
rotations will be very slow.
तो रोज मारता है यार
Cosmic Divide to
Best
add to
player.
that
मैं
as well.
नहीं
Champion
मैं
already
मारूंगा
straight into
मैं
sight. We'll see if Waldorio can somewhat
अरे
hold
मैं
on.
नहीं भाई
Does
मैं
find some kind of time for him to kind of stay alive long enough. Envy managing to get back up.
अरे अरे
Look at that short. He
अरे
jumped straight into it and dunked into the Oreo.
Yeah, and you look at Magnet coming in from the other side as well. It was always pre-planned to make sure they got full control. And there's the seal guard at RQ. They want to snowball this first half.
Man, I don't know how you're going to be able to retake right now. Straight up from heaven. You do have 2G somewhere towards the back, but that's being marked by Cushy as well. Their own Cosmic Divide to hold off Halls, but oh god, the shot through. Cushy able to find that trade now. Everything being blocked off. Jemkin alongside Xfero able to deny those entries from Jesse Vash and Jeremy, and RRQ continue forward with their momentum.
ये बॉल
RRQ
रीटेक
actually
वाला
using
पहली बार
multiple
देखा
of their
बे
ultimates works out in their favor because it baits Team Secret to use theirs as well.
ये
Because
बॉल
he uses
पहली बार
Hunter
देखा
Fury, now you feel safe really doubling down on your ultimates as well. You would have even used your own Hunter Fury from Kush if you needed because he was positioned far back in B main. But that in turn draws out the Cosmic Divide, makes Team Secret think we have to invest into this round. We've chosen to try to take this round back in this half, and look at
गिफ्ट
how
आने के बाद आप
excited they
खत्म हो बंक्स भाई
are
लग
on
रहा
a
है मेरे
couple
को
of those frags because now you know ult's gone, economy also broken for Team Secret.
ये सपोर्ट किसको आरआर के बड़ी
That momentum right there.
भाई मौनी
RRQ
तो है ही
continuing to
लेकिन
build up onto it, looking to be a
उसका
really
कोच
dominant first
इतना
half for them.
प्यार से मेरे
And
से
that would
बात
have been
किया
a
है ना
crucial, and just like the desk
इतना प्यार
mentioned,
से
Team Secret though, definitely still
वेलकम
trying what
वेलकम
they've
किया है
got.
ना
There's
मेरे
some
को
tricks up their sleeve to
W
judge in towards A main now on 2GE.
It's a very interesting choice, especially after the timeout. 2 rounds in a row. RQ, they don't even bat an eye towards that A main ult orb. We always talk about that for Phoenix, how important it is.
नेम
But they
बताओ
say,
कोच का
okay,
इवो
is that going to be your focus?
कल
Is that
आना
what you
कल
talked
आना
about
हाँ
in
कल
timeout?
आना
'Cause, I mean, we're so
नेम
far
बता
ahead. We don't know if we need
कल
those
आना
ult
चलो कल
snowballs.
आना हिटर
We can just continue to
Yeah.
pressure elsewhere. Pushes him back. He hasn't even taken the orb yet either.
Jerome kind of spots it out as well. So pressure RRQ will on the other side of the map. That is Waldorio needing to kind of hold. He's got his teammates right alongside him on towards heaven. Jeremy on towards those blades.
Yeah, but it's good angles here held by Wild
मेन
Oreo.
वॉल
and Jeremy
करके
ready to
retake
jump
कर दे
out.
दो
Jeremy's
पता
meant
है वो
to
लोग
be
ने
the kill
प्रैक्टिस किया
factor
रहेगा
here.
वो
Everyone else just a supporting cast. They walk in on purpose. They don't want to give him the jump. The Sheriff's going to get one kill. Jeremy comes out, but
अरे
there's the
मारना
flash.
था जेट
Not
को
going to work
मारना
in his
था
favor, and RRQ.
जेट को
Xfero
मारना
gets a
था
double and cleans up the site.
Oh no! Despite the setups, unfortunately, the
मौनी
blades
पे
became a
वहाँ पे
little
क्या
bit
कर
dull.
रहे थे
Thanks to those
क्यूटी
flashes and the setups from RRQ. just being able to execute inside that way, and all that's left is just a judge from 2GE.
भाई सारे प्रो लोग यही स्मोक करते हैं भाई अभी सारे प्रो लोग
purposely placed to make sure
पूरा
they
स्मोक
get
नहीं डालते
first
अभी
sight.
हेवन के लिए
And
ये
Kushi
हेवन
with
प्लस
another
सिटी स्मोक और
clean
फिर
shot will
बिलिंग
bring RRQ leading up to 7.
जानबूझ के होल
दो गैप
Forward,
नहीं
but
है वो
now, okay.
वो हाफ
Not
हेवन
being
स्मोक
pulled
है
out by
लेकिन
Jeremy.
सिटी
I
से
wonder
कोई
how
नहीं
that's
देख
gonna play
सकता
out. You gotta imagine maybe it's
सिटी से
gonna
नहीं
be set
दिखता
up
सर
towards the B side of things. So far, you know, it always has been to control that ARP closer towards A main as well.
यहाँ से कोई नहीं
समझा
देख सकता
चैट वालों सीखो
Gonna
कुछ
be that
मेरे
play from
पति
RQ
से
that really tries to, you know, swap things up around.
Yeah, that operator, the
इतनी
position
तारीफ
first
मैं
and
रो दूंगा
foremost,
ऑन
most
स्ट्रीम में
important.
बोल
But
रहा
look
हूँ
at RQ. Now's the round. The macro is very good, pushing and pulling Team Secret across each round to say, what's the setup now? You got to switch it up again in the next round. Altorb being taken one away from the run it back.
All right, early plays and quick hits to prevent Team Secret from trying to set up.
Oh, they have the read on the op. I mean, with
Usi
this kind of
guy,
rush,
eh?
they're just saying, okay, well, the op surely on the other side. If you haven't fired it yet, you have the econ. What's going on?
And who cares anyway? We got the site now. Jemkin continuing to go flood on through with those blades. Right click
मान ही
sent
नहीं
in.
रहा है
A bit of damage done to 2GE, but finally hearing out that op. The Razor Roaring
Exploro
comes
बोला
up just
चल
to
चल
buy a
चल
little bit more
मारते
space to fend them off. Meanwhile, the rest of the team continues to
शॉट
hold their
बे
stand, back in towards Arc, takes down yet another player, and off towards the front
भाई
as
क्या
well.
हो गया बे
Jeremy
मोनी
not
को
finding any joy with that op except for the one kill.
मत
Monyet
निकाल मेरा फोन का
doing
बैटरी
quite
नहीं है
a
उसका
bit.
है
It's 8-1 now for RRQ.
Monyet goes in. They purposely give him the spike so he can instantly cast a run it back, push through the smoke, and keep them at bay. During that, Jemkin is pushing the back of sight. Once he doesn't get the kill, he calls for backup. They note the operator. Then Estrella pushes forward. The chaotic fights in close quarters is where RRQ shines. And quite frankly, from what we saw last time, this is where Team Secret is weakest.
Oh no, a little bit unfortunate for Team Secret, but so good
बुला
for
बुला के मार
RRQ.
रहा
I
है
mean,
बे
Monyet is just having the time of his life, being so jovial right now. You gotta love his stage presence, but then next turn comes on up. It's
समझो
another
जॉली के
save.
ऊपर जोवियल
Yeah, I mean, with the operator drop
पहली बार
as
सुना
well.
मैंने
And look at this, the outlaw now coming out
हे
for Jemkin,
पंको यार
really
so
to nail him
jovial
confidence in his
यार
economy. Don't think it was even quite
I was also
necessary, but
choking.
it will make sure that RRQ can buy whichever weapons they choose for the remaining rounds of the first
बर्थडे आ
half.
रहा है बर्थडे आ रहा है
Still for Team Secret to make the decision to maybe
गेम जो
create
बंस भाई
some
मजा मां
sort of setups or traps in towards B. I mean, in towards mid, excuse me.
So I would love to see RRQ this time. If they're just going to buy time, eventually
भाई
just go
ए
to
साउंड
A
करके
sites.
डब्ल्यू
Every
अगर
time
बीट
they've
किया
done this, and every time they've had the weapon
लग
advantage,
गया
it
इसकी
has been the B hit eventually, right? Just saying, okay, well, if you're not set up here, or even if you are
लग गए
stacked, we're going to have the weapon advantage. We're
लग
going to
गए
go to
लग
B,
गए
but
लग गए लग गए
okay, they might actually have the
By
read that Team Secret
heavy-
actually
by
spikes hard
RRQ.
onto this. Team Secret just saying, maybe they were thinking the same thing I was and saying, all right, well, we just got to bite somewhere. It's a 50-50. And going all the way into A.
Xfero, he's bypassed the whole alarm bot.
Oh,
He
man.
got
Blink onto the next player. Oh, but Envy sharp on the trade.
All right, he does have a rifle. That smells
अरे मेरा कैमरा
extra space right now because Envy can be an
Bitch.
absolute menace with that rifle. Could be a clutch round. Spike.
कैमरा को भी
behind
जी
it.
का मैच चाहिए क्या कैसे
A bit of a warning shot fired off of that outlaw.
उधर
as
वायर है जहाँ पे
You
तेरा
know you
माउस
are
जा
on
रहा
light
है
shield, so
Oh, हाँ,
tread
क्या?
carefully, Team Secret. RRQ continues to hold. Monyet setting up for the flash play.
माउस पे क्यों
As
हाथ
soon
है
as he
तू
hears
थोड़ी
those
खेल
footsteps,
रहा
there
है
it is.
अरे मन कर रहा है ना खेलने का
Straight into Jemkin, instantly tagged. Monyet's down. Cushy gets
ओयो
the straight transfer. Looks for the next player now, and that's just Vash. Hops on down, picks up the rifle.
भाई ये player
has a
कहाँ
chance
से आया है
of turning
बे?
this around on its head.
कल भी आज
He
भी
knows it's a
पहला मैच भी
crossfire.
अच्छा
It
खेला
has
वो
to be because they just haven't seen him yet. It doesn't matter that Cushy's there because he's known about that for so long.
I
Cushy's
know.
just buying
But we
time,
want night.
toying with the old man and telling him it's time for a new generation.
Excuse
He
me?
might get the kill,
No time,
but
no.
he cannot get the round.
ओल्ड मैन
No dice, no cigar. Good attempts, but still Cushy
Old man
being
बोला
able
बे?
to play to that advantage.
किसको बोला बे
Cushy, the spray transfers we see from him every match, every game they play. Doesn't matter if they have guns up, guns down, coming in with flashes. He is always
भाई
ready
कौन है बे
for that third kill.
Round could have gone so much differently had
भाई
Cushy
कौन
not
है ये
landed those
बंदा बे
sharp shots. Estrella as well, I mean the final one back in. He had that clutch from before. It's keeping RRQ so much so in the game. Now into round 11 with such a strong scoreline. Gotta imagine somehow Team Secret might be able to turn things around. It's back in with that op and Jeremy
34 है वो मेरे से 10 साल बड़ा.
Trying to set him up in a different
Baap re.
position, a bit more aggressive, trying to gain a bit more space, but look at this pinch ready by Rrq. It's going to be a full send in, and they might just wrap all the way into main, given that it's just the two duelists and
Ye round
those
TS
two
ka,
aren't
ye round
stopping
TS
anytime soon.
ये राउंड टीएस का.
As soon as that first
मेरा
ball
दिमाग का है ना
happens,
बहुत सा हो रहा है, ठीक है?
going to be a full
अभी
on
बोल रहा हूँ.
डालना वापस उसको
Estrella
बराबर.
joining up by Art.
Okay,
Okay, they
karbar
shy
हुआ.
away from the drone.
But
But
man,
Jesse
in
Bash,
second
he's not sure if
phase,
this
we
is
get
mid
today
pressure.
so 5 with Jinx dancing.
Master couldn't expect it, so holds even further back, but the blaze wall comes up and that cements all of it.
Oh, the seal
Look
guard.
at it! Oh, the setup!
He can't get out. He's caught. Monyet catches him before the dash. The dash down from Jemkin. They noticed the gunfire coming from back of sight. Jesse Bash, he's filled it at the wrong timing. 2G
Bhai,
gets
itna
one kill,
अच्छा
but to
setup
no
था बे.
avail as Monyet continues to bulldoze
TS
through.
का.
Envy falls, and it's just one member left again.
Which Gujarati
Just
dish is your
Waller
favorite and which one is
Against the
Pinky's
three,
favorite?
Monyet already has
Pinky
the
का
angle
favorite
locked
सब है,
down.
ढोकला,
Fourth
बिकला
kill
सब.
collected.
खुद ही बनाती है, खुद ही
RRQ
खाती
will
है.
not slow down.
Well, Monyet does
Pinky
get
का
slowed
favorite
down by
सब है.
Sparrow's Razor Vines there, but
एक दो चीजें जो टीवी पे देखती है और बोलते हैं ओ यार ये तो इधर मिलता ही नहीं है ऐसा.
I mean, really rediscovering themselves on this
Umbario.
pool. It is looking really good.
Umbario.
If you're another team right now in Pacific, in the case
और
that I
मेरा
guess either of these
favorite
teams survive,
जो
obviously one of
है.
them will.
क्या?
I always, yeah, I don't even know, but I always
Can't
gotta
be,
just wait
can't
for it.
be,
'Cause someone's
can't
gonna
be.
pick it up. But the thing is you start to question: is it DFM and Secret not being able to play pro, or is Rrq really just finding these timings that much harder? Like if you're in the server, does it feel that much different? Because now that we're seeing it for the second time, it is imaginable, right? From an observer's point of view, okay, they're going to head fast. If they've had no info, it's going to be a full dump on A or B, so maybe you hang back. And we can theorize all we want. But, I mean, you look at Team Secret, even if they have information in A main, it doesn't give them enough confidence to push out because you don't know where the entire util dump is going to come in.
Yeah, it's really tough.
भाई
to make
Secret
a
का अच्छा था रे
call
setup.
right now. The timeout though,
कैसे बे?
also, I mean, both timeouts in the first half. This one being called right before the last round of the first half.
लेकिन
it
अब
really
भी
feels
टाइम आउट लेके
quite,
क्या करेगा?
desperate for Team Secret to really try to find anything, or at least to kind of, you know, reset
Attack का भी
mentally
बात
to go into the
करेंगे
next,
शायद.
before going into the next map. I mean, right now, you know, Team Secret are trying out so many different efforts, the operator and
जी
everything.
love you यार भाई जी मेरे को
just
shout out
plays
दे
it
आज
so
मैं
darn
जी
well,
को full
especially with their
support.
setups and that
69
steal
पे
block
जी.
before. So Nectar comes through.
किलजो भी मुझे
Just
shout
gonna
out
be
दे
those
रहा.
Guardians,
Love
some
you यार.
A bunch of
Love you.
rifles, I should say, for Team Secret.
That's
And you
it.
do have the Cosmic
जी ने
Fire
आज मेरे को
lockdown as
support
well,
किया,
we just haven't
आज
seen
मैं
many
जी को
opportunities
support
for it.
करूंगा.
Jesse Vash
Done
going to
scene
still
है.
get pinged. It's just him in art. Information gained from Rrq. And already positioning for a fast hit. You see the Sova on the A side, leaning heavy towards that
ये सब
information.
मैंने भी डिश
So
ट्राई
RRQ
नहीं
making
किया
the
मत
call.
लिखो.
that we
हाँ,
wanna start to
एक
pressure
दो
down
नाम
the
दिख रहे
B
हो
side.
ना?
क्या है
This is
बड़ा
good. A
आदमी?
मेरे
much
मन में
more
ऐसा हो रहा है
aggressive
पिंकी.
push-out, 'cause
क्या
just
सीन
having
खाया
the orb,
तूने?
that wasn't enough information. We gotta be certain about the entire
Bombay
freaking
Gujarati
map if we
वाला
want to be able to
scene.
respond to
हाफ
RRQ.
गुजराती है
Still might
पिंकी
need to
हाफ.
think about mid a little bit though. But that said, I mean, RRQ also avoided the 0 points, so right now, I mean, keeping
सब
themselves
गुजरे
somewhat
का
hidden.
सब.
But okay, Waller might have spotted them on the mini map. Has the lockdown. Might need to send it.
A little bit too late for that
Gujar
already.
के लग
Oh,
गए.
Shorty's coming in, but he does
एक
catch
को
Jimmy.
मारने
This
के
time it was
बाद.
a perfect bait. He knows he's going to try to clear that close angle once more. Now he thought he had time, but Monyet just strolls on through a chill guy in the backside of B, just keeping
Close
control
clear
of it, and
Envy.
now the spike
Tension नहीं.
planted.
I
Close
can
clear
even
है.
imagine like hands in his pockets with the shorty out in one other hand. Oh my god. And that's going to be the whole sight.
It
Jeremy trying
sounds
to set
wrong.
up the
बहुत
flank,
सही
though.
के romantic
Has a shot,
कैसे?
Kushi is down low. The Cosmic Divide to
आदित्य
block off
से
Halls
गलत
as
है.
well.
Oh,
Jeremy, but tagged by the
आदित्य
drone.
भाई तारू मानो
It's just
ढोक
buying
लो.
so much time. Kushi knows that he's low on health and he just needs to buy time. Monyet already peeks out, goes for the trades. It's 2 for 2. Xferro still alive on the site, and now
भाई लग
it's
गए
just
बे
Jeremy.
Secret के.
Yes, he eventually wins the duel, but now he has to
पहला
get
मैप
onto
इतना
the
अच्छा
spike, and he
खेला था,
does
क्या हो
not
गया?
know where the repositions have gone.
Running out of
Double
time as
swing.
well.
They're just waiting for it. Xferro only showing himself, and he's just gonna go for the wide swing. Triple kill for
Huh?
Xferro. 11-1, just like last time against DFM.
Down with the sickness or not, even if he's wearing a mask, this
क्या
guy's
scene?
still able to frag out of his mind.
पहला
And
मैप
Sparrow
इतना बाप
swings
खेला
it
था
out,
यार.
picks up those kills like nobody's business.
Yeah, 14 and 7. I love that they're giving him the opportunity as well to really get that confidence going again, especially after a couple of those mishaps on that
भाई ये लोग
first
को
map.
रीसेट करना पड़ेगा.
Come on, yet. Just running through.
Love
Yeah, they're just
you.
cheering him on, saying,
Quiz
yeah, you got
classroom.
time, 'cause if
Bye.
he dies,
Thanks for
it's
the
still not enough time to get on it
ID.
if you have to duel once more. So
ID.
just like DFM, only
Ah,
one
undi
round
par
taken by
bhave,
the
undi
opponents.
par bhave.
Now DFM did take the pistol. That's how they were able to barely get the 3.
भाई मैं
We'll
सोच
see
रहा
if
हूँ थोड़ा
Team
बॉडी
Secret
बनाऊं.
can have a different story.
ऑलरेडी है मेरे बाइसेप्स.
I gotta imagine
बाइसेप्स है ना बंको?
what their
Ah.
mindset must be
Biceps है.
and after such a
और
first
चाहिए कि
half.
बस इतना.
But at the same time, I mean, they
Bas
did get
na,
their
bas
first
na,
map,
bas.
right? So,
पढ़ना
although
मैं.
it might not feel too great right now, you're thinking about that final map in their pockets as well. You know, that's like one of their trump cards that they can pull out. But at the same time, Rrq, I mean, what a way to shift
हाँ नाच
things
गाना
off,
नहीं गा रहा है अभी
off
सिग्मा
from
बॉयज.
the very first map on Lotus.
Yeah, some smiles coming out from Warbirds as well. Everybody looking much more relaxed after an intense Lotus loss to a very well-prepared Team Secret. Waldorio looks like on his cam just trying to get the spirits up. Obviously, you sometimes just shake it off, do what you can in the second half. If there's hope, maybe you push through, but if not, you move on to that next map. That's why you got the first one, so you have that margin in this best of 3.
See if that really keeps either team in the running for that possible Masters
Yes,
Bangkok
मेरा
spot.
biceps ज़्यादा है.
Otherwise, this is an elimination match at the same time. So, starting things off, the 0 point in towards
Yes.
me.
झूठ ना बोलो ऑडियंस को
Secret
गुमराह ना
even on
करो.
the attack, still focused on that mid-fight. This is where they fall. You know, they kept falling
भाई
to Global
लग
Esports
गए.
and to Rrq on that
लग
first half.
गए
But this
सीक्रेट
time
के.
trying to take the initiative themselves.
जिधर भी जा रहे दो बंदे.
Get ahead of it. A little bit of a spam does find Kuchi a little. He's chipped down a little. Has to fall back. But
नहीं
oh,
लग गया,
straight
नहीं,
in towards B-Link. Catching on the Estrella. That's got to be a bit of damage.
Yeah, that's a good bait
इतना भी
in
नहीं
towards
लगे.
Estrella,
लेकिन
knowing
लग गया,
that
लग गया, लग
Rrq
गया,
has
लग गया,
been
लग गया,
on
लग गया,
those
लग गया.
trades, but look at the map. Jemkin already cleared out
Crossfire
B,
into
so everybody
crossfire है.
rotating over to the A side. It's still 3 members here. There's the swing out. Is that the call for Xfero? But it's just too
इतना
many
नहीं लगे.
targets.
इतना
And
नहीं
it
लगे.
should be a good pistol round coming out from Team Secret.
1-on-3. Well, Jemkin has the sheriff. Gotta imagine, though, you play the numbers right now. All of them just kind of sticking up together, especially out towards mid or link, but at the same time, inside of
एक्चुअल
A,
में वो देख
As
रहा
you
था
say
कि
that,
वो
yeah,
जो
they're trying to go out on the
Binks
hunt, feeling a
है
bit
वो
confident, just knowing.
बराबर
the thing
काम
is
कर
right
रहा है
on
कि
that
नहीं
north
देख
side
रहा
of
था
mid,
वो.
Yeah, you can still double peek it. But that's
अगर
one
ये
kill.
राउंड जीता.
Okay, stairs.
Now you gotta play. Now you gotta play time,
Huh?
or just double up.
जेरेमी भाई
Holding close.
कितना बुरा लगेगा
Yeah,
आपको.
giving Waldorio the position. Jemkin, does he jiggle for it? He's ready for one. Oh, flicks over. We
मारा
all
बे.
thought the same thing. Oh my gosh. But Jesse has been good with the ghost today, and he'll be able to close things out.
All right. Okay. Unk Jesse keeps Team Secret in the game. There was a roll that would have whipped.
I mean, yeah, if Jesse wasn't able to
Dash
finish him
the
off right away
wala.
with the headshot, Jemkin, he flicked up right away. Just with that slow creep out. Not losing focus until the very end. That experience shining through. Look, look at the sheriffs
भाई
coming out from
11-2
Rrq.
में वो लोग फोर्स नहीं कर रहे.
They're trying to finish it as soon as
इसी से
possible,
चल
right?
रहा है.
Trying to create that eco, that thrifty as a possibility without even any armor. And they tried
कोई
this
गिफ्ट के लिए
against Gen
कितना
G on
गिर
Fracture and ended
सकता
up
है
dragging
आज
out
देख
a
लिया.
lot
गिर
longer than it
सकता
should have
है.
been. So we'll see if it pays off.
इतना महंगा गिफ्ट रहेगा मैं भी गिर जाऊँ भाई.
Team Secret will be able to kind
कोई
of
कितना
counter that
गलत हो
with their
सकता है
outlaw
बस
as
भाई.
well,
यूरी
Jeremy.
भाई
Maybe not the hottest today, but
क्या करे.
an opportunity to find something this time.
यूरी भाई आज
still
का आपका दिन
January.
अच्छा जाएगा.
Yeah,
He
yeah,
still has his powers. I would like to believe.
आज आपकी एक्स भी आपके पास आ सकती है.
Slow creeps up.
Come on, yet holding near that orb, just looking for information. It has his knives out. Not going to let them know
जी के मैच
exactly
में
how many are here, what the reactions
म्यूट
might be.
करके रखता है
Asking as
मैं.
much as possible.
जी
But
जीता भाई.
meanwhile, everyone
जी
rotated
जीता.
over to B.
Simple
Anya wants
बात.
to get ahead of it. He cannot get the hit. That's a very clean shot with the Spectre from Wild Oreo.
Good range and
Recalling my bot.
be able to find that so sharply and quickly. You gotta imagine that informs a little bit for
तू
RQ
जी
as
को भी
well.
जी
They're
मिले.
keep themselves on
G हो
side 4 now,
पता.
but With nothing found, surely their heads start to turn.
Yeah, I mean, just no choices. You've already committed to the 50-50 call. And I hope that Jeremy waited as long as possible. Again, because they recognize that Rrq's also been doing the whole re-clears across the map. He waits for a maybe free kill, but Rrq not going to give it to him. Now, because of the Sheriff buys,
के बाद मैं जोक मारना बंद कर दूंगा.
maybe try to just really stack on those ultimates as soon as possible.
9 से मेरा joking बंद. Till next year.
This is where that snowball could go a little bit awry. So I would be careful. Everyone stacked up, still taking time, and they want to go for a multi-peek, see if they can get any picks.
Envy दे दे poop.
Okay.
Shock dart, yeah. Lots of chip.
अगर ये RR को जीत गया ना नंगा ना चुमा
Rrq is trying to bait at least one or two in. Just look at the angles. They have no intent on trying to actually defuse the spike.
And no real need to. They're still trying to hold it. At least get the kill. And there it is. Xfero taking down Jesse Vash, but at the same time, 2GE with the spams through from the Bulldog takes down quite a bit against Rrq.
ये आपके पति से ही सेव करना सीखा हूँ.
As you should, if your team secret. Now able to buy
my first
another
subject. Thanks a lot, Bunks, by entertaining me for 4 or 5 years. Started earning recently. Gaurang Patel, bye. Love you, yaar.
But it's still such a
Hope
long
you
way
grow
to
a
go.
lot.
While yes,
Hope you grow
you
a
already
lot.
got that first map. You can still play map 3. You would love to just be
लेकिन
able
यार
to
डार्क
finish things
सर्कल
off
आप
in
पे
a
अच्छे
2-0
नहीं लगते हैं और
fashion.
राइवल्स की वजह से पिंकी को गाली मत दो भाई राइवल्स को.
That's
मैं
why.
टाइम पे
they're not
सोऊंगी
really
तो
backing
भी
down from
होगा
this
ही मेरे
fight.
को.
नहीं
एलर्जी से
लेकिन
buys up
एलर्जी
now.
नहीं है वो गेम अनइंस्टॉल
Full armor
फिर
coming
बाद
up
में
from
देखो
Chimkin.
ग्लो
Going for that
इससा
outlaw.
आएगा
So just trying to
इससा
counter it
आएगा.
with the same firepower,
guys,
same
oh
setup.
my
I'm not giving you a
God.
free kill, but Xfero
Pokemon
does
game
get
वो
picked off. One of the 2 members with
भाई
half
हेयर
armor
कट मिलता ही था.
does get spotted.
हेयर कट मिलता ही था.
Lots of damage trying to go across each side, but both of them just barely missing each other. Oh, the peek out from
My gosh.
Chimkin. Peeks out another shot from Jeremy.
ओह बनाना चिप्स है ना.
1v1 Chimkin. He has put everything on the line. He says, come
ये
fight,
वाला
let's
नहीं.
get this duel
टोमेटो
out of
वाला.
the way. But we'll see if Team Secret makes it
मेरे
fair,
पास
because I
भी
don't think they have
टोमेटो
any intent on doing so. Look at the movement.
नहीं है.
Coming across
वही
all the
खाएंगे.
way to B.
No real need to. Monyet, though, still collecting quite a bit of info on, outside of A main. Jeremy has to.
भाई अगर यहाँ से कमबैक हुआ
I mean,
तो
full faith on the
फेनेटिक
B
के
side.
ऊपर वाला
Jemkin
कमबैक
gets
रहेगा
first
भाई.
contact, and then you're able to pop those Razor Vines. There's the dash in. Jemkin, he is full flash. He's lost track of Jeremy. He still needs to get one more kill, but there's the flash. There's a peek out with the right click. He can't quite get it. It's been a swap of the weapons. But what is this? Cushy and Estrella, they come just in time to clean up out of the smokes and into the site.
खुशी का कुछ तो सीन है.
And a lone walled Oreo now out from B Link. Oh, goes in for a bit of a tap.
Huh?
It's just the Spectre though, so can't imagine he hopes for too much. Swaps over onto the rifles, but running out of time. Has to go for something.
10 seconds left.
It's just a Guardian. It makes it so hard. And Estrella will bring Rrq
इतना
to
प्यारा
map
खेलता है
point.
यार खुशी.
Really does start to feel like deja vu against DFM.
Quite a bit, but onto the defense.
भाई उसका शॉट देखना बे.
Just being able to turn
ये
things
क्या
around
है
so
ये
quickly.
बे?
I mean, Team Secret with the setups, right? Just being able to dash in to break off those defensive lines, taking Jemkin down, but at the same time, just as you mentioned it, just as you think, maybe
क्या
Team
है ये
Secret finds
बंदा बे?
something, Estrella and Cushy arrive to
भाई एक बार
rescue the day.
ड्यूलिस्ट हो जाए खुशी को.
And Cushy, he's always so
Beard
reliable.
maintain
I mean,
करने का
every
tips and
map.
tricks
You know,
कुछ
some
नहीं
people
है.
even saying how
मैं
many
तो कुछ नहीं
times can
करता.
Cushy really keep the rounds alive. But hey,
गुलाब
if he can do it
जामुन
almost every single
खाया कल
time,
नहीं.
then why not rely on it? Because that's what he's built for.
My ult is ready.
Able to bring that consistent performance across now, coming back in to reinforce mid quite a bit.
अल्टर रिगो में खेलता था हाँ क्या?
So the sheer wall still up on A. Now you can jump over this one, but obviously it makes you
बहुत प्यारा
very,
खेलता है,
very
बहुत
exposed and
प्यारा.
trying to scout out for it. Jeremy, he will trip it right before someone's ready. So that's a nice early trip before the minute mark. Team Secret, they can reset and start to work the map once again.
Forcing some of those smokes to be spent as well.
Okay, so with Killjoy
भाई ये
coming
लोग का
out from the
setup
club
बहुत
side
वहाँ
towards
पे है
mid,
लेकिन
you
RRQ का.
imagine, okay, probably
A
a
और
bit
B
of a
दोनों जगह
heavy
Vice
push
का setup
towards
है.
that A side, but a lot of focus still on mid. So the double stack by Art, no reason to move. Meanwhile, Cushy, he's ready to back out, back into the Y if he wants to get help.
एक
Just
सेकंड
in
के
the
लिए
perfect
मूव
time
किया.
as they let go of their positions. Monyet nowhere to go. He has to stay
एक
and fight.
सेकंड
He's
के
not
लिए
able to
मूव
get it.
किया
Meanwhile, site
भाई.
being cleared out by the Huntress Fury. This looks like it's going to be Team Secret taking control of the A site.
अरे आपका
He's
पति
waiting for
admirable
it,
तो है.
catches
Love
the jump.
you.
But for now, he'll reset.
Spike
सेव करो सेव करो सेव करो सेव करो
Allows them to get the spike down and set themselves
सेव
up.
करो 12-3 है
especially
लेकिन
closer
सेव करो
towards stairs, so a bit
हाँ
of a
करो ट्रैक
crossfire for RQ, Jemkin, and Estrella to break through.
है बे टाइमिंग का
2v4.
गेम ना
Can you set up for the trades off of each other? Jemkin, no dash, so no tricky movement this time. Goes for the
Right, so
drop.
turned out,
He gets fired right away by Jeremy. Close range with the rifle, and not much more Estrella can do here. With 0 creds left over, he is just going to back out.
Needing to. What a play.
चैट 5000 लोग देख रहे हैं स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो और हमारे साथ बने रहिए क्योंकि नेक्स्ट मैच जी जो करने वाला है डीएफएफ के साथ रेडी रहो
Yeah, I really like this team.
अभी से पोल हटा के डालू जी वर्सेस वो वाला बता
There with the drone, right? The drone causes them to look away from Art and say, hold on, is this a main push? I mean, with the setup they had, let's be very honest, RQ should not have moved, but it was a great setup from Team Secret because that's the best shot they had, and it works out perfectly as they imagined.
Right here.
इतना बेशरम लोग हैं
could come in through
भाई नहीं होने वाला है आज
next
वो
round. Now RQ still being able to buy back up.
मेरे को ऑलरेडी लीक्स मिल गया है
Closer
कौन
towards
सा
those
मैप और
elements.
क्या एजेंट है आज एकदम फर्स्ट क्लास एकदम फोकस्ड है
No
अपन
one trying to peek out of that smoke. Unaware of the exact buy, but you do imagine that with the round advantage they
focused
have, that it is going to be half armor rifles. No reason to try to save too much for the long con. One yet, it's just one away, but Jemkin takes control of B long. They still have the shear wall for the B site as well. So worst comes to worst, Jemkin can take some high risks. There's a lot of delay left for him behind.
इसको टारगेट कर रहे हो भाई हाँ
That's the idea for now. Meanwhile, the rest
इसको
of the
टारगेट कर रहे
squad just to reinforce.
ज़्यादा हो रहा है अभी
watch
जमकिन
out
भाई
for the A site, set themselves up for
मिलेंगे
some
लोअर
potential
ब्रैकेट में
sprays.
Yeah, but with no smokes left, this is going to be so tough. I mean, Jeremy has to go in and go big.
तीन
He
बंदे
has to be the
RRQ
one that
के हैं
shuts down
बे
these angles because there's nothing to cover his way in.
Could be the map, unless Jeremy can do something. Starts things off with a great blade into
क्यों
his
गया वो
straight.
अकेले
There's the blaze wall just to master movements. There's a great ping, and it gets the swing around
Shot,
against the jumping
babe.
jet. Cushy still alive. Fragment comes through. He should be right at the edge. You gotta let him get out of there,
लॉक
Monyet.
मत कर
They stay alive
मोनिए
for the time being. There's a
कर
great shock dart trying to get the spray down through the wall. Time ticking. Spike still not planted. Cushy still getting free kills. And then
भाई
there's the
खुशी
blade
ना
from
मान
Machiro.
रहा
Curveball
भाई
keeps him tied up. And it's the blades right to the hearts of Team Secret as RRQ takes
खुशी
this
ना
match
मान
to
रहा
Haven.
भाई तो
13
कितना
to
प्यारा
4.
खेलते हैं ये
Think
लोग
about the composition from before, right, against
Huh?
DFM, but right now, absolutely proves
खुशी आई एम
that
योर
RRQ
न्यू
really
फैन नाउ
has this
न्यू फैन
map pat down. I mean,
मजाक
the
से
way that
हटकर
they're able to execute so strongly in that first half really tells
भाई
all.
नया फैन
Yeah,
बन
just
गया मैं
really,
खुशी
really
का
strong attack. I wonder who's going to be the one to really break this down if they're able to match up against it, because right now, just off the scoreboard, I don't know if we've even seen all that much. They probably still have more prepared. It's always been just an absolute stomp, not too much variation. I do think Team Secret challenged them on a macro
गोल
level.
देखो
trying to
गाइस
adjust,
गोल
but it was
ऑलवेज
always just a
सेट
step
योर
too
गोल
late.
हायर
And RQ
का
ahead of it.
एग्जांपल
And
मैं ही
rarely
हूँ
did we ever get to see these two celebrate this much. You know, every team should get an assistant coach just so you have someone to celebrate with. You don't really get that from solo coaches.
I mean, sometimes you get some other things.
Well,
but-
yeah. Some other teams, maybe you don't want an assistant coach. A little dangerous.
Well, at the same time, though, I mean, again, it just is that consistent and dominant performance from RQ on the map all throughout. I mean, some of these players, we saw quite the moment from Monyet, but at the same time, I mean, Xpero topping the scoreboard with so many of his kills,
गाली
but
नहीं,
also
गाली
Cushy with the
नहीं।
consistent performances and spray transfers map to map.
Yeah, he's always so locked in anytime a battle starts. I mean, even just here, the backup arriving just
भाई
in
मस्त खेल रहा है
time.
कुछ लेकिन
So
मजा आ रहा है
RQ regaining the confidence, regaining that win onto the scoreboard.
Points दो
and
मुझे।
now all things come down to Haven. A great map for
तुम लोग
both
यहाँ
teams
पे माल
before we
कमाता हूँ
move
मैं
on.
उधर
Let's look back on Pro with the Analyst.
What we got,
भाई
we gotta see.
एक चीज सच्ची भाई डियर यूट्यूब आई रियली वांट सम मिनी गेम्स जहाँ पे तुम लोग ऐसे कुछ रिडीम कर सकते हो मेरे गाफ मार सकते हो समझ रहे हो कुछ मिनी गेम्स वाला एक चाहिए क्योंकि सोचो माल में इतना मजा आता है फ्लिप करो हाइस्ट करो ये करो वो करो एक दूसरे को दो क्यूटीज को इम्प्रेस करो मैं देखो कितना रिच हुई इसके चैट में बट मिनी गेम्स चाहिए बा भाई मिनी गेम्स चाहिए बा क्या बोलते हो? हाँ, कुछ नहीं तो एटलीस्ट प्रेडिक्शन, क्या बंक्स भाई ये गेम जीतेंगे? भाई अगर सच्ची में बोलूं, अगर कप्पा भाई आपके जैसे मेरा गोल कंप्लीट हो गया ना, इधर 1000 रुपया होता है, वहां से गोल कंप्लीट करने को $70, $70। जिक्स मत लगा, आज या फिर तुम जीतोगे या फिर जी जीतेगी, ऐसा कुछ तो। बैच चेंज करो यार, अगर पॉसिबल हो तो मैं बात करता हूँ यूट्यूब से। आई थिंक 3 साल के बाद कुछ नहीं है नया बैच। मैं देखता हूँ मैं पॉसी से भी बात करता हूँ। करते हैं, अभी करते हैं इंतजाम। डियर बाकी लोग के एडिटर और मेरा कम एडिटर पॉजिट्रॉन, मेरी ऑडियंस चाहती है कि कुछ नया नया अनोखा इमोजीज हो और रेडेंट के बाद भी कोई बैच हो। इज इट पॉसिबल टू डू? बताओ, अगर आपको टाइम मिले, बाकी लोगों का एडिट करने से, अगर आपको जिम विम जाने से टाइम मिले और लड़कियां पटाने से टाइम मिले, सब चीज़ से अगर टाइम मिले और अगर ट्रिप विप जाने से भी टाइम मिले, तो प्लीज़ प्लीज़ ये सॉर्ट कर देना। और कल रिपब्लिक डे का भी थंबनेल नहीं है, वो मैंने नोट डाउन किया है, ठीक है? तो आपका जो टोटल सैलरी है उसमें से 50,000 कट हो गया। हाँ।
And Rrq put a stop to it very, very nicely. And to me, this set the tone for the rest of the game because, as we can see from
इसको
this
जुलाब
replay,
जामुन नहीं दिया?
Rrq
नहीं।
decide that they want to take a main again, come there as 3. Secret notice it and they just
Banks
have to
by
back
make
away.
highlights of this
And
watch party.
constantly,
अरे
whenever
क्या
they
highlight
want to
बनेगा?
get to a
पूरा
main,
stream
they
में
have
highlight
to
रहता है
to
बैच।
farm up these orbs and one yet. Secret took it when there was no space, sorry, when there was no pressure coming in from Rrq, but far too easy for Rrq.
I mean, this is another example of Secret being very
Salary
ready for this.
25
These
होगा।
art splits were very common from RRQ. You get the instant nebula, the drone back in through A main.
बहुत
You
टाइम से काम
have
कर
a
रहा है
star
मेरे साथ।
already placed with the grab well. This was a great reaction from Secret where they completely shut down this push. Unfortunately, right after this, Estrella won an outstanding clutch which completely changed the tone of what Secret was doing on defense, unfortunately. So
आदि
despite the
के
fact
बाद
they had
मेरे
some good
एडिटर ही
reads,
है
the
hashtag
execution
2 पे।
wasn't quite there, unfortunately. And
आदि
even
hashtag
harken
1 पे,
back to, like I said, the
पॉजिटिव
DFM
है
series,
hashtag 2
where I
पे चल
remember
रहा है।
DFM took a tack timeout and 4-stacked A main, and they still couldn't stop RRQ from running into A main if they wanted to.
रुक
It
जाओ,
doesn't feel like
मैं
anyone can right now.
चाय
on this
गरम
map.
कर
I'd
गया
like
है
to say in
और
that round,
टोमेटो,
clutch
हॉट
coming in from
टोमेटो
Australia there.
चिप्स
I mean,
लेके
that was
आया, हॉट
backbreaker.
टोमेटो
It's so
चिप्स।
hard. It's, you know, if they manage to stop him in that round,
पैटर्न
to get the
क्लाइंट
momentum,
से
you
है
know,
वो, हाँ
I think
बहुत
Nico,
टाइम
it's
से
like,
वो।
it's really, and also in the mental game where I've had this happen before where you lose these rounds that you absolutely should win. A 4v1 you should win every single time. And when you lose that, it's just immediately in your head of like, oh no. And then you have to ego. Then it snowballs out of control from there. So really well played to Australia, keeping his team in the game and absolutely just a powerful game from RRQ.
In
That's
summary,
exactly what we want.
you love Australia.
I love Australia.
I love Australia too.
I think we should all love Australia a bit more too.
Yeah.
I'll let you guys determine it
That's
however
fair.
you want. Now, we are going to go to the third map. It's Haven. And honestly, I'm pretty excited to see this Haven. Team Secret has shown to be quite dominant on this map in the past. But, you know, a couple of their players have changed since then. We do know they like the A site. I don't know if they're going to pick a different site this time. They'll just keep hitting that site over and over again. But RRQ also have had some hits and misses with this particular map.
Yeah, it's felt very good for them. It's just like the close games that they lose. They did absolutely smash DFM on this map the same way that they smashed them on Pearl. So if that's anything to go by, and also pushing Gen G very close in a game that could have been winnable when Xferro was feeling under the weather and not having the best game once we ended up deep into the series. I mean, they got very unlucky in those last few rounds. I felt like they could have definitely won Haven. The defining thing for this matchup for me is it's mirror comps, but Jet on Jemkin. He's been dominating
every game on Haven, on the Jet, and Team Secret historically have played the Raze, including in the off-season against a Crest that was actually doing okay at some of those off-season events and turning a few heads. But they haven't played it in ages, and we saw them play Lotus, which they hadn't really played in ages, outside of course, the one Haven map that they played in the off-season, which means that maybe there could be a comp change again here from Secret.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely can't rule it out. We don't really know, but if I had to take a
Abbe,
guess, I
kya
think we're
kiya
going to see the
tune ye?
default comp versus the
With the
default.
Raze again?
No, I think they'll play Jet.
Okay.
If I had to guess, because I think Team Secret are great at this more
already go
fundamental,
down
slower
bana
focus to the maps. I
Kaisa
mean,
lag
we
raha
saw them
Binks
try and
ka
do it in
go down?
Pearl and it didn't work in the same way, but Haven is a map that they know. They've played so much Haven in the past, similar to Ascent. I mean,
Ab
these guys
Gujarat
will be very
Mumbai
mad that
se
Ascent's
hu
out the pool,
gone and
but
gone out.
exactly the same with Haven, where
Abhi now thank
it's
you so much
always
for
looked
the
very
training.
natural for them.
Hello.
I don't think they need
Guys
to go
like kar dena
too,
3K.
too rogue on this
Match
bit, to be
and
honest. I think I want to see head-to-head, pure, almost like 2022 Haven. You know, let's throw it all the way back. This is a matchup we've seen many times, and it's a matchup that, if it is Metacomp versus Metacomp, that these teams will have practiced and played many times, so it's much harder to be surprised. It seemed like they were somehow still surprised by the Phoenix from that last map.
Yeah.
So when things calm back down, it's a little bit more neutral, like we saw in map 1 with those kind of very similar comps. I think things might be slightly more favored towards Team Secret, but they have to bounce back hard until that map 2.
Yeah, and like you said, it's really hard to say. Historically, yes, they know Haven. They like the OG maps where you can really play default here. And this is a sofa map, to be honest. And Jesse has been showing up all,
Nice
even
color,
with
no?
the loss that happened the last map. He's been pretty consistent so far on those first 2 maps. So this is a hard call. That said, Rrq did lose Haven, but that was not without a fight. We did go OT, and then the OT, at that point, Gingy had figured them out. But leading up into that moment, Rrq also looked really dominant on Haven. And we were talking about match predictions for this. At this point on Haven, for me, it's a complete coin flip.
Yeah, I had just seen so much more of Rrq on this map lately, and even in the off-season, like you saw them playing against like PRX, for example, and pushing them close, outside of playing some of the Japanese teams like DFM, where they did lose against them with their older comp. With this new comp, it's been very, very promising stuff for them every single time. Jemkin seems to be having amazing games on it, so I'm feeling very confident for them. Secret's just a massive question mark for me. And I think they did kind of mix in the Neon as well sometimes, so I'm also questioning, you think it'll be the Jet. Jeremy's been quite good on the Jet, Abyss included, and even Pearl, again, I felt like he didn't play very good, but he's still got his numbers, so there's more ceiling there on the Jet. But Neon's definitely a possibility for Secret as well.
Yeah, 100%.
For me, I'm still confident in my pick of Rrq.
पहला मोटा था
Very
तभी
similar
problems
to
नहीं था
CHUMMI.
तेरे को
They
हाँ
have looked a little bit better on this map, but I mean, we said that they look good on Lotus, and then
पतला तो हो गया
we
भाई
see
सच्ची
what
नो
happens
शुगर
there.
अच्छा है
Didn't
भाई
didn't really work
मेरे को
out
लगा
that
नहीं
way,
था
but
That game of
No
Pearl was huge
sugar
for
mat
Meta,
bol.
though.
yeah, absolutely. And I do think that
No sugar नहीं
in
होता
these kind of series, if you
नहीं
have
नहीं
one
टोन
with
चेंज
map
हुआ
two,
तेरा
it's so easy to forget map 1 in
Don't
a way.
change हुआ
Like that mental reset of like, okay, yeah, no, it's not over, but on the inverse, I suppose, it's like you win and then you lose, you almost forget that you had that win. So
भाई
they
गिफ्ट
have
देने
to
के बाद मैं जाऊँ
find
क्या
some real
काओ
momentum
एक साल के लिए
to come back on this map 3, but I couldn't ask for a better map choice here. I think this is going to be a close game. I wouldn't be surprised for another overtime here.
Yeah, I
Kappa
absolutely.
bye
wouldn't be surprised
वापस
at all.
thank you
Giving
for the 17th Canadian
the agent
17th Canadian
picks.
Australian
Papa
dollar
भाई नहीं
I'm
है
really excited
वो
for this.
अरे A
I
silent
do
है
expect.
अभिनव रसमलाई
On
thank you
to
for the
Jet,
20
so
मिली
prediction
जान
coming in from Big Man Big Time. Yeah, I think Jeremy's looked very, very convincing on the Jet, so he's going to once again show that he can go head to head. I think that the Sova matchup, I agree with you, Vic, with Jesse
By
Dasha
vanilla
forward, he's in
comp,
back on
vanilla
his comfort
comp
edge
है, vanilla
up against
comp.
Cushy, who every time he's been on the Sova, even on Fracture, he has really been
ऐसा
delivering.
क्यों
That's
बोलते
gonna be another
vanilla
one to keep
comp?
your eye on.
Yeah, I mean, this is
Vanilla.
exactly what I was
Butterscotch
hoping
comp
for,
क्यों
I
नहीं?
think this is where we really take it back to those fundamentals.
Chocolate
of this
comp
map.
क्यों नहीं?
There's no more gimmicks now. There's no Phoenix doing different things that you don't get a lot of practice against. Both these teams have practiced against this comp a lot, so they should be very, very well prepared for this matchup.
That's right. Well, this is it. One of these teams will be going home, and one of these teams will be moving one step closer to Bangkok. We're going to send this back to our casters to take this last map
Vanilla
away.
is default वाह 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 मेरे को पता ही नहीं था
Haven
काफ मराने
is
बैठा हूँ इधर मैं
a
इतना
home
टाइम
away
से.
from home for both of these teams.
Question is
A map
chocolate
where
comp
they've been
क्यों नहीं है
actually able
default?
to punch up above their weight in previous years against some of the Titans in VCT Pacific, where they've shown so much prowess.
दिन में कितनी
Now
बार
they go
चाय पीते हो?
head-to-head,
कम से कम 5-6.
No shenanigans,
लेकिन
Jets on
3
both
कप.
sides, Killjoys on both
आधा
sides,
आधा
no
करके.
Astras, it's all the same.
All roads lead back to this one. We shall start things out though with RRQ on the attack and
इसमें
a
कल
lot
मैंने
of
क्या
presence,
chamber
a lot
खेला
of
था?
tension in towards C.
Yeah, and the turret placed just to check if they actually push up, and also
Control
acts as a
smoke
good
पहले दिया.
delay to GE. Gonna go for an early smoke, but they hide a nanoswarm inside, and you still have backup
ये
nearby.
देखा ना
So
main
2G
control
almost trying
smoke ही
to
रहता.
bait them into trying to check for more info, right? I'm just gonna hide away in backside. But RQ gets a read of it,
Note
and they
करे,
want to start
note
to
करे.
re-clear space elsewhere. Jeremy very far ahead.
इस
Nice
जगह
and
का
early.
turret भी note करे.
Still managing to stay
मैं
tucked
उधर ही
under
डालती हूँ.
just to watch
Alarm
out for
bot
some
और turret
potential
देख किधर है?
hit lines, but on
B,
the
C
other
गराज
side,
सब
though,
देख रहे हैं
RRQ
किधर.
हाँ मैं वही
slowly
करती
back in
हूँ.
towards mid, nothing quite found just yet.
मेरा stream नहीं
Going to be the
देखती.
drone for the
Rival
re-clear.
चलता है ना
Should
इसमें.
be a surprise to nobody. Curious to see if Jeremy tries to find a way to hide away or not. He's not going to hear it in time, so should get spotted. You know
See
that it's a
जाएंगे.
sheriff as well. Doesn't want to deal with that, and it's an instant rotate back over
It's
to the C
time
side.
for
RQ masking their information in A-main them.
execute.
Yeah, trying to keep them thinking that they might be in
भाई
towards
2G
A
के
long,
blast
but right
blind
now,
है. लग
straight back in towards
गए.
C. It's that turret that kind of keeps them off for now, but at the same time, Jemkin being able to get that opening shot. Now Wild Aria one traded right back, but Monyet finds 1-2. It's down on towards Envy, who tries to hold with the flashpoint. Manages to get onto one with Jesse Vash behind him, but Monyet, Estrella, they're all able to shoot them down, defending the C site.
Oh, Wild Oreo
लग गए
falling
secret
just
के
a
पास.
bit too early before Envy was able to confidently get back into the site. Also waiting for Jesse Vash to arrive, but by that point,
भाई
lower
blind
numbers,
अच्छा
Team
था.
Secret just
दो
had to hope that each of them
cross
were
भी
winning the
अच्छा था,
duels
लेकिन
at
उसका
each
stun और
angle.
counter blind
And
भी
at the
अच्छा
end of
था.
the day, it's too many targets.
Breach का stun और counter blind भी अच्छा.
Way too much as they all flood on through, just managing to keep everything within their control and getting the spike down at the end of it as well. So good little credits bonus for RRQ. Now the buy's coming up. It's 2 sheriffs.
Yeah, 3 rifles, 2 sheriffs. We have seen a lot of the 3 rifle buys come back into the meta. See if the sheriffs pay off as well.
भाई
as
इसको
those
vandal
are-
दो ना. काहे
that was
guardian
kind
दे
of
रहे
an
हो इसको?
investment coming into the Santa Ica.
इसको vandal दो.
A little bit. Altor picked up by Jesse.
भाई
but also
जेसी
that
भाई
force stack on
सेम मेरे
second.
जैसा A और main.
Yeah,
Same
RRQ,
messages.
what's your read after hearing that ult orb? Is it a stack or is it just a risk? Because the classic spam right afterwards, yeah, I think you're waiting for a push out from somewhere else. Kushi, he is stuck. There's the shock dart to buy him time. Xferal still watching from afar.
Just hold for it just in case. Shock darts right back, but of course TP's back from 2GE into safety. Still though, a good pickup nonetheless for RQ.
कुछ मत पूछो गोडाउन में
A
क्या कर
bit
रहे हैं. देना
far
अभी.
ahead, but it was during that action on C that he wanted
तेरा
to get
flower
ahead
और
to
वो
see
सब
if
है.
there's a rotation, if there's a push out
क्यों
from B
ऊपर
this
रहने
time.
ना.
So just getting ahead with that
Wow.
information. Now expecting a full rotate onto the other sides or just in the back of C. It's going to be a fast hit onto the B site. Not as much util, not as much firepower.
एक
Team
ये
Secret not
जेट
able
है जो
to
ऐसा
block
डैश
the
करता
plant.
है. हाँ, और एक अपने
Smokes
रैंक
up and
गेम्स वाले.
everything. I mean, look at the protocols as well for Jimkin to get up on top of the
कभी
boxes,
रैंक गेम में
just
ऐसा
in
हुआ
case.
जेट
Nothing
ने ऐसा
found,
डैश मारा रहेगा
so far so
ऊपर.
good, being able to hold down these sight lines when Team Secret does reaggress back in, but right around the edges of the smoke though.
With the Vandal as well in close range. No dash. He gives it up. Jesse Vash has picked it up. He's low on health. They know they need to clean that up. All right, that's the
man.
weapon dropped. Monyet now stuck in the cubby alone. There's the paranoia going out. He has to get out of the aftershock range. He just cannot find a target. It's an absolute
जीत गया
mess.
लेकिन.
Spike still ticking down. Time in favor of RRQ, but can they carry over the
ये लोग को
remaining
जल्दी
weapons?
खत्म करना
Xferal
पड़ेगा.
gets one,
गन्स
Estrella
लेना है.
gets 2 to clean things up. See if
Vandal
they can
लो.
find that Vandal. They do.
Yeah, just still being able to jiggle back and forth to collect on those final few kills. A little bit messy
भाई
though,
सिर्फ
so not
अगर
a
होल्ड
definitive
करते
round
थे ना
because
वो
they
लोग
do lose,
बी पे
at least a rifle back there.
और
At the
स्पाइक से
same
पड़ते
time,
थे
for
तो ये लोग को
Team
2
Secret
गन
to be
मिलता भी नहीं
able
था.
to kind of surround the smoke and swing onto it that way.
Yeah, I mean, Jesse Vash just finding the right timing, the right angle, and Jemkin perhaps realizing he was stepped a bit too far forward.
भाई एस्ट्रेला ना मान रहे रे.
Inching out of the smoke, but either way,
कैसे
this
बड़ा
round
भीम?
somewhat saved, and you can still try to match the
सीधा मुंह पे
firepower
मारते हैं एनिमी.
on the side of RRQ.
मेन यूटिल्स है रे. क्या यूटिल्स की वजह से क्यों हो रहा है ना. वो मेन
Oh,
है.
fast hit into garage.
ऐसा खेलने में मजा आता है.
Yeah, it's just the mask on A lobby. It's just going to be a fast one. Envy, can he provide the backup that they need on the side of Team Secret? We got to watch the site right now. Xpharaoh getting traded. Wildoria holding on, but Estrella answers back, and then the Paradigm pushes him back. Sets him up for Estrella for a double kill. Site opened up again. 3v2 on the bonus. Jesse Vashi's coming up. He's been heard, and Cushy gets the timing on top in the Silva battle once again.
ये
Rolling
थोड़ा
Thunder
अल्टी ज़्यादा था. ये
already.
थोड़ा अल्टी ज़्यादा था.
Just wanting to secure the round, perhaps a bit rushed, but one way comes out, the round should be secured. We'll see if they really would have needed it, but you know what? I'm always a big advocate of if you get it nice and early, use it, get the snowball going. So for now, we'll wait and see.
Yeah, it's still a good pickup nonetheless from Rrq, being able to break on through that way. We talked about the
6-0 चल रहा है ना
still
शायद
trying to hold
Estrella?
for Team Secret, right? Back towards the C side, but Estrella just being able to surround the back.
Estrella क्यों बे? L किधर है?
As well.
दो L है.
Everything flowing so smoothly so far. It's that momentum carry forward.
Estrella.
Previous map.
Yeah, 3-0. If they can continue
Tomato
this
chips
on
का
the
इधर ही
attack,
है.
really get that lead you want on
जी
this
को डाल
map
तक
from the
आऊंगा.
attacking side. We'll see if Rrq can forget some of their past demons.
So far so good, and once again back into it. Just being able to flash on through and then peek out towards the back
Peri
lines.
peri.
I think this was pretty crucial as well. The fact that Cushy was able to
Desi
get into position
masala.
early enough to spot out Jesse Vash.
Peri
That bonus
peri.
really means quite a bit to them, but also hurting Team Secret. You know, reeling from the losses. Jeremy, the one hero Vandal. Let's see what he does.
Yeah, saved over, so they want to work off of it. It's a fast push
मिल गया.
out of mid. Has it quite been spotted? Yes, it has. The turret
तब तक
spots
अंकल
him, so
किसका
Rrq,
है?
they make the call. It's going to be a fast hit. There are nano swarms, there
अंकल
are
किसका
turrets.
quantity कम है?
Lots of killjoy util. Omen arrives as well.
But set,
Rrq
set.
might want to rethink this one.
Yeah, pumping the brakes for now. I mean, spotted out
चलो
by
सी
the
चलो
front
हो
as
गया.
well. Jesse
काम हो
Vash
गया.
with that sheriff. So hanging further back, and at the same time, Jeremy has repositioned.
A hit तो नहीं करेंगे.
Still has that
सी
Vandal in
जाएंगे.
hand, just checking to see if it was a fast
सी
rotate
जाएंगे.
through
मेरे को
mid,
पता है.
but
मेरा बात हुआ था
without
उससे.
finding information, Team Secret, they now need to make a choice. And I like this. They're going to continue the stack, but they want to look to push out. They want to make sure they keep Rrq on their toes instead of just waiting for a 50-50, or in this case, a 30-30-30. So they will just slowly creep out one by one. Not yet, not looking. He's trying to set up the smoke. He gets taken out. That is a rifle dropped. Rrq not in position to protect it. They have to go.
Yeah,
बोला ना
close
बी
signal.
जाएंगे.
Spike down already on towards B. Quite a bit of space to work
God,
with. And Jemkin off towards the races as well, out towards A Link. Gets the first one and hangs back. Estrella
God,
there for the support.
ये
Too
ना
many
मान
targets.
रहा.
Well, we
ये
will
ना
at least
मान
get one,
रहा.
though. So a bit of a pickup from 2GE onto that Vandal right now. Looking for furthermore as Envy keeps that investment on towards the other side, but then the targets continue to swing. It's
9-0.
Estrella who gets up the 3K.
I don't know what Ewok and Warburton
9-0.
told Estrella. I don't know if he heard the critics, but he is firing. And also 9-0 and 2
fuck?
as the breach in just 4 rounds. Over 2 kills per round on average as a breach with 0 deaths. He's already used the Rolling Thunder. He's going on towards the second one. I mean, this is just an incredible performance so far. Obviously, you know, the map
क्या
far
बे
from
ऐसा
over.
player चाहिए
But
टीम
what
में.
a start to have as an
मानुष भाई
IGL.
काय कर रहे हो?
Gotta imagine it just, yeah, feels good, and it's gonna keep on flowing through. Such a valuable ultimate as well. As the next round comes back up, it's a full buy from Team Secret.
लग गया. RRQ आ रहा है ये round.
It's a tricky one, Jeremy, but he has been spotted. They're trying to spam
थोड़ा
him
जल्दी हो
out.
गया.
Continues, okay. Matrix is out of there.
थोड़ा जल्दी हो गया इस round.
The flash being spent as well, though.
Oh, the updraft as well. So really on the side of Rrq, just making sure they don't want to take any chip damage on that. It is a big investment, but also trying to keep Team Secret on their toes.
भाई turret में free
Jeremy
kill है
will
उसको.
refill garage as well, so
और लोग re-clear करेंगे बे.
looking to explore their
B
options.
के बाद
across the
re-clear
map, just
करना तो पड़ेगा उन
A
लोगों को.
for now, while the rest of them continue to hold outside of garage.
Yeah, they have lockdown, so really going to be looking for that A site, whereas Team Secret, they're willing to give up A, but they don't want to give up the garage setup for the lockdown. That's why he's so obsessive about it, but man, peeking out
Clean.
just too
Clean.
far out of curiosity.
A
And
भी
then
मिल
you
गया
saw the
free में.
killjoy as well, so you
Clean
still
बे.
need to stick
Clean
around
के लिए
garage in
RRQ.
case it's a lockdown for C.
A little bit unfortunate. Hunter's Fury possible as well, though, for Jesse Vash. Rrq just kind of getting a little bit closer in. Holds on for that recon, just trying to set up for it.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, ready for it, just relying on it as the ping. But he does get the tag. Not able to get the kill. I think he just fully believed he might have gotten it, trying to look for a third. But he is going to back out.
And the smokes come out, spike down as well. all the players in position.
तुझे अल्ट क्यों नहीं गया?
Far forward, going forward to break that lockdown.
Abhi?
Chemkin, when does he push out? Is there a setup? No, it's just going to be him alone, and he runs right against the corner of the wall. Kushi will get one, but that is the site that needs to be emptied. Estrella, he hangs on to the very end. I thought they would surely check.
ये बंदा
Placing swarm grenade.
Nano Swarm's coming out. Half already done. Gets off of it. He's inside the smoke, but it's a 1v2. Steps onto it, and right outside of the smoke, a good angle held by Xfero.
Just what an unbelievable play and round from Rrq. Just Estrella, despite the lockdown under his nose, he's still just holding up inside
क्या
of hell.
बंदा है बे
Moment to
अचूला,
strike. You would have thought, if you were Team Secret, you would have thought it's just that initial player, Cushy, right? But then dropping down, just kind of neglecting that there might have been a second one, and Estrella able to take down two before he actually falls.
And just a nice hold there at the end as well. The timing of the Nano Swarm, perfect. Xfero keeping his eyes on the spike. And yeah, I mean, you got to go for another early timeout. It hurts, but at this point, you just got to stem the bleeding if you're Team Secret.
Everything that has been thrown at towards Rrq hasn't quite gone their way. You know, whether it's just that garage hold or even getting some of the reads, right? They had the Hunter's Read, they had the lockdown, but Rrq was able to kind of bypass quite a bit of it.
See what the reads are right now. Trying to, given the move, trying to get ahead of Rrq, right? The aggressive position from Jeremy, just not giving up garage, making sure to force him back because they have the setups ready with the Hunter's Fury on. Look like they purposely emptied
ये लोग
it.
mid control लेके ही रहेंगे, ये लोग का हो गया.
Out with the lockdown. And at the end of the day, it still falls
लोग अभी
short. Of course, Jeremy
पैसे
falling
नहीं
a
खेल सकते.
bit early, trying to confirm that information.
नेयरमैन एक कंट्रोल ले रहे हैं.
I do wonder if it's going to be the save, maybe a potential up or some.
मतलब किधर का तो कंट्रोल ले रहे हैं वैसा.
And we have seen a little bit of that from Jeremy.
सीधा पुश. W चलो.
Like nothing more than to have a chance to redeem himself as well with that operator. When he's good, he's so good with it.
आ गया बे.
Spots him out, forces him out with the tailwind. Chemkin just continuing to charge forward, really forcing them to use that util. But Rrq, you can tell they're cautious. Oh, he wants to try to get ahead of the smoke as well. Risky business, but he will succeed. Cushy, he gets a double over and short, and that's the call. Shots are fired, and Rrq, they start marching in. It's a fast flank from Wild Oreo, but just with one sheriff. I believe he's been spotted right there. Monyet just going to clean it up with a headshot.
And that's pretty much going to be the round. I mean, again, it's one of these where Team Secret might have had some ideas in, you know, gathering intel across the map. It was 2G with the judge pushing outside of C, but now down to it, as long as Cushy is online and active, just taking those 2 kills outside of A short, the whole round got flipped.
Going for that recon just to go for the hunt right now because Xfero, the only one without that ultimate. He's waiting and he spots him. No, not like this! And he gets the knife! 2GE falls to his knees as Rrq go up to 6.
An ex-teammate who does it as well. I mean, a little bit of mercy there. he kind of went past him for a second, just a brief second, but still. A fun little knife kill for the round and a flawless pickup for Rrq. Showing no signs of slowing down whatsoever.
Oh, and he waves hello. Oh, I think he's feeling much better. I think he's way back in. Look at him light up. I mean, he's just glowing up on stage right now.
That's a doctor's prescription.
6-0 पे बे.
Feel better. That's all you need.
That is rough for 2GE. Had such a good start in this best of 3. Obviously,
भाई वो RRQ ने वो ऑन किया है भाई, infinite abilities देखो, सबका ulti on है.
The real question is Team Secret, can they recover some more rounds in this first half? 0 on the board.
बच्चे cheats on करके infinite abilities on.
Jeremy this time though. Just the thing is, Rrq's headed towards C.
Yeah, just a good read right now. And in fact, not checking C either, right? Not that C long at the very least. Just checking in for garage. They notice it's a turret. And that's going to call a lot of pressure away from A. Re-exploration with the drone. Up, hides away.
Problem है कि ये लोग
Okay, so keeping that thing hidden.
ये लोग वो नहीं कर पा रहे रे.
Well. I mean, everyone from
Breach के साथ Jet लड़ने का.
Okay, but that should be the signal, right? You notice that it's the op still on A main. They had to peek because they had no idea if it was still C or A. But now RRQ, they have to get going. They have to get into the C site and get a
अब ये
little
लोग
bit
पोस्ट
more
प्लान खेल रहे हैं, ठीक
information
है?
using the rolling thunder. But the crux of it
अभी
will
पोस्ट
be
प्लान में
Xfero
किलजॉय का
on
अल्ट
the
भी आ
lurk and
सकता है,
mid.
लेकिन किलजॉय है नहीं ना सर.
Have to do quite a bit, has to have the right timing. Meanwhile, the rest of his team continuing to hold outside of C-Link. Initial points of entry, as well as from the shadows from 2GE. Not quite spotted, and there's the kill down towards Estrella. Monyet trying to hold from backside. Xfero starting to get on the move. Now, but Monyet with spray downs. Hit me, baby, one more time. Jesse Bash strikes back. The second kill, and Team Secret finds their first pickup.
बाप रे
Oh, the alarm
मोनिए.
activating as well. This one went perfectly for Team Secret, and a big part of it was 2GE with that from the shadows. Really expands the area that RQ needs to cover, but he also got that kill. Dwindles the numbers. Monyet made it
क्या मारा
dicey with that
बे.
triple kill, but at the end of the day, it's going to be Team Secret finally getting on the board.
Just being able to find those numbers and onto the other
Oh.
side of the top as well. Even though the go signal was sent all the way into the Z site, just not quite able to hold as the flood continued to go through those gates. So Team Secret now starting to show a little bit more assertion across the map. Hopefully, you can see them start to pick up some more rounds in this first half.
Yeah, you have that rolling thunder.
किलजॉय का रहना
on
चाहिए
the
था
way
रे टीम के साथ.
from the Huntress Fury as
पोस्ट
well.
प्लान बहुत
Very big
भारी पड़ता है
ultimates
वो
that
लोग.
they would like a lot. RRQ had the lockdown that previous round, but didn't have a chance to use it. So
चार
operator is
बंदे
still set
पे
up. So
भाई,
Team
चार
Secret,
बंदे.
you basically play it the same, right? Make them fish for information on C. If they try to go for a reclear with the drone, hide the operator away, and then once again set up a trap play. It should always be the same. So RQ looks like their choice right now. It's just to say, okay, we don't want to deal with that. Let's see if you use some of your ultimates to push us out of B. But oh, they're not going to have the chance to do so.
Yeah, tried to get within
Jet
range.
को मारा ulti.
The Ping and the Hunter's Fury now out. Not really finding too much, but still buying time away from RQ, who are now flushed in towards A.
Oh, not expecting 2GE on the cross either. Only fixated onto this operator. It's going to be a spread out
Love you, yaar.
angle, but look at Jeremy. He's slicing it very well, close range, lining them up, gets one kill, and gets out to safety.
Support from Jesse
Bro का
Bash
rash
as
चला.
well. Recon just to check out short. Maybe nothing noted for now, but the TP
अबे इसके
definitely
बाद
heard.
RRQ का टाइम
RQ's
आउट आने
giving
वाला
away,
है.
30 seconds left at this point. RQ
कोच बोलेगा सीधे
having
जीतने का
to
मन है कि
make
नहीं है
a
बता दो.
decision.
It's going to be a save. Making that choice. I mean, 3v5, they have the Rolling Thunder, they have the operator.
नाइफ में
You
कर दो
might
ना
have
जब
made
जब
an
तब तब.
argument for do you try to draw
हाँ ना,
out
उसके
the
बाद ही
Rolling
2 रन
Thunder or
जीते ना.
anything like that, but just given the fact that you would still have to maybe go back into the operator's crosshairs, RQ making a cold-hearted decision. We'll see if it pays off. Obviously, still a lot of rounds left.
Yeah, at least to keep those in for some of the future rounds. Keeping themselves in current positions as well in case Team Secret does decide to get a little bit cheeky. But for now, I mean, still a great hold from Team Secret. You can see that this op from Jeremy
Hammer
now
ले लो,
starting to
Evoke
pay
bye.
dividends.
सुना दो.
Yeah, that's exactly what you've wanted maybe for this entire match, right? Is Jeremy getting that operator, being able to shut down certain lanes. You know, even if it's not a lot of kills, just the most important ones to deny that access. And that round right there is
इसी
why
जगह
you
तो लग
love
गए.
to see that jet on the op.
अटैकिंग मैप है. वे लोग एटलीस्ट
Continue to
8-4
get a
ऑफ
little bit
चाहिए.
more tense as well for the side of RQ. 2 rounds lost in a row. They can still afford quite a bit, so
Jeremy's ready for it. The drone does spot him. It's a nice attempt at the swing. And the
Shot
Hunter
by Jumkin.
move. Not able to scope in time. And Kushi gets a second. While Dorio still holding on. Not in a good spot. Can he find an exit? He gets 3. He doesn't need to exit. He will take control of the site. Kushi left alone. Xfero.
किलजॉय को
Kushi needs
दे.
to make a run for it. He will get the
Ay,
smoke clears.
yeah.
Spike dropped. And Xfero all alone.
1 सेकंड.
what an unfortunate moment. Xfero now off the races. Footsteps immediately heard.
Hunts him up. Finds them up. Chooses to fight them at range.
कैसे
Fully healed. Back on the stage.
कैसे
Xfero looking great in this map 3.
What a 1-on-2! It was a spike down, and by all means, he didn't quite have the advantage, but still finding that confidence and the assertion to swing all the way out lines them up perfectly. The setup from RRQ to really create that pressure against Team Secret. Wildor held his own by no means, but at the same time, it's just Xfero at the end of it all.
It had to have been a just conscious choice, knowing where the spike was dropped. Because they had the choice to actually try to stay on site, but they decided to choose, hey, let's go out to C main. Let's back out and fight him at range, because he's going to have to peek us. And Xpero uses that to his advantage.
It's incredible.
ऐसा नहीं हारना था ये
This
लोग.
round now, though.
See if Jemkin can punish any members of Team Secret. Their own operator right now on the C side for the first time after that loss in the previous one. See if he can find some success. It used to always be that A side. Jemkin's waiting for it though, so Rrq should have an inkling that it's a similar setup. The difference, Wild Dorio now peeking with him, ready to destroy the drone.
That might have
ड्रोन
been a
दौड़ा उन लोगों को पता है
bit
कि
of
ऑफर
a
इधर ही है.
tell, so not really wanting to challenge it too much.
W.
Yeah, I mean, it is a bit of a 50-50 call, but I like what Rrq is doing, just saying, trying to get
गलत
ahead of
खेला
it.
बे.
At least the operator's not a main, because Jemkin's peeking into it. It could
No,
be only a close
1v2.
angle, but right now, no information on the side of Team Secret.
सब कुछ कर सकते थे.
Yeah, for now, Rrq might be able to keep things hidden,
30 seconds
find a way
left.
to sneak into the A side.
भाई दो
Lots of
heavy
ults on the
ult
side
है.
of Team Secret. They
Secret
need
के
to be
पास
careful if they want to
heavy.
choose to go for a retake. Envy already deep into the site to try to provide support for 2GE. There's a dash in. He gets pinged. It's a
Nice
quick kill from
recall.
Jesse Vash. There's a close range from Manyet though. Continuing to pinch in on the side of Rrq. They're going to stop the plan. Only 10 seconds. There's spike drop. And can they stay alive? Manyet, no, he
What?
eventually goes down to Jesse Vash.
बॉन्डी ने
Round
दो मारा
over.
क्या
No
स्टन
waste
में?
given, but Jesse Vash will take the round win.
So quick to respond.
हो गया अभी ये
Just as
साथ में
soon
खेलेगा.
as everything
इसका
gets
लर्क
sent
इतना
in,
फायदा नहीं हो पा
domino
रहा है.
effect of it all. First dash, and instantly Jesse Vash knows. I mean, he's played against this so many times already. The recon just to set up and find that shot against Jemkin. Furthering on from that as well. See those flashes, the rolling thunder, perfect moment from Envy to send in
तीन
and
मारे
support
भाई,
his
चार
team.
मारे भाई
Just
जिससे
for
ने.
Jesse Vash to find that
बस उसने
final
दो
tap,
जो
gives
स्टन
him
में
the
मारा ये
4K.
दिखाओ. Oh
Yeah,
my
I mean, it's great util, like you
god.
said, especially the recon, because you know you shut down Jemkin, and then it just has to be a flood, especially with the timer.
क्या है
That
मैं लोग
actually
का?
Okay, a little bit of a break from the Rrq side. Really wanting to keep this lead. They don't want it to even out. They don't want the status quo of 7-5. They want more. They want to dominate. They want to make sure they don't run out of steam.
They already did so well thus far, needing to keep that wind in their sails. And that was one of those things that they faced against Gen G a couple days ago as well. So definitely not wanting to let that score slip
क्या
away
एल
from
स्टन
them.
है क्या फायदा स्टन का? अरे
So
ऐसा
far they
मारना
had
नहीं चाहिए, वो तो
found-
मार
they
लिया
found
उसने.
a couple of ways to find those
ये
counters,
possible
or
होना
at
नहीं
least
चाहिए.
trying to get that pace on through into sights, but Team Secret had found answers to those as well. So right now, I gotta imagine
RRQ is one of
maybe
the best teams in
the coaching
Pacific.
staff can
RRQ
find a
अच्छा.
solution
PRX
to
भी है बे.
Jeremy's op to
लेकिन
alleviate a
जीतेगा तो
little more
G.
map control for them.
Yeah, that's been obviously something that they've tried to solve in the game.
मेरे
They're
से ज्यादा कोई
finding the
कट्टर
location,
सपोर्टर है जी
not
का?
acting
बताओ.
off of it,
बताओ.
but they haven't gone for a rush in a couple of rounds. And I was
कप्पा
hoping
भाई
that
है.
if that's what it was
उसने
going to be.
एक
Looks
गोल
like the
वाला
setup,
किया है. कप्पा भाई है.
they'll wait. A far recon boat coming out on A main. They imagine that it might be a fast push out, so a reset from Rrq.
This time, Jeremy on towards B.
Yeah, waiting for it. They haven't noticed him here just yet.
Clean
Garage
round
control
by
first.
RRQ.
Spams in
Clean
to allow
round by
for Jemkin to
RRQ.
slip through.
Waiting to see.
ओमन भाई
if he
चट को
fires
रिटेक
again.
खेलना है. चट को.
Trying to fire back against the Tracers. A lot of respect from both sides.
Backs off away from the smoke. 2GE playing further backside as well, just in case he needs to kind of put up that wall.
चार बंदे गराज में
Do
जाके
have
नॉइस
the
कट किया है
lockdown.
भाई.
You could use it for the entry. You could use it in the post plant, especially with garage control. 2G tries to get ahead of it, but he gets caught at the edge of the cloudburst. Eyes covered, but it's a fast flood back in.
Mark,
Jeremy
double
with the
kasam.
blades, only good for two, but Envy already right behind him. He's holding on to backside. While Dorio, can he get outside of the smoke in time? Envy will buy enough time. Doesn't need any more as he cleans it up.
बाप रे.
Envy and Jeremy still finding those powers. It is his month.
Ninjutsu
And
ने
he's
क्या
able
मारा है?
to go up for that wide swing. You would have thought that maybe 2GE got a little bit way too
Jemkin by shout out to
ahead,
you.
but because his teammates were right there behind him, just finding
Knife
that
नहीं
trust
करना था.
to be able to go in through with that play. Envy
Knife नहीं
again
करना
as
था।
well, just so calm and collected,
हाँ?
being able to hold down the angles. Team Secret continue with their foothold, now finding those adjustments against RRQ on the defense.
Big round for Team Secret, right on the edge of a 5-7 half. They'd be very happy to take that scoreline, given how things started. Meanwhile, RRQ, the buys haphazard, only a sheriff for Australia. That lockdown still sitting in the pockets of Xfero.
हाँ बे कुछ काउंटर नहीं है मारना
At some point, he's gonna have to come and play. Right now, this op.
All right, so they're watching mid. Oh, Jimkin already gets the kill though.
कैसे
There's the op peek, but he doesn't quite get the kill. Does stay alive, that's the most important part, but
कैसे मारा
the
उसको
setup
स्पैम
not
में
coming out with as much profit as Secret would have wanted.
And it's 2G down as well, so Smoke's a little bit gone from Team Secret's side now.
ऋषि भाई इन चैट किधर
Definitely
है
affords a lot more for RRQ coming back in to refill this A spot, A position.
Yeah,
मेरे को
RQ
तो
pushing
Streamlabs
through.
दिख रहा
Now
है
there is that lockdown for the retake from Waldorio or to push them out, and look at how far ahead Envy's getting ahead of it. They need to make sure that they position the op in
पहले
time.
चिट्टा
Jeremy
बनाया
weak in health as well, so it's very tough to go for the retake. Bash, how much time can he buy? Can he get anybody through the spam? The shock darts, how
जैसे
much
से
damage
इसका
will
माउस
they
अंडर
do?
क्रिकेट
It's
2
gonna
के वाला
bounce around
माउस
quite a bit against
इसको क्या
Munyet. A little bit of scratch here and there. There's going to be the lockdown.
एक ही
Counter
माउस
lockdown
लेना है
as well.
जिंदगी
They'll
में
just
अच्छा वाला
accept
लो
this by Planet, but Jesse Bash gets one pick, gets answered back by Xfero.
Yeah, but then the counter lockdown truly just buying so much more time for
लेकिन वो टूट
RRQ.
गया ना
Monyet in with the From the Shadows play as well, just to instill a bit more fear onto the other side, keeping things tucked
Hello?
in underneath Hell. Xfero continues to hold from long as well, so a bit of
Huh?
a crossfire now set up from them. As Jeremy falls, things are being told, and Monyet is able to then
3-3.
swing out alongside Kushi Estrella with the final
Ah.
kill as well, and that's RRQ finding the round, ending the first half 8-4.
I was getting a little scared when from the shadows he uses it as bait, like you said, to buy time, but instantly the paranoia used to let them know that he's hell. But that's because
तो
they're
अभी
trying
सीधा
to take
जवाब
that
भी दिया कर
productivity
माफ
and
करो
really
यार
catch
रेजर का
Team
कोई भी
Secret off
माउस लो
guard.
ऑन
It
टॉप पे
works
भले
off,
खाना
and
खाना गया
this wasn't a bad setup from Team Secret. I liked it. You push out from mid, destroy the turret, and try to set up Jeremy for success, but Jemkin was just too quick.
Too slippery.
8-4 baby
So still not the worst scoreline for
अभी जीत
Team
गया RRQ.
Secret. They were able
अभी
to
जीत
find just a little bit towards the end
अभी
of this
100
first
टका
half,
जीत
but then RRQ comes back in with a bit of a
8-4 is
showstopper in that
doable
round.
लेकिन
We'll
जीत
see how things continue to shake up in the second half.
I mean, both of them getting such important rounds for themselves. Team Secret, obviously,
आप आगे
trying to
तो
make sure that they can try to chain together a couple rounds, get close to that 5-7.
PS
But
के
like
लिए
you
दिक्कत
said,
होएगी
RRQ puts their foot down when it was most important, still keeping a decent lead.
भाई टीम
8-4,
कैसे हार
not
सकता है
anybody's
बताओ ना
game,
भाई
especially with the
जेम्स
pistol.
किन बहुत
But you
मारता है
do
मॉनी
feel
सबसे
confident that, okay,
क्यूट
we
है
had that streak and we have
एक्सपेरो
what we
मारता
would
है
like to call
खुशी
at
भाई
least
कहाँ
an
से आ गया पता
advantage
नहीं
going into the second half.
And without a doubt, definitely thinking that maybe Jeremy is able to feel a little bit more confident so far right now. I mean, all throughout today, not finding, his own moments, but then
Hey,
starting to
Pankado!
pick up a little bit.
Where is
Just
my
on this
G
map,
jersey
especially
G
with
fighting
down to the pistol on the attacking side for Team Secret. You gotta imagine he's eager to
I
find
searched the
quite a bit.
डब्बा मेरे को मिला नहीं
He had some good movement with the Blainstorm as well. Lots of confidence coming up for Jeremy.
G fight
He's going to need it. Being that solo jet on Haven, the team sets you up. You got to go in, create space, get those frags. That's how this map has always been played.
But on the other side, though, that's Jemkin. Also,
Dो
looked
minutes
quiet
किया
before now, but I
Storage
mean,
वाला
he's
डब्बा
still always been
तेरा
ready.
मिला जर्सी तेरा जर्सी
He's
उधर ही है
able to
ऊपर
pop off, get that operator early. That's always such a big point
हाँ
for any team with a jet on Haven.
वही तो क्वेश्चन
The
ऑफ
shock darts to
आंसर
ruin
तूने
some of the
रखा
setups
मैं
over by B.
हाँ
Australia will
एक
respect it,
सेकंड
but
तू
nothing
चिल्लाई मेरे
there
पे
to be erased. It's
नहीं,
going to
मैं
be
तो
on
तूने
Garage
कहा
and
था
C
बाबू।
main just for
हाँ
delay on
रखा
the side of
मैंने
RQ.
इधर तो रखा मैं
Just to get in position with that fault line, but a quick B hit from Team Secret, straight already in. Jeremy in with the dash as well. Smoke set up, and that's going to
Yeah.
be RQ now trying to surround the
PRX
site.
है वो
Jeremy
मैडम
hasn't gotten stunned, but he still gets gunned down by Jemkin. They're now stuck at the entrance of A-Link. Envy can't
लग
see anything.
गए
Cushy,
लग
good for two.
गए टीएस के तो
Flash kinda
लग
hurting them a little
गए
bit as well.
पिस्तौल इंपॉर्टेंट था
2G backed inside of Gong.
यहाँ से there is no
All
coming
Oriole
back
in with the nanoswarms to try to delay as much as possible. He's playing from either side. And the ping. Oh, 2GE not quite able to strike back.
They need to get on it. They are a little bit weak, but Cushy with good cover will be able to pick up the kill himself and the defuse. 5 points for the Sova towards his Hunter's Fury.
पिस्तौल भी जीते बे.
Just in one round.
अपना राइट के गोडाउन में हो सकता है?
A lot going his way
कह रहा है
for
वो.
Cushy. And right here, I mean, just so aware, despite the fact that they're not going to see
राइट के
any
गोडाउन
type
में हो
of
सकता है?
lateral. Jeremy not able to get that first kill. A good ping as well. Common collected. Cushy just trying to bait them out with the low health, gets the
एक
kill
तेरा भी
himself.
है.
नहीं ये कुछ और है.
So unfortunately, the B hit doesn't quite work out. RQ, you know, they have themselves set up
G-Bye.
extra, especially those fault lines as well.
खुशी भाई दुख दे रहे
See a
लैंग्वेज.
similar setup for the
लेकिन
next
मैं सच्ची
upcoming
चाहता था कि
round
RRQ
with
जीते.
the Ghost on the
RRQ
side of Estrella.
अच्छा टीम.
Oh, Jemkin just gets an early kill in A main. Jeremy, though, going to be answering very quickly. He picks up a nice little judge for close range.
उसका थोड़ा फ्यूचर ब्राइट वाला सीन हो गया ना वहाँ पे.
Gunned down by Estrella, who's going in.
क्या
As a
है ये
pistol cloud right now,
लोग?
3 kills to his name.
क्या है ये
Shorty, he
लोग?
hopes they'll push him, but they don't really have any reason to. Estrella could with the Ghost. I mean, he could try to go towards that Rolling Thunder. Jesse Vesh gets one, no one there to trade him. There it is from Manyet. A quick turnaround with that
दिखाओ शॉर्ट
Spectre.
दिखाओ. शॉर्ट दिखाओ भाई.
Jeez, I mean, sure, they're walking into him one by one. Yes, he
Estrella
has the
पागल हो
angle,
गया.
but still
दिखाओ,
very
चलो.
clean with it. Estrella locked in today for map 3.
I imagine, especially after the clutch from before. The IGL definitely finding his moments right
बाप रे,
now
blind
in this
went.
moment to keep
बाप
RRQ
रे.
in the bracket.
ब्लाइंड वेंट डॉज करके
Yeah,
पेल
good
दी.
coverage, awareness of keeping that weapon protected.
That is
10-4,
PR.
6 points lead. Xfero on
He
Judge
is red
Student
color.
once again. It does seem like they've been doing this to really accommodate for him as well. Get him comfy and make sure he can just lock down one part of the area. Obviously, Garage well built for a weapon like the Judge.
अरे दो एकदम नया नया भी था.
Outside of A for now as well.
That is
Xfero
who's?
continues to hold. But once again, it's a bit of that B pressure, the
Yours,
mid
man.
pressure from Team Secret. And Estrella has to kind of respect it.
Oh, a nice attempt from Jemkin, but Jesse
मेरा
Bash is waiting for it.
पीछे नाम
Because
लिखा
of
हुआ है,
that push
size
out from
देख रही
earlier,
है,
because of
नूबड़ी.
how RRQ has been so active, this time he just waits and says, well, somebody's got to get information somehow
Transition
in the
करेंगे.
lobby. It's going to be the Jet himself.
Transition
Kushi
करेंगे
answers
सर.
back and gets the safety. No damage taken.
Has the Hunter's Fury
ठीक है
as well.
ऐसा कर दे अभी.
Yeah,
ये गेम
would
के
like
बाद
to see him take a
transition.
bit of a safer position once
मेरा
Manya
इधर ही ऊपर
gets
किधर
here
तो रखा है
because
शायद.
of that ultimate you mentioned. It is that buy round for Team Secret. Got the rifles, good paranoia to delay.
On
No
stream cam
entry allowed
language.
just yet.
Smokes up, but Jeremy will just kind of dash all the way in. Cushy holding the off angle, but instantly traded right back by 2GE. Monyet, good for one, but once again, those trades.
एस्ट्रेलिया जिंदा है भाई.
Meanwhile, Xfero, he has a lot of range to cover, but he
जिंदा है.
doesn't want to get caught on the way. But now with Wild Oreo down, you know you've seen him before,
अब
so
2v1
he can run
देखना
over.
कैसे खेलते हैं ये लोग.
Protects with the Judge. Wants to prevent the
2v1
push out.
देखना ये लोग कैसे
Can't
खेलते
let
हैं.
himself get seen just yet. Gotta wait for the heaven setup from Estrella.
देखना 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 देखना.
So
कुछ और
much
pick
patience
में
from
कुछ-
Rrq, and he spots him on the jump. Estrella continuing to rack up the kills as he leads his team to 11.
एस्ट्रेलिया क्या खेलता है?
Is
वैलोरेंट
such
खेलता
a
है भाई वो.
big number
ब्रिज
for
खेल रहा है.
RQ right now with that bonus. Essentially a 12 given the economy for Team Secret. Oh,
अब भी सीधा आंसर नहीं
it
किया
just
ना.
cannot
बाप
feel
खेलता है
too
बाप खेलता है.
good. The 1-on-2. And just Envy was desperately trying to bait someone out into a 1-on-1 with him, but just to no avail. Estrella played so smart, played it so safe to peek out from heaven.
The timeout comes out right
कब
before
से
it's
मत
too
करो
late.
यार.
7
क्या
points
6000
more
लोग
one
देख
away
रहे हैं.
from match
जिसने
point for
लाइक नहीं
RRQ.
किया लाइक कर दो, because this is gonna be the best
that match
stream
point before
ever.
on this map just a
2-0
couple
जीतने
days
वाला
ago.
है जी. 2-0
Different team, different
सामने
setting,
DFM
but RRQ
5-0 के बाद
surely working
सरेंडर
their best
करने
to
के
keep their
चांसेस है.
patience
वो लोग
right
के
now, but
लगने वाली है
all eyes on
आज.
Team Secret. What's the
आज
answer? It
सारी
feels like Coach
नजरें
now and Jesse
जी
Bass
पे.
going back
100
and
टका
forth,
जीतने वाले
sharing a lot
जी.
of the different ideas, but I'll be honest, I mean, coming into the second half, you haven't really been able to see that much. It's only been 3 rounds. And you lose the first 2 rounds, you lose that first contact, you didn't have the weapon advantage, and then sure, this time you win out on the first one, but you kind of get red on the rotate.
That's why it's just such a tricky situation to be in right now.
बक्सो
Call
दे
the
दे जीत गया.
timeout,
ठीक है
do
बक्सो
what
दे
you
दे.
can. You hope that you can get yourself more rounds, but everything's brought up and it's Jemkin with the outlaw.
Jesse Vash one away from the Hunter's Fury, but just a sheriff to his name alongside 2 other team members. Going to be a fast hit onto C side. The
Idhar
one
bhi
way
one
just to
way.
keep the range advantage. They get the Hunter's Fury. Does he use it to break
Idhar bhi
open the
one
site?
way.
Jesse Vash is one of those Sovas where he'll use it very proactively to gain space.
He's done it just a bit, but now rethinking that
Right here.
someone's holding the angle.
Deploying drone.
Here.
Nowhere to run.
Oh, he gets tagged. No way
Arre
out. It's a
baap
good
re,
follow
Jet
through
ko
from
mara
Jesse
dhoond
Vash.
ke.
Even trying to check for backup on the way. She will escape it. His own Hunter's Fury used.
कैसे जेट को मार सकते हैं?
Well, Dorio did take a hit from it, but not as much information as Cushy would have wanted. So he's trying to reclaim this
Inky dog?
position on the lobby. Does he find the timing? It's between him and 2GE. 2GE peeking out, and Cushy wins that one. Not sure of the remaining members. He's going to back out. Going for the drone?
Oh, all right. Cancels.
Yeah, just has to cancel it. He hears a Yuto coming in. He knows he just has to stay alive. Where are his teammates all
Actual में
closing
TS
in
जीता
from
तो
far
अपने लिए
away?
फायदा है.
Still keeps himself deep inside of A short.
There's the fault line to swing out. Oh, he gets the flick onto Wild Oreo. Starts to open up a little bit. There's pressure on main. Jesse has been spotted. Xfero cleans it up. Now closing in onto the site. They're aware of the position on L. Jeremy trying to push out, but they just cannot
Mouse घुमा के
find
बाजू वाले के घर पे गया है भाई
room. And
वो.
RRQ will reach match point on Haven once again.
हाँ?
Tremendous effort from Team Secret to break into the site with the Hunters.
बाजू वाले
Fury.
के
They had
घर
the
में
read
गया है वो
that
mouse.
possibly someone was on the other side. They found Jemkin, but breaking on through just couldn't get past Cushy, who's been here all
अरे.
throughout today. So many of these moments where he puts up that huge bulwark that just Team Secret cannot quite break through. I mean, look at how he's able to stay alive long enough, forcing Wild Oreo to come back in to check and clear. And he just gets a sharp flick against him.
I love the smoke from Manyan as well. Forces them to basically have to peek out at a bad timing. But honestly, from Team Secret, I can't blame him. It was a good idea to try to take down Jemkin from range. One of the star players, but as you mentioned, now there's more than Jemkin.
Now the trio are here to hold on to the A site. What very well could be
बस मारा ना
the
उसका क्लिक लेके.
last round for Team Secret. They do have a full buy.
Yeah, immediately the pings come
क्या
out.
कर
You heard
सकते हैं
the
भाई?
updraft
Secret
as well,
comeback
so it's
करके
one
कुछ
of
नहीं
those
ना.
boxes that Jemkin might be on. Team Secret, they'll need to keep that in mind. Wild Oreo trying to draw
भाई
attention
कुछ
on the
players
other
अगर
side,
turn on हो गए
breaking
फिर
some of that util from
tough
the
हो जाता है.
Killjoy garage.
ये लोग में तो दो है भाई. एस्ट्रेला भी मारता है,
He
कुछ
needs to
भी
get a
मारता है.
kill though before
सादा
Team
सुदा
Secret
भी
can
नहीं.
really move confidently. All right, both of them backing off it. Yeah, he has to just back out. He's drawn out a lot of util, so at least Paranoia gone from the potential retake. Some of that Killjoy util being destroyed. He can now try to delay the rotation, and he has to
भाई
trust
ये
his
लोग का
teammates
ट्रिपल
to break into
ट्रायंगल
site.
वो
Look
है
at
भाई
Cushy's
लग गए.
position. This is built for Mastraya there to support.
जी
And he
जी.
does get the first kill. He's ready for the second. This is where Cushy shines. But Jesse Vash answers
Huh?
right back. He is not done yet.
The veteran answers. Xfero on the other side, though,
30
denies
seconds
Wild Oreo. Then the quick transition
जाने
from
का आवाज
Team
नहीं
Secret
आया.
all the way across the map. Oh no, maybe it actually just is B. 2 on 3. Is this gonna be enough?
Yeah, they're just not sure about all the other information. Clears out any of the Killjoy util left. Jesse is so low. Envy at full health, but no util left. Fault line still on cooldown. He's gonna hold close. He has to get more kills. He just cannot land the shots. And RRQ will redeem themselves
W.
to stay
W.
alive in the lower bracket on the road to
मस्त
Masters
खेला भाई,
Bangkok.
मस्त खेला.
In a quick
Must kill up
13-4
it.
fashion on the final map as well. Such a dominant first
Like,
half.
Kushi
Carried
different
that forward
bit.
down to the last few rounds. Team Secret tried. Jesse Bash tried. But down to some of these final moments, I mean, we saw so much
भाई
of it.
जैसे तो फिर भी अच्छा
Players
खेला
like
बे.
Kushi, who have been just sounding out all throughout the day, but at the same time, I mean, the calls, the frags from Estrella from today have really stepped up.
It really did feel like Estrella said, no matter objectively who's right or wrong, if I can also lock in, if I can also lead by example and not just the calls, we should be able to cross that finish line. And today, he proves it. And unfortunately for Team Secret, I thought they showed some great ideas today. Obviously, this was a 2-1, but not just from the fact that they won a map, but on this game, they tried to get a couple of those reads, some of those high-risk Silva plays that Jesse Bash is so well known for. They showcased their strengths once again, but it's just not enough 3 years in a row for them to survive on such a tough path.
Yeah, it really has to be said. It's getting a lot more tricky, a lot more difficult, especially when RRQ are continuously evolving in this fashion. I mean, you look at some of these compositions that they play, or just some of the fundamental ideas that they have with how they're able to work across the map. You saw it with a double duelist on Pearl, but at the same time, back onto something more classic like Haven, and they're still able to perform.
साला एक मेंबर ने लिखा है I am not supporting G करके. वैसे इसको वो हटा ग्रुप से.
The confidence even ever growing from Jemkin. Everyone else playing so well today as well. Xfero, overcoming the condition he's in right now, just feeling a bit under the weather, but locks in for the team despite it going to map 3. What a match.
Is Valorant to be banned soon? Clear करो Binks by हितेश भाई. जूगल जो है ना, जूगल वो हमसे ज्यादा क्लियर करेगा, समझ रहे हो? जूगल करो, इज वैलोरेंट गोइंग टू बैन इन इंडिया? सामने इतना बड़ा ऐसा लिख के आएगा नो प्लीज फक ऑफ करके, समझ रहे हो? अगर बैन का कुछ न्यूज आएगा पता चलेगा ना. इधर ये ऐसा तेरी वेरी ये वो करके ऐसा थोड़ी ना होता बैन, समझ रहे हो? जब भी बीजेएमआई भी बैन हो रहा था उसके पहले आ रहा था ना न्यूज, आ रहा था ऑफिशियल आ रहा था ना कि होने वाला है. इधर ऑफिशियल आया कुछ नहीं आया, कुछ आया कुछ नहीं आया. और वर्स्ट केस सिनेरियो अगर होता भी है, वीपीएन डाल के नहीं खेलेंगे, दूसरा कोई गेम खेलेंगे, समझ, कोई टेंशन की बात नहीं.
엑스페로 선수도 아팠다고는 하는데 경기 치르면서 나는 것 같은 폼을 보여줬고, 쿠시 선수도 너무 잘 쏴줬고, 오늘 전반적으로 좀 부담감도 많았을 것 같은데 경기 어땠는지 들어보고 싶어요.
플러스 원.
일단 첫 번째 경기 때 저희가
에컬
사실 모두가 다 얼어 있었는지 다 이제 제대로 이제 플레이를 못했던 것 같고, 이제 첫 번째 대회 이제 첫 번째 세트 끝나고 이제 두 번째부터 이제 저희 이제 강점을 잘 살리면서 플레이를 해보자 이렇게 돼가지고 이제 잘 됐던 것 같습니다.
Well, I feel like on Lotus, it took us a little bit more time to come online, and I feel like we didn't really play the way we used to play.
नहीं, but it took us little bit time to come online. मतलब नेट इशू था, क्योंकि मेरे हिसाब से सारे बंदे ऑनलाइन थे और खेल रहे थे.
Second map, third map, it was good to go. Now I want to talk to you about Kushi, because what a great pickup. I feel like he has been such a game changer for RRQ as soon as he joined the team. So can you talk to us a little bit about how he came to join the team and also what it's like to have him on the team? 쿠시 선수 영입에 대해서 좀 여쭤보고 싶어요. 아무래도 영입을 벌써부터 톡톡히 보고 있는 것 같은데, 사실 이 선수가 정말 혜성처럼 등장한 것 같거든요. 좀 영입 배경에 대해서 어떤 얘기를 해줄 수 있는지, 그리고 또 팀원으로서 어떤지도 들어보고 싶습니다.
일단 저희가 필요한 선수를 찾는 과정에서 이제 이니시에이터 선수를 찾고 있는 와중에 이제 쿠시 선수가 이제 눈에 들어왔고, 저희가 이제 테스트를 봤는데 이제 첫 스크림에서 이제 막 30킬 이상을 해버리는.
네.
근데 이제 그 당시에는 이제 뭐 스킬을 잘 쓰는 방법이나 그런 방법을 몰랐지만 이제 그때 이제 총으로만 했었는데 지금 이제 점점 이제 같이 이제 배워가면서 더 잘해지고 있는 것 같습니다.
알겠습니다. Well, as we were looking for a new player to join our roster, we were looking for an initiator, and Kushi tried out for our team, and the first scrim that we played together, he had like 30 kills, and although back then he was playing more around his mechanics and with his aim, he didn't know how to fully utilize the utils and the kit of the initiator. Now that he's learned that, I feel like he's getting better and better, and he's getting more scarier and scarier. Now, plus that, I want to talk to you about how how much you've improved as an IGL, because even against
को
Jesse
पूरा
Max,
ही
who's a very
popcorn खाने का मन
experienced
कर रहा है।
IGL, and going back to the Gen G series against Munchkin, you matched up very well. So what can you talk to us about? Tell us about how comfortable you feel as an IGL and how much you feel like you've improved as that primary caller for the team. 그리고 에스트레아 선수 개인적으로도 IGL로서의 발전 그리고 성장에 대해서 어떻게 느끼고 있는지 궁금한데요. 사실 오늘도 그 경험 많고 어쩌면 노련미가 가득했던 제시레시 선수를 상대로 밀리지 않았고요. 그리고 전체전에서도 먼치킨 선수 상대로도 IGL 싸움에서 밀리지 않았다는 평가가 굉장히 많이 나왔거든요. 그렇기 때문에 이제 이 오더라는 역할에 대해서 얼마나 자신감이 있는지, 그리고 또 이 역할을 더 잘하기 위해서 어떤 개인적인 노력이 있었는지도 궁금합니다.
일단 제 생각에는 일단 제가 원하는 대로 게임이 잘 흘러가면 진짜 라운드를 막 쉽게 계속 딸 수 있는 것 같고. 근데 젠지전 좀 좋았던 것 같아요. 제가 이제 하고 싶은 건 이제 다 됐거든요. 그날은. 근데 이제 뭐지? 뭐라 해야 돼? 이제 IGL 같은 경우는 사실 게임을 일단 좀 잘 알아야 되고요. 근데 이제 무슨 스킬이 있고 막 상대 이제 무슨 또 스킬이 있고 막 그런 경우의 수에 따라 또 이제 달라지기 때문에 굉장히 머리 아픈 이제 포지션인 것 같습니다.
개인적인 노력에 대해서 그러면 잘하기 위해서
같은 경우는 게임을 일단 그다음에 이제 외국 이제 막 다른 팀들 이제 어떻게 하는지도 봐보고 이제 뭐 저만의 이제 뭐 어떻게 굴려야 되는지 게임을 그런 것도 이제 생각해보고 그런 것 같습니다.
Well, honestly, as my IGLing style, when we get that momentum going, it's pretty easy for us to keep the flow going and continue. Like as for Gen G series, I think I got a little bit lucky because what I wanted to do and what the calls that I was making seems to be working. But the IGL, the role itself, is such a huge task for anyone to take on because you need to know what kind of skills the opponents have left in their agents and also how to counter those agents. You need to know what kind of game plans
चाइना आर्मी ट्रूप मेरे को क्या पता भाई मैं थोड़ी यूएसए में
it takes a lot of work.
यहाँ पे बैठ के इधर का न्यूज़ नहीं देख पाते यूएसए का न्यूज़ देख के अपन उसके बाद रात को मोदी जी को कॉल करे आपसे बात किया यूएसए से बराबर है क्या न्यूज़ यहाँ पे भी कर दो
how to counter and how to adapt. It's an ongoing process that I have to deal with every single day, but those are some things that I am keeping up to become a good IGL. Now, speaking of the Gen G series, that was so close. So, what were the feedbacks after the Gen G series? I mean, what do you think is missing? 젠지전 얘기가 나왔잖아요. 진짜 아쉽게 졌거든요. 좀 어떤 부분이 부족했다는 판단이 있었을까요?
मैं करता हूँ मेरे को चेंज करने जाना है
제 실수가 좀 있었던 것 같고 제가 이제 잘못 이제 읽어가지고 게임을 그것도 있는 것 같고 뭐 서로 이제 작은 실수들이나 그런 부분들이 이제 게임에 이제 균열이 생기면서 이제 졌던 것 같습니다.
Well, I think I would like to take the responsibility for the Gen G game loss because I feel like I made mistakes and also I wasn't able to properly read them very well to the point to carry the team to victory. But it was just small mistakes that created huge gaps in that series. Now, lastly, speaking of a Korean team, we have Nongshim coming up next. What do you think we need to watch out for? 이제 한국팀 얘기가 나왔으니까 다음 상대가 농심 레드포스거든요. 어떤 점을 주의해야 할까요?
어찌 잘 모르겠어요. 저희는 하던 대로만 하면 될 것 같고 이제 한국 팀이랑 하는 거는 이제 언제나 이제 재밌거든요. 제가 이제 한국인이라 그런지 언제나 재밌어서 재밌게 할 것 같습니다.
I honestly do not know, but honestly, we just gotta do
तीन तो कंफर्म तीन के आगे मतलब तीन तो कंफर्म
always me being Korean, it's always fun going up against Korean teams, so it's going to be a fun and interesting match. Well, thank you very much, Estrella, and I'm gonna let you go because you need to get ready for the
ठीक है को गिफ्ट मिलना चाहिए कि नहीं चाहिए
만나봤고요. 저희는 여기서 인사드리겠고
और मेरे को पता है मेरी बंक्स आर्मी सच का साथ सच का विकास में मानती है तो सच का साथ दे ठीक है
Thank you, Jen. We had the meta matchup on Haven, and Rrq is the one that pulls through on top here. It doesn't matter, you have flu, maybe it ended up being a buff instead, but Rrq looks fantastic. They had good reads and absolute map control.
Yeah, it felt like they just rolled with the punches like they usually do on Haven. Excellent stuff on the attacking side to start things off. It really feels like when these guys choose to execute a site, they're usually able to get on there, and with the post plan as well, like they play this very passive style where they're just grouped at the start of the round, waiting for aggression, waiting to see what the team on defense is going to do, and then they kind of react off of that. A lot of the time, Secret was taking that aim control early on, and then they would go and read the aim and execute A. It felt like Rrq had a great read on what to do, and was always able to find the right passage of play to find success.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. I think it's also worth highlighting the individual level of these players in Rrq. Estrella was a big one. Kushi also looking very, very strong. Honestly, not really a slow day from anybody on this third map in Rrq. It felt like they could all hang, they could all hold their own, and it led to quite a pretty strong performance from them.
Yeah, that's exactly what we ended up getting. Just all around good performances from all of them, and a really good showing from Estrella, who we're gonna talk a bit about more later. But you know, that really dominant first half. Secret did have 4 in the bag in the first half, and there was an opportunity, but you know, they lost that first pistol, and you could just see it all start to crumble.
Yeah, I mean, in both of the series for Secret, at the end of the day, they have won the first map and looked pretty nice doing it. It was the same story on Lotus. I liked how they looked on their new comp, but unfortunately on the next 2 maps, not as good of a performance. Still, I mean, the Soga matchup was fantastic to watch in this one. Jesse Vash had a great series in general. Seems to be really doing well. The swap onto the Jet for Jeremy didn't go as planned, unfortunately. I think most of this, the games he's been at least decent, if not performing very, very well. And in fact, the Jets weren't really the impactful end of the equation. In fact, Jemkin just kind of playing his role and being the entry for the rest of Rrq. And Estrella had a fantastic series, it has to be said. Like, this guy cops so much flack, Morgan, and at the end of the day, he's IGLing not in his native language. He has to be responsible for a lot of the game planning. He's playing the supportive role in the team. He gets a ton of flack online, but he's had a fantastic series today.
I don't think I can stress enough how hard it is to perform on a very strong individual level, be hitting all your shots while you're also calling. You have to spend so much time when you're IGLing looking at the mini-map, and you even like outside of the game, the IGL has to do the most extra work. It's not like you're a duelist player who just goes aim training and plays ranked. This guy's probably watching the most VODs, bringing the most ideas, and for him to still be performing at this incredibly high individual level in this game is so amazing, and it gives so much power to the rest of Rrq. If your IGL is able to top frag, you kind of have to pull yourself up by your bootstraps and go, well, if he can do it, I need to do it too.
Yeah, it's honestly not too often when you see the IGL top fragging and the team still winning. Usually it's kind of a, you know, 50-50 there. And Estrella has a great reputation in Korea before he joined Rrq, so I'm really glad, you know, we're getting to see the, you know, the better parts of him performing today. And there must be a reason, of course, why Ewok kept him.
Yeah, we could see, I mean, look, he led them to some great attacking sides.
Hi Priyanka, how are you?
We saw on the game summary there, and this is a perfect example of why they're always able to execute, get up onto the site. Really nice trading of the lockdowns there. They destroy the defenders.
एक बार love you Binks, उसको love you बोलना होगा तो मैं उसको मुंह पे बोल दूंगी तुम लोग के सामने
We're going to play retake on that A site, and they're able to get their execute off, deal with the defenders lockdown, get their own lockdown established.
आपका क्या reaction था तीन सेंटिनल पे? मैं ठीक है इधर बैठी
Closed out that round, but not only just their ability to get on
as a sentinel main
a little bit in the pre-show
मेरे को
as
भी
well.
hurt हुआ है
See
जज
them just
साहब.
sitting in spawn a lot of the time, holding garage, holding bottom of
Like in
spawn, and
Jesus,
just waiting for
thank
the attacker side of
you.
util,
T-shirt suits
and
you. Yeah, no, it's
stay
like the
with main
perfect
take
fit
the
I
dark
have.
side of the backside of lobby and dart
एकदम
off the top.
perfect fit है
Then they
मेरे
would
लिए.
go and execute their game plan, and that shows me that a
बस
team
थोड़ा
has a very
बैठ के
good
तो
read
पेट
on
भरा
what the other team wants to do on defense, that they're just confident enough to
नहीं आता है भाई
space
किधर है
and then
पेट
just
पेट
hit aside.
नहीं है नहीं
Yeah,
है.
that's right. And we have to talk about our MVP, who is, again, Estrella. Great calls, great ideas. A lot of these, I'm
भाई
sure
को
he had a
जानना
big
love you
hand
कैसे
in coming up with a lot of these strategies together with Coach Ewok and assistant coach
वो साइज चाहिए रे बाप नहीं मेरे को ऐसे अच्छा लगा this is very comfy like the quality is very like it feels like second skin if you understand ये क्या है अबे ये प्लास्टिक नहीं निकाला it feels like second skin only it's very comfy very
he was really showing those haters why he's sticking
मैं तो सांस नहीं रोकी हूँ भाई ऐसे ही हूँ
happy for him and congratulations RQ living for another day Team Secret of course this
नहीं
is
रोकी
end of the road
इतनी
for
कितने
now.
मिनट तक
You're
सांस
in
रोक
kickoff
के
for
बैठ
them.
सकते
And with that, we're gonna
टाइम
go to a
नहीं
quick
है
break, and when we come back, we're gonna
अंदर
see
चला
the
गया
next matchup. It's gonna be Global Esports in DFM, so don't go away.
अभी 3 सेंटिनल्स नहीं होंगे नेकलाइन थोड़ा कैजुअल है ये आई मीन बॉयज के लिए अच्छा है वी कट गर्ल्स के लिए होता है पर कोई नहीं इट्स यूनिसेक्स इट्स एक्चुअली वेरी यूनिक है like people have round or V just like both V almost हो रहा था फिर बीच में उसने बोला नहीं राउंड कर दो फिर के लाइन दा but it's very comfy मैं भी
स्टैंडर्ड तुम तो ब्लॉक कर रहे हैं वड़ा वाह 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 वड़ा नीचे नीचे वड़ा वाह 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 नीचे साइड जी भाई वड़ा वाह 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 वड़ा वाह 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 वड़ा जीत गए लेट्स गो टॉस विद अस बॉयज एंड गर्ल्स मैं कर रहा हूं जीत गए
कोई अम्मा हो जाए इसी बात
नहीं Hype is real, boys. It's by me. 69 and 96 language.
नहीं मेरा 96 है
मैंने बनाया है
हाँ
मेरे को क्या बोल रही है मेरा ये आइडिया था वो
Red Bull gives you wings.
जीत गए भाई 2 मिनट नहीं है अपने पास गो करो
कितना फनी जोक था ना गाइस फनी जोक था सही
कैंसिल है गिफ्ट
अरे
कैंसिल है पनिशमेंट में तेरे को 10 मिर्ची खानी पड़ेगी
भाग ले लूंगे खुद से EMI पे
It's day 6 of the VCT Pacific 2025 kickoff. Stay tuned for some epic games.
ये मेरे को लग रहा है मैच चालू होने से पहले ही खत्म हो रहा
नहीं साइड में रखा एकदम देखेंगे नहीं उसको
VCT Pacific. The future of valorant starts here.
ऊपर है कर दो ये बैठे टिबोन और बट्टो है बुला लो टिबोन आएगा तो आन दो यार
मैं पानी लेके आ रही हूँ फ्रेम में आओ मेरे को लेते ही नहीं है फ्रेम में
अभी तो कैमरा उधर क्या टैक्स नहीं आज नहीं टिबोन हेटर है साला बात तो है बट भी क्या नहीं रे भाई मैं वॉच पार्टी एस12 और टिबोन के साथ करना चाहता हूँ क्योंकि एस12 में बहुत सारे बार ऐसा हुआ कि लोगों ने पूछा वॉच पार्टी के लिए लेकिन मैं बोला कि मैं सोलो कर रहा हूँ समझ रहे हो तो ऐसा अच्छा नहीं लगता है कि मैं इनको मना करूँ और उनके साथ वॉच पार्टी करूँ मतलब सेंस नहीं बनता है समझ रहे हो इस बार बहुत लोग नहीं कर रहे वॉच पार्टी लेकिन वैसा सीन है तो मेरे को पर्सनली मेरे को अच्छा नहीं लगता है इसलिए मैं बोला कि टिबोन तो यार टिबोन है उसके साथ बहुत किया है वॉच पार्टी तो उसके साथ वो एक एक्सेप्शनल केस है वो समझ रहे मेरा किसी के साथ कुछ लफड़ा नहीं टेंशन मत
facing
zero.
RRQ.
प्रेम चोपा देखा चोपा दे
DFM, great showing in the off season.
Thank you for the 50 minute Jan Karo
especially in
day.
the Invitational, but they had a different player then. They had Sess and they brought back Jen, and it looks like they're still adapting.
सीधा
to it.
बाय जा रहे हम बोला ना उसने
That's definitely I don't want to say a controversial change, but a highly debated
Bye.
topic, especially after Jen's initial performance. He hasn't looked super good. He really needs to settle into
मैं
the game
बस
today.
शांत हो जाए
They
आज
seem to have a good chance. Now this is a very close.
सार देखो कौन आए हैं चैट पे देखो देखो जीवाड़े सच्ची बोलूं परसों तक जी विनिंग था कल थोड़ा लोटस देख के जीवाड़े एक पॉडकास्ट होना कि क्या हो रहा है क्या आपको पता था ऐसा होगा क्या आपको पता था राहुल भाई आप जो कर रहे हो ना सच्ची यार द वाइब मर्चेंट यार द वाइब मर्चेंट यार जर्सी में क्या लग रहा हो मैंने बोला चैट को जर्सी आईआरएल में ज्यादा अच्छा लगता है फोटो इज नॉट डूइंग जर्सी जर्सी लेकिन बहुत प्यारा है जर्सी बहुत प्यारा है
सेम
डब्ल्यू जर्सी नो चांस नहीं चांस है इस बार टीम अच्छी है उड़ोता नहीं ये क्या अच्छा चॉकलेट था वही सोचा मैं ऑन स्ट्रीम एक्सपोज इस बार प्रॉमिसिंग टीम है अंदर से वाइब आ रहा है एकदम ही आ रहा है 2-0 जीतने वाले हैं मैंने ट्वैट्स भी कर दिया है कपड़े भी पहन लिए हैं सिर्फ ऑन स्ट्रीम नहाना बचा है जी जीत गया 100% लिख के ले लो सब लोग लिख के ले लो जीत गया देखो भाई अपना एसीएस और उनका एसीएस का डिफरेंस देखो 200 में ही अपने इतने लोग हैं भाई हाँ जी भाई ट्वीट भी हो गया ऑब्वियसली सपोर्ट करो तो पूरा सपोर्ट करो भाई
एसी ऑन
नहीं किया जीत गए भाई पत्रिक हु लीडर्स योर स्ट्रेंथ कहाँ से भाई ये वीजा वाले वो कर रहे ना हेट फैला रहे ना अपने को
And May is the only consistent from the last year DFM. And as we know, rumor on the street.
डेरन भाई भी वो स्टेज पे खेले भाई थोड़ा तो इज्जत दो
roster. It's been a really tough 2 years, not just last year but tough.
ये देखो भाई वो लोग 10th है अपन 8th है वो लोग 11th है अपन 7th है वो लोग 7th है अपन 7th है वो लोग 11th है अपन 7th हर जगह पे वो लोग नीचे उसका मतलब 2-0 हाँ
But realizing that in the off-season compared to having that materialize on the Pacific stage has been a big struggle.
आपका नहीं तो सही
DFM playing two really rough maps.
अभी नहीं चलो अंदर
So Abyss, based on the form of RRQ, is an impressive result. Although RRQ did kind of throw that game away and there was some serious heroics from May, it wasn't all a one-man show. And I think that if DFM can show that they can push a team like RRQ and play them very close in the form that they're currently in, that's kind of their ceiling combined with the off-season results. Right? This could be a strong team still. They just need to find that level and they need to do it fast or they'll be out and they'll have to start thinking about stage 1.
For sure, as the drafts come in, there is no clear weakest team. I think
Lotus ban.
And I don't think that's the case for DFM.
I feel like there's no clear strongest team either. It feels very like the ceiling's come down, the floor's gone up, and it's very hard to say who's who at this point.
Can we talk about Abyss though?
Yeah.
This is a really interesting pick. We've seen 2 different sets of comps from Global Esports, and I'm surprised they're letting it through at this point.
Lotus ban.
It's almost obvious why they would pick it because they have not found success.
I mean, Global at the end of the day just doesn't seem.
अरे 2-0 हो रहा है
The Lotus as well. I mean, that Lotus comp is interesting. GE's changed their Abyss comp a couple of times and Split even DFM. I think beat PRX in the off season on Split. So
I'm not worried about Split. I think GE look very strong on Split in both their games.
Yeah, but it's not an auto win if DFM can take out PRX on that. Split has usually been a pretty strong map from PRX, and I felt like they didn't even play very well against anyone the other day, and they could have probably won Split. So honestly, I picked GE in this matchup. I mean, that's already been put out there on Twitter and things like that. But looking at this map pool, Like, this is very winnable for DFM. I feel like they could win all 3 of those maps, and 2 of those maps for GE I'm pretty worried about.
Do you want to change your prediction then? Because
Excuse me, Victoria ji.
we always do it like this. And but now you're feeling a little bit more in
WhatsApp
the favor
करना
of
पड़ेगा.
DFM.
I'm not going to change it, but I could definitely see DFM winning. In fact, I might even favor them looking at this map pool, to be honest.
I'm not changing. I think Abyss has been shaky for GE, so we want to see what comp they come out with today. If it's one that they've already played, or
It was a slight improvement the second time, though. Like, they got stomped the first time. The second time was a bit closer.
You know what? We're just going to see what happens. We're going to send it down to the stage and let time tell. So let's welcome the teams DFM and Global Esports.
भाई आज करता रात्रि.
नहीं होगा टेंशन नहीं. 2-0 है. वॉल्यूम अप
भाई लोगों को मूवी चाहिए. हाँ
वॉल्यूम अप.
भाई एक मूवी चाहिए बेस का. भाई एक मूवी चाहिए बे.
ओ भाई
भाई क्या बनाते बे लोग.
इधर कौन सा मैप है भाई.
भाई मूवी चाहिए बे. सीरीज ये मूवी देख कुछ भी चलेगा. Turn up.
VCT Pacific 2025.
How's the vibe, chat?
Kickoff time, and we have 2 of the freshest rosters in Pacific.
चलो जैसा है वैसे यूटर्न मार के.
DFM here, and of course May leading the pack here.
क्या नाम है इसका? डांस कर रहा है.
You know, they always have the best walkouts. I think we can give out the walkout prize to DFM already.
हमारे में
love
से
a
भी
good
डांस
walkout.
करना.
There's nothing more fun. It shows me you're
Huh?
ready to go.
Dance?
It shows me you're having a great time and loving life.
Yeah.
अपने भी डांस करके.
They might not have many more
ये लोग को
walkouts
दिक्कत
if
है.
they play like
डांस
this
करके.
in
डांस
the
ऑफ
series.
होगा.
Skillski.
That's
डांस
harsh.
ऑफ.
Oh, don't say that. Look,
I've been smack talking the Japanese teams way too much today. I need to relax.
well, they're going to be facing off Global Esports. This is a team that's had an also equally rough time here in Pacific over the last 2 years. But this
वो लोग
is
डांस
such
कर
a
रहे तो
different
देखने के लिए भी
look
कोई चाहिए
for
ना
this
अपन
team.
ऑडियंस.
Both of these squads facing off against each other. And you know what? There was once a time, I'm sorry, Big Time, there was once upon a time seeing these two teams face off against each other. We weren't particularly super excited, but I think we're really excited now.
Yeah, I don't blame you. I think there's a lot
भाई
of
उसका height
potential on
क्या है
this
भाई?
stage. I think a lot of these players are
ये
built
सर
to
इसका भी
have
जर्सी
big
है. उसका हाइट
careers.
क्या
I
है?
think,
7'5".
there's just so much to look forward to for
Crystal
both
भाई
these
का क्या
rosters,
height है
and it's
भाई?
very sad that we have to say goodbye to one of them today.
Yeah, I totally agree, but at the same time, you know, we've got a
ये बाल दिखाना जरूरी है
for
जूरी
both
भाई.
of them, and you
हाँ?
can't be consistent when you're putting something together, especially for an accelerated format like kickoff. You're bound to stumble here and there. You've seen
Better.
stumbles from both of these teams. That is why they're in the lower brackets. So let's see who's going to be able to pick themselves back up today.
Yeah, that is definitely the question. Both of these teams have excellent players. They have all had really great showings right now, but I have to say, especially on the side of
देखो ये लोग
Esports,
कुछ नहीं कर सकते. अपन ही जीतने वाले हैं. बिना कीबोर्ड माउस के खेल लो. मैं बोल रहा हूँ. मॉनिटर ऑफ करके भी खेल सकते हैं.
As an IGL
ऐसा बात कर रहे
experience,
थे.
kind of acting as a second IGL on this squad under Kelly S, and it's been working out really marvelously for them.
Yeah, having that
कभी
secondary
कभी
forward
DFM
can be
को
huge
support
just to
करने
be
का
able
मन
to
करता है.
mid-round a little bit, give some ideas. He's often playing the info in it as well, so being able to read the
Love
setups
is
and
that
things like that,
bye.
gather the info and set up the team for success really helps out. Looking at the comps here, looks like GE is going to back themselves with the comp change from the last game. It was
Timber
an
दे बचन,
improvement
लेकिन बाकी
from
सब
their
ठीक है.
first series here in Pacific, their third time playing Abyss. Hopefully it's going to be the third time lucky. For DFM, they swapped
भाई
up that
वो लोग के पास
Cypher on
Sentinel
Jimbo
भी
a
नहीं
while
है.
ago. This was the
वो
same
लोग के
comp
पास
they played against
Sentinel
RRQ.
नहीं
Yeah,
है.
the DFM comp is what
नहीं
we see a lot
है.
with that dice
मेरा
roll
आवाज आ रहा है
controller
जी?
with the Omen and the Astra designed to just kind of sequentially take space.
जब सारे सेंटिनल हम ही पिक करेंगे उनके पास क्या बचेगा लेने को.
of this composition, I would say. It's something a lot of teams aren't used to practicing against.
Yeah.
So GE, you're trying to run it again.
Sorry, I would like to
Looking to
apologize.
see what they've changed.
I feel like Talon was fantastic.
I would like to apologize, guys.
Darion and
Bye, GE
minimizing his ability to get picks.
Let's
So we'll
go.
see if they're well drilled enough, DFM.
Well, we're going to find
I'd
out.
like
They
to
didn't have a
apologize.
great
I would like to
last time
apologize.
on Abyss, but let's see, maybe 3 times a charm. We're going to go to our casters Trobar and Quack to take Abyss away.
That's right. We still have a full best of 3 waiting for us tonight. And
Full
maybe
night,
this one could
2-0.
go all the way as well. The desk talked about
All
it,
the
but
way niche hai.
on paper, it really kind of, maybe it depends on the map, maybe the condition of the day, but it could go 50-50.
Yeah, it really does feel like that. I mean, just again, like looking at the map, like Pilsky said, you really can't fully tell. And then this chamber, I'm feeling a little bit iffy. I normally love Darian, but
Yeah, I mean, I think we're all seeing the same patterns, right? The Haven continuously getting banned regardless of the opponent, still leaving this Abyss open despite some of the mishaps. But this time, some consistency carried
That
over
transition
with
hai na?
that chamber composition.
That
And I think we
transition
saw
tha.
some inklings of, okay, this is what the theory is behind it. They just weren't able to get the win. We'll see if it's cleaned up a bit more in just 2 days' time. GE going to be starting on that defense. DFM will be looking to
ये
attack.
जीवन
this
प्यारे
very
हमें
first
डरता
half.
नहीं है भाई जीत जाएगा प्यारे ये
really gotta hope that kind of like what Big Time was saying, this wild card if the chamber really finds its value right now. I mean, it really hinges on some of the shots, especially on the defensive side. You're banking on, you know, the sniping and whatnot, but DFM now on the attack.
चलो उड़ो तान भाई
Yeah, they want to deny any sort of this early position from that chamber.
Jesus.
And didn't have that rendezvous set up. So Darion just nowhere to go. It's just going to fall.
The second one with the wall bang as well. Oh my god. Now DFM pretty much kind of get free reign across the map. Be slowly a little bit in towards B now. There are still some stars to work against.
There's going to be some long range from Yudotan. Trying
हो
to
जाओ
keep
उड़ो
them
तान
at
भाई
bay, but he takes so much damage down to 6. You have to give him space for an inkling. What's going to be a re-clear from
Nice.
Poppy as well.
चलेगा,
Although
चलेगा,
Poppy falls,
possible.
that leaves Yudotan again with just low health.
Rotan low hai na.
So maybe not all hope is lost, but still needing to do quite a bit. Yudotan
Huh?
looking to set up a bit of a flank, but
Huh?
straight in towards the smoke. It's just Jinpung taking down Crystal.
And Yudotan already just taking the choice of, hey, I'll get whatever kills I can on the exit. He's gonna run in, see if he can catch anyone off guard. Looks like they heard some noise right there at the end, so
Oh,
they're
it's
ready
around
for it.
there.
They'll mass themselves away. Yudotan should be falling to the spam. Aren't gonna get a
Yes,
second one for that ultimate towards that Hunter's Fury.
And that's just how quick the
Crystal
cookie
ऐसे गया?
crumbles, you know. Round
वो हेड के साथ
starts
क्रिस्टल बैग को
instantly,
समझा कैसे बाद में
DFM
लोग
kind of assert themselves in towards mid, getting that
मेरे को तो
shot
लगा दिखा
against
रहेगा उसको।
Darian, but at the same time, the secondary wall bang, just quick off it off the 0 point, down in towards the side as well, you know, just being able to find those angles and duels against GE.
Yeah, and when you get taken out that quickly in the pistol round, right? And especially not having that
हाँ
rendezvous
10
set up, a
सेकंड
bit
में
of a
दो
mishap
गए
on the side of GE. I wonder how much more confidently you're able to push out mid, because you have to. Wherever the chamber is, you have to take these aggressive angles to make sure you punish them from trying to clear that space.
Yeah, you totally need to set that up, or at least just give yourself some kind of an escape route. But right
साइड
now,
खाली है बताओ
next
लोग
round straight
देख
in
ना
towards
किधर और देखने का भी
B.
जरूरत नहीं जेट को
Just
बे
everything open up for
ये
DFM.
सप्रेस ने पूरा साइड खाली
And
किया
just stacking onto A side, GE, they take that choice, and down they go, the Lemmings off the map. And it is a flawless, not by choice.
Not by choice.
Well, I guess somebody's choice, but not DFM's.
Yeah,
उड़ोतान ने
G's
अपना
choice to
नाम थोड़ा
really
seriously
deny
ले
those
लिया।
alt orbs possibly, and just quickly going next to the next round. So rifles now all picked up. all
क्या क्या
across the
बराबर ही
region
किया है
chill
भाई
for me.
क्या एल टीम बराबर ही
No,
किया
in
है
the
बाकी
future,
टीम भी
I
करती है
want a team,
और
I
ये
want this
टैग
to
पे
be
वो लोग आते हैं तो वो लोग
right,
लड़ते
on your
हैं
anti-eco.
वरना पॉइंट देके
You
मतलब
go
नहीं है
B, but you have someone with the Ares just waiting outside of A
Point
main.
मिलता
And once
है
the spike's planted, you just start running into the site and see if you can gun them down before they hit the ground. Just pick up those free ult orbs.
बराबर
Gotta
ही किया
stop this. Stop this nonsense. Anyway, GE now with their own buy. Gonna send out the recon. It does get shot down immediately. So some presence, but not sure of the exact information. Crystal doesn't have a good out right now. Just some smokes to mask his position. It's gonna be the double.
पिस्टल पे थोड़ा आगे गए तो डायरेक्ट वैल्यू के अंदर ही घुस जाएंगे
They
लगता है
look to jump in, but the fault line delays just in time.
And good timing on the util back there from Kelly S. But right now, I mean, Art still being able to barrel through in towards the site. Sees that backside is clear, so the spike gets planted. But Heaven, now a little bit more presence out from GE.
Spike is planted in a way where you have to fight on site. They have to just hold on. They cannot back out. It's not a great angle. So DFM, they'll be sending everything. They know there's one Heaven. They know there's multiple on the back of site as well.
Art trying to send some util too, has to be a little bit careful with Crystal right around the corner, but straight into it. May now trusting his aim to hold off against the smoke. First kill goes down, picks up the Phantom. GE not quite able to break through just yet.
So much time already passed, and May still free to just duel back to back to back. He's isolating these fights so well, eventually gets shot down. Poppy and Darian, but time not on their side. Akame still holding on to the site, and it has to be a save.
Straight up, just no chance whatsoever. All those smokes and everything cycled through. So much time already spent and burnt, and unfortunate for GE because this bonus goes again to DFM.
Yeah, Gian, sure, he loses out on that weapon, but it was your bonus, so you're pretty happy. You'll still be able to snowball forward. The most important thing is you committed to just staying on that site, fighting for it, and it actually led to a win. And now, I mean, every time we see May holding that backside, ready for the anti-flash, you got to get scared because we've seen so many highlights from this kid right there in that same exact position once again, leading the charge.
Truly right where he's able to make it happen. Still, though, being able to keep some of these guns at least for GE, maybe able to strike back. There is a bit of a stack towards the B site.
Given the round, they know that there were saves, so they imagine kind of these hero rifles gonna be doubled up and pushing out. Crystal just holding on his own. He cannot land the headshot and eventually gets taken down. Just a little bit of damage against May.
I don't know, even if he did, it's just way too wide of a position to be in, so that is going to be the open A site now for DFM. Fully on through and in. GE, they might be able to get towards the back side of things, but how do you really launch a retake like this? You're just looking for, maybe some possible kills to start things off.
Yeah, they're going to have that fault line to peek, but look at Art's position. He has no intent on fighting this. They want to catch info and then back out in towards the site. He's going to see it. He's going to back out. There's that fault line, but there's the recon. Jinbung by him as well. It is more than one. So DFM almost baiting them in towards the kills. If Art gets it, great, but if May or anybody else can, it's even better. Art going to continue charging forward. May gets 2 for his name as well.
Now finding all that. Just the last one is going to be Kelly S, who's still able to find a couple of shots, so not too bad for GE, but Jin will be able to pick it up at the very end of it all.
Looking very smooth at the start so far. DFM surely happy with their map pick in the first couple rounds. Not only identifying the fact that they had some good success on this against Rrq, but also the fact that GE still showed some weaknesses. And right now, I mean, they're not even giving GE much time to really regroup and say, okay, what do we adapt from round to round?
Yeah, really not too much of it, just given the guns at the same time. But right now, first full buy truly coming up from GE.
The operator for Darian. It has to come down to this, right? You're relying on the chamber being able to hold down these long sight lines. Yotan not able to really dodge the flash, but still trying to hold on to the position.
Sensing the util reinforcement call already made. The Hunter Sphere being sent through. It's an all-in from DFM. Straight off towards the off angle, though. Yudotan not quite able to find too much just yet. Darren up from heaven, picking up the first. Yudotan falling back in towards the smoke just to buy a little bit more time.
Yeah, but now they have so much more room to re-clear, so I love the fast flash, but May is going to get 1G in there for the cover, and they'll hold on to the back of sight.
Quick with the gravity well as well. Now the cloud burst just to end things off a little bit, but Crystal peeks into the shot from Jen. Has to hold on to the but swaps over to the Headhunter, not quite able to land the shots. May takes him down for the 5-0 on DFM.
Love you, Days. Love you.
Suddenly that round win streak. Not sure if it calls for a timeout. Obviously, Econ not quite there, so it is a choice whether you call it now just for tempo or whether you're going to maybe call it on that next buy round if the player still cannot quite figure it out in the server. But I'll be honest, the more I think about it, it's just like, can you, as a player in the server, are you even able to really process what's going on right now? The rounds have been so quick.
Way too much. Maybe needing...
अभी तो फेक वेक भी चालू नहीं हुआ है यार.
Alright, G with the eco just straight up pushes out.
Recon और वो blind दिया है.
G unable to hold back. A bit of a stun, and he's able to find at least one, but Akami trades right back.
क्या blind और recon दिया लेकिन.
No clearance on the recon. GE surely a timeout after this round, as they're not able to execute their plans to perfection.
दूसरा recon है, mid नहीं तोड़ पाए.
On a scouting mission on his own. Look at how much they trust him. Has that Vandal in hand, but just full faith that he will win the duels. Can he win the 1v2? Okay, he will eventually drop, but no weapon given over.
Yeah, a little bit too hot for Kelly S.
चलिए स्मार्ट हो रहा है.
Possible other players coming through. Mid was kind of cleared out by Art as well, so he's able to set up the link
अपना नहीं है
outside of
भाई,
Binks.
chill करो भाई.
Yeah, and just look at where they have to go.
Secret
Right?
पे हारा ना
Because of that
इसी वे
mid
में.
pressure earlier that they weren't able to reclaim that area. He has to back out all the way. He can't wait to see if they're going to protect that Vandal dropped. Now he's back on the site. He gets one kill. Splitting the 1v1s. He's right. No, he doesn't quite see it. I thought he might be, but looking the wrong way.
Darren भाई बता दो आप चैम्बरमैन क्यों? बता दो.
Unfortunately, kind of blending in towards the wall as well, but right now, holding on to it's just Darian out with the headhunter.
Next round बता दो. Next round. अभी नहीं.
DFM continue
मारा
forward.
था उसने 145 लगा.
So much expected of Darian's chamber pick here. Just given the combination that they have, right?
Oh,
It's either him or
145
Uniton that really needs to go out. Everyone else just a supporting cast.
भाई मेड
And
तो
their
अपना
last
बीक
match, I mean,
है.
Darian started to warm up. I mean, the Desk kind of joked about it. You got to tell him that it's map 3 every time because he really starts to pick things back up. But
अपना मैप है ये नहीं है रे स्प्लिट है रे स्प्लिट में तो धागा खोलने वाला है घर जाएंगे.
Darian not able to start right off at full speed.
Certainly got to wonder, you know, what that speaks to mentality on the GE side for now. So the timeout hopefully allowing them to kind of reset. Because so far, you know, like you mentioned, even with the game plans, the execution just not really quite there. And it's also to the credit of DFM who were able to start things off so quickly, so hot.
चलो बंक्स भाई ने
I do
इतना
wonder if there's a
सपोर्ट किया है.
consideration here
वो देख रहा है
to go
स्ट्रीम
for
अपने को
re-clears
जीतना
yourself.
पड़ेगा
Now,
अभी.
looking at the
ऐसा बोला.
compositions, I mean, yeah, you're much better at setting up and then planting the chamber or the jet somewhere aggressive so they can hold that angle, get the early pick, things like that, especially on defense. But DFM right now is
चार राउंड
so
चाहिए अपने को चार.
for those early positions. They're just clearing out A main and then mid
चार राउंड.
immediately
सिर्फ
every
चार राउंड.
single round, back to back to back. So if you just wait for their users to come out first, go for a little bit of a re-clear, and then start to plant your feet. Wonder if that maybe gets you a bit more value. For now, position-wise, Darian going to switch over to the A side. It is going to be that operator. So it looks like they're going to wait for the early tag on the 0 point and then start to creep back in.
There's that creep.
Oh, but there's so much distance to cover. Recon boat. Yeah, so here you go, right? You wait for that early util.
Oh,
he has to get scared and run away. Just too many pre-fire shots coming through.
Yeah, May was kind of holding on to it as well with the blades now. Off to the one and done spot. Drone will suss him out though, so needing to kind of hang back while the rest of the
भाई क्या
team
सुनना कोई रिकॉर्ड नहीं तोड़ पा रहा है कोई ड्रोन नहीं तोड़ पा रहा है.
where Poppy is jiggling.
But when
Bump
this
आएगा
happens,
सुबह.
GE has to have a different plan to push out and gain space elsewhere. Right now, you've just
2-1-2.
given up A main, and you haven't really gained anything else. B, always going to be a bit of a stalemate. But mid, Uniton jiggle peeking, he has info, but you don't really have any space to control to say, okay, this is a deduction, this is where the opponents are coming from. And GE, now they just have to rely on that first shot.
Yeah, still a really passive plan overall. And hinging on Darian with that first shot once again. He does have Crystal with him though, so maybe a little bit more support, but now with the null command, you don't really have the rendezvous. Straight into the site and so much space afforded to DFM. Crystal though, great opening shot against me.
Uniton has to make a good choice on when he needs to pop out. Crystal's waiting for the call as well. They're just going to try to go for the spam. Just wait for the backup to arrive. Right now, Poppy coming through, and there's the spray from Uniton. He only gets one. The Rolling Thunder not able to fully clear the site just yet. Akame eventually getting taken down. Jinbuk, he's ready for one more, but there's just too many angles. He gets one. The fault.
W.
And GE
वो क्या था Rolling Thunder?
pick up a round.
So just kind of playing it safe. Trying to get the read for it and quickly rotating on over. I mean, a little bit more that fault line keeping them honest. GE able to find a round back into the game.
Yeah, this is a rough one.
blind
you
na?
still get the round win, but you have to invest so much, right? It's double ults, all the util, but you'll take whatever round win you can. And Kelly S once again trying to get everyone on board.
And it was Crystal with the opening shot too. So
details
with how they are able to spot, you know, possibly players
हो गया. अच्छा.
trying to get on towards elevated spots, but then it can only work a little bit. Now the tour de force with a peek out from Darian.
Yeah, I like that you take this position. I would love to see them do this more often whenever they're on defense because this area is hard to hold, but this is why you play something like the chamber because you can get out without too much risk.
Plus one.
Holding on to it for now.
Kalias is still watching window for him as well, so Darion just needs to stay full focus, but oh, the timing, he wants to get ahead of it, but the smoke blooms right before.
Especially the smoke really might suggest that DFM
क्या read है वो
really kind of anticipating, especially with the alt audio cue.
Yeah, it's just a hard read from DFM, right? Just saying, okay, are you on B? Because we haven't seen you on B yet. And he absolutely chomps on the bait. Now Crystal, all alone. Kalias is nearby for a crossfire from Heaven. But it looks like it's going to be a tough one. We are going to have that Cosmic Divide. Jinbung launches it. It's going to cut off Kalias. If he wants to fill the site, they need to be exposed on a high-low. There's a lot of util keeping them tied up, and DFM says, all right, that's the call.
वो लोग को call है, वो लोग को call है.
To the other side.
वो लोग को call है.
To it for now. Poppy does spot them on the crossing, so that is info enough.
Call आ गया, call आ गया.
He reacts to it and
Let's
says,
go.
I'll cut off the rest of the rotations.
Yudotan.
Meanwhile, Jinbung wins. Yudotan's still alive on the site. He's just trying to stay alive. Jinbung cleans up mid. But meanwhile, DFM all the way through the site. A hard read and a great reaction from Jinbung, eventually leading to 7 rounds.
Keeping themselves alive on all fronts, DFM. Despite G's best efforts to really try to play to their composition, right? Still sussed by the smokes, the mid-round decision from Jinbung to stay inside of mid to lurk out against 2 players, and also dealing against Yudotan. I mean, look at how they're able to get to sight. Within range with that paranoia, Gen out from the back.
Yeah, and let's give Gian a little bit of a shout out, right? I mean,
Yeah,
it's not like he's solo
please.
carrying the game or anything like that, but 8-2, looking a lot more comfortable. The team seeming to set him up better for success. Darion almost getting spotted as he breaks that door.
You're trying to keep some of the attention towards mid. There is that push out towards B now, though.
वो लोगों को पता है, देख ना, Astra देख कैसा दिख रहा है.
Do have Yudotan way further out. We have seen this before. DFM, do they sense it? They have an inkling. Yudotan did see a gun barrel, but he just has so many angles to cover. He needs to watch his own back as well. Oh, that's way too many targets. Unfortunate timing. And DFM, that's the call to start pushing forward with better weaponry.
Yeah, just a little bit quick and overwhelmed. The shot out towards Heaven from Akame as well. Although you have the sight, it still is Kalias just trying to do as much as he can, but only good for the one. Now the rest of him trying to come back in to refill, but of course without the guns, it still is DFM able to land the sharpest flicks. Down to just Poppy. 1-on-4, not quite likely. The shorty in his face, point blank for DFM to collect.
Yeah, when things are going well, GN, he can just play it like he does at home, right? We're already winning. I can take these aggressive positions. I can play as if I know I'm going to win every fight. 10-2. Great to see the rookie who was put under so much pressure by everybody watching because of how well Cess performed in the offseason. But right now, yeah, I get it. It's a bit of a snowball of a map, but still great to see him start to get comfortable with the rest of his teammates on stage.
Definitely feeling that, you know, giving him that boost all throughout. Might even say quite a bit for the rest of the day as well. I mean, the season is just kind of getting started. So we're already midway through the first map, but DFM looking really, really fluid.
Darion with another operator, but he has no idea. DFM's so ahead of it. They know that the only thing GE has going for them are these off positions. Paranoia comes out from afar, but no entry just yet. The jet down for DFM. GN answers back.
That's a quick response from Yudotan as well. Check, found someone. Straight back in towards A from DFM though, and Kalias sends off the flash just to buy a little bit of time. A little bit more from Heaven, not from Yudotan, but not quite able to find too much. Art just getting that position up against Kalias. Gen with the 2 kills as well.
And now just holding backside, already in position for Art. This way they don't have to worry about the front. Gen just going to be the scout. Lots of angles to cover. Gen watching for it. Now Art knows of exactly the position.
City plant Heaven नहीं हो सकता. Poppy, come on.
Poppy remembers Gen was looking up, so he doesn't have to worry about Heaven just yet. But there's still a lot of room to clear, and Art finds the timing, and it's gonna be a 9th round win.
Incredible. Just a little bit way too much for Poppy in that moment, but at the same time, just Art able to play it to perfection. DFM, you know, getting a good read for how GE can play. And that's just being able to find those counters against it. I mean, I think GE trying to play with that as well, right? If Darien does die, they can kind of find a trade off of it, but it's just still not quite enough.
Yeah, I mean, GE, you might get frags, but you're not getting space. I think that's the biggest problem right now. And at this point, they're basically just saying, Darien, we just got to hope that you get some kills. I mean, let's be very honest. Darien's not exactly getting fully set up for this.
अरे मत बोलो ना, मालूम है कास्टर, मत बोलो, मालूम है, दिख रहा है ना हम लोग को, दिख रहा है ना, कुछ नहीं हो रहा है, दिख रहा है ना, बोलना जरूरी है, करेगा वो, रुक जाओ. Darian, वो.
With the outlaw being sounded off towards mid as well, you gotta respect it.
Yeah, 2 outlaws, in fact, against this half armor buy round. This is DFM showcasing that they know they can basically finish this map because it's not just because it's an eco, but you know that G has to try to buy up if they want any more rounds in the first half.
And for DFM, they can keep buying up. There's the first shot down towards mid. Darren able to hold one against Kami, though, so not too bad.
Good.
Yeah, you will keep that space. That's important. Now you have the trademark as well, so you have a little bit more room to work with. They are going hyper-aggressive with Yudotan pushed all the way out under window as well, but you'll take what you can get.
Jet anti-flash के लिए DC हो गया भाई.
So let them through. If they don't know that Yudotan is here, you might be able to strike back once they flood through from stairs. But then you gotta watch out.
अब ये Recon ने बता दिया है कि घुस गए.
Yeah, the real question is Jinbone, does he catch Poppy? Uh-oh, he might have seen that gunfire as well, so he's trying to isolate the fights. He finds one, he's ready for it. Swings over Yudotan, just keeping him busy. But who's really locked with who right now? Yudotan already above him. Does he sniff it out? He does. He sees the gunfire. It's a 1v1. And it's going to be Jinbone who clears it nice and clean with the headshot.
Crouch down as well, such a good read, anticipates all of it in full. Now it's just a desperate play from Kelly S and Darien. Needing to go for the save. It's the second round of the last round, of the first half, and they really need to really hold on to their guns and find whatever advantage they can going towards the round 12.
This one stings. This one stings a lot because you're one away from the Rolling Thunder as well. You'd like to do whatever you can to make that ult happen in the first half.
उतार क्या होता है?
With 0 creds, nobody else being able to buy. Just doesn't feel good. May just showcasing the DFM spray. I mean, DFM, they know they're about to win this map.
Last round before the switch.
I mean,
Split अपने पर चिंता लोटस का बात वही है यार. बात वही है. इसलिए तो डर लग रहा है.
Yeah, and you know, the graphics team was having some fun with those early graphics, but you have to wonder how different might have things been. It's not about the individual skill, but trying to build out a map with someone standing in so late into the off season. You have to rework certain things. You might have the playbook, but it might not suit the exact players. You got Yudotan switching back with the duelist. We've seen highlights, obviously from Yudotan, but also from Darien as well, depending on the agencies playing.
That is the problem.
To try to build that out across all these maps for the draft, it's so tough.
Truly, to no fault of his own, but still trying to fight back. Poppy in with the judge, holding outside of danger. That's at least one. And then Darien comes out for the next.
Can they keep hope alive? At least an extra chance going into the second half. Spike not planted just yet, so Yudotan going to be watching for the far rotate all the way around spawn. Meanwhile, everybody else across is trained on the site.
Spots out the recon too, so they know it's going to come from this spot. Crystal, oh, unfortunately not quite able to land the burst, but there it is. Kelly S and Poppy down to the judge. Darren from the back, at least able to pick up a second round, so the first half ends in 10-2.
All right, you get the pistol, you have a little bit of breathing room, at least some hope at the end of the tunnel, but it is going to be a long one for GE. And I was wondering if we were ever going to see an Odin in the first half, and it looked like he just couldn't quite give it up at the very end. But that is going to lead to that second round given over. Now, if I'm DFM, as confident as we were, like this is where in halftime you kind of got to tell yourselves like, okay, hold on. It's not over just yet, guys. Like, let's not just assume we're winning, right? Let's not just assume we can crawl around the map with the Odin.
Comeback का chance अभी भी है क्योंकि Sentinel नहीं है.
Suddenly, let's say G
map बड़ा है.
10-4. If they convert the
बहुत सारा timing अपन सही कर सकते हैं.
Suddenly, you gotta hope for those ult rounds to really
try to
build out the
possible,
map.
guys. It is possible.
Really gotta stay locked in. Absolutely right, Chobra. The game is not over. Even if they do win this map, it still isn't over. you still got to watch out for GE on some of their subsequent map picks, right? I mean, Split has been so good
क्या
for them
ये
thus far.
कोई एक दूसरे
All
से
through
बात
our
भी नहीं
kickoffs.
कर रहा है
Hopefully seeing how that can carry forward
चिल
right now.
वाला
I mean,
देख के
really
मस्ती भी
just
नहीं
trying to
चालू
work with
है
what they've
क्या
got.
हो गया
Darren
बे
trying to
इतना
do
लो
what
क्यों
he
फील
can
कर रहे
on
हो
this
लोग
role. But at the same time, I mean, a lot of credit to DFM for how they're able to recognize and what GE wants to do.
I think a common theme for this
अपने टीम
entire
का नहीं है ये
Pacific
जो
kickoff
पावर
has
दे
been
रही है
proactivity.
वो
I mean,
negative
we
power
praised
दे
it
रही हूँ
before, but in the
Negative.
past metas, sometimes you had much slower metas where maybe it was too risky, but this year, it really is about clearing space and then holding
Remote
on to it.
t-shirt क्या
Pressuring
होता
the defense
है?
to move and make a mistake,
इतना अच्छा
really
body
getting
नहीं
those
है
forced
Binks.
errors out of the way.
इतना
And DFM, I mean, they were pressing every single pressure point on the map in that first half.
Yeah, so much of it all throughout. Or even just holding in case someone does peek out at some point. You know, finding some of these moments
t-shirt
against
उतार
Darian, Yudotan at some points.
t-shirt उतारने का
A
गोल
lot of it
नहीं
really
है
working out for them
जी
thus
जीतने का
far.
गोल लगाया है
See what the changes
With
are.
great power
Looks
comes
like
great
we may need to
responsibility.
wait
All the fans
a
are
little bit
disappointed
longer
because you
for
are not
things to get
using this
sorted.
power
one.
I
responsibility.
was wondering because we were
See
looking at
why?
the GE side during that halftime and nobody was
बूट
speaking
कैंप
just
उनके
yet.
पास
So maybe
सैलरी
a bit of a late
उनके
start to that
पास
halftime, but now
ग्राइंड
the
वो
players
करे
getting ready
पावर मैं
for
यूज
the
करूं
second
वाह
half.
वाह
Just
वाह
finishing
वाह
their
वाह वाह
thoughts.
वाह वाह वाह
And now GE, they will have
Wow.
to complete a marathon if they want to extend this very
अभी
first
क्या
half
अभी
of their
8 के
elimination
लाइक्स हो
match
जाएंगे
best of
तो
3.
करेगा
7 के लाइक्स अगर हो गया
First map,
तो नेक्स्ट मैप डीएफएम
second
जीतेगा
half.
अगर 7 के
चैट
लाइक्स
लाइक
हुए
करो यार
DFM
जल्दी
wants me on the
लाइक
share.
करो
ये मैप एंड होने से
And for
पहले
GE,
लेकिन
it's just gonna be
Like
टर्म्स एंड
करो।
कंडीशन
into A main at the
जल्दी
very least,
फटाक
right up
से
to
अभी
the
के अभी
entrance.
8 के हो
ये
do
गए
मैप
that.
एंड
I
होने
mean,
से
given
पहले
the
अगर
position of
7
the
के
trade
लाइक्स
mark as well,
हुए
I imagine
नेक्स्ट
you
मैप
are just looking
डीएफएम
to barrel
भगा
through, banking
भगा
on
के
that.
मारेगा
It's going to be a bit of a default hold and not too much delay on the side of DFM, especially on the pistol.
Do have the double
क्या
control
दिन
though,
आगे
so
भाई
at least the star
कोई बाहर का
alongside
बंदा
Jen to
सुनेगा
try
तो
to
क्या लगेगा
fend
उसको
something off. The one way comes up.
हाँ?
And we'll
सबको
see
पता है
how good
सबको
this
बाहर
paranoia
बाहर
is from GN.
पहुंच गया
Combination with
आराम
Art's
से,
position
आराम
there.
से।
There's a
Nice,
paranoia, but it's a
Udo.
little bit too late. Or Udotan perhaps a little bit too fast, way ahead of it. Is able to peek around, gets that first kill.
Attacking में
Backup has
Udotan
arrived
को
in the
देखने
form
को
of
मजा
May. He's
आता है।
got that Sheriff, and GN, he holds backside
Oh, nice.
with the classics, opening up a little bit extra time, trying to get it there, but he misses, and it's going to be clears from Darian.
भाई क्रूशल भी
Right
मिस
click,
किया उसने
unfortunately, goes right by. Akame only able to get one. Darren with a trade, all down to just Jin Bung. Goes in for the wide swing, spots out Darian with
क्या
the
प्लांट
go, so
वंट करना
sharp
है
on it.
कि क्या सीन
Repositions just to hold.
But Crystal's seen him, I believe. Jinbung hasn't, but I'm pretty sure Crystal saw him on the cross. Looks like it. There's the shock dart. It's just going to get the damage done. Jinbung closing the gap. And he finds the timing, going for the kill. It's a reset. Still 35 seconds.
Holds back, sets up the star. Look at Crystal getting up with the boxes! Down with the class.
Buy G bundle, guys. Buy GE bundle.
Picks
मेरे
up the
दिल पे
pistol
आ
off for
गया
GE.
Well, if you
G
ever need an
bundle buy
appetizer
करो।
for the GE capsule, I mean, just
मेरा
spam through. You're
सांस
going to
अटक
be able to
गया
get that
था
1v1 clutch.
इतना देर
I
सांस
think that
रुका
was one of the more tense pistol 1v1s he's had.
हाँ
Both of them
बे
just trying to make sure they have the better angle, the better timing. And eventually Crystal just says, I've had enough of this. And pushes forward,
Sorry,
bringing
माफ
GE
करो,
to 3.
माफ करो।
क्या बोला
Still far from the point to
मेरे
get
को लगा
excited,
G
but now
bundle से बात
5 bots. You got an
होती है।
Outlaw, 2 Guardians, 2 Bulldogs, full firepower in the anti-eco.
I need to keep as much as possible to keep this momentum going. Drone out, and that's going to be Jinbung trying to
एडिटर ये पार्ट
check.
कट कर देना
Does spot it out. The Outlaw sounded off by Darren as well, though.
क्या इसको वैलो किल के
Yeah,
टाइम
so
हो गया ना
DFM
सब
knows
एक
it's
चीज
either a fast flood or you're not going to have too much of an opportunity, so they're already starting to encroach onto the site. Backside already
Nice.
cleared, Heaven still covered, but Yudotan in a little bit of trouble. He's going to extend the distance. He gets
Nice,
one, and he's
nice.
good for 2. Good backup from his teammates as well.
Able to spam away. Akame now onto his elevation, looking for anything possible with the classic, but nothing found, and GE will be able to pick up onto everything. It's a flawless
Attack,
round for them.
attack.
Moving
7
forward.
के लाइक्स होने
You
चाहिए
gotta
guys।
watch
Attack
out
अच्छा
if you're
देखो
GE.
पावर चालू हो
Flawless
चुकी
Attack
है
चाहिए
let them
अटैक
try to get
अच्छा
a
है
snowball going. This is. I mean, listen, I'm not saying it's close to a comeback or anything. Don't call
Possible.
it yet. But it is the best scenario you could possibly
possible
have if you're
possible
GE.
possible
I'm going to wait for one more round at least before I start saying anything.
Hmm?
This is going to be that full buy from DFM after all.
चुप रहे 7 के लाइक्स किए तुम लोग ने
Outlaw
किए
maybe need to do a
चुप
little
रहे
bit more
करो
in this
यार
round,
करो
but
प्लीज
at least for now, DFM with their setups a little bit more towards mid.
आओ
GE changing up where they're hitting. It was A and then B, and now some pressure on mid. And it looks to be a mid to B pinch. It's just going to be a one-dimensional push. They're not stopping. They're going to keep going. The drone coming through. Fragment will keep them at bay for the time being, but it's just a dash across the stun. It allows Town to pick up the kill. Sight opened up for GE once more.
Rifle upgrade as well. Now continuing to hold against the back. Crystal watches it in case there is more. Poppy as well in case there are some rotations all throughout mid. Here's the footsteps. Getting the spray down. That's the first one, but then the trade from Akame. At least strike down onto where B though. But Yunotan getting a little bit way too ahead.
Still 3 members for GE. They know that they're quite weak on the other side. Crystal going for the shock dart, trying to get that chip damage or maybe a cheeky little kill. Darian not able to land it. Gian good for 2. It's a 1v2, but both of them one shot. Crystal, he can't
They
will continue to be leading for DFM. 30 HP, and he'll be able to close it out alongside GN.
Just absolute assertion, May not slowing down. I mean, GE were the ones picking up the pace against DFM, but May says, okay, I'm ready to take that challenge down in the 2-on-1. Just being able to take that against them. G had a good idea of trying to
3v5, ये हमारा ठीक है 4v5.
DFM were able to get some of these kills across. I mean, look at Gian with the spray transfer. Getting a bit of a wall bang against Yunotan as well. Was such a good read from DFM.
That spray was really good from GN, so starting to really showcase what he's good at. 17-6 right now for the rookie. May 12-9 as well. And I think that is just one of the more prime examples of a confidence play. Right, you called it. It's a 2v1. You're low on health, and May still just goes for the peak early first.
Only 4 gun rounds we have
to win. Shot and he wins that duel.
Is it possible?
Forcing G to really kind of pump the brakes again. Facing danger of map point now. They spotted a couple players out towards mid.
The setup wasn't so bad because you're checking for both angles. You were prepared to go for the trades from GE, but only a little bit of chip damage against GN at the end of it. Drone drawn out, and you're still pressuring mid. Meanwhile, the setup for the B side. Garen will be watching heaven, but the rest of them, the drone, doesn't catch information. Jinbung is hidden away, should catch the KO, so Akame has to back out. Jinbung, he gets ahead of it. He shuts down Yunotan. That's the dive gone.
Still able to hold again as well. The second kill going through. A third. Now looking onto the fourth. Picks it up. It's all onto Jinbung. And Poppy trying to hold off against the backline. Jinbung looking for the ace. He peeks out off the recon and gets the ace under his belt. Jinbung for DFM on towards map point.
And that's how you set up your teammates for the ace. What a nice recon. Good timing. Jinbung putting that on the board for himself. What a hold. And meanwhile, I gotta say from GE, I still just fixated on all sorts of angles, but not Jinbung, the one that's been getting the frags. Just nice and calm crosshair placement from Jinbung. A lot of us have praised him throughout the offseason. The opening match here for DFM. To 15-9, but also just to use
so much. The G are truly forced to pull everything out of all the stops. It's the blades from Yunotan, looking to get ahead of it. Just outside the smokes, he goes for the peak. Bit of a one-tap whiff. He's gonna dash right back.
Yeah, notices one too many people, but that's the call for DFM to push out of B main. Akame gets the kill there.
Real winner is you, moron. Bhai, mat karo aisa nahi hu main.
But eventually, it's all members down on the site, and GE will take control.
Quick enough to make it happen. Now Art
जीत
trying to really
गए.
take a little bit more space from heaven, find some sight lines.
क्या?
DFM जीती बोल.
ये round तो
They know
जीत
the
गया.
location
भाई,
of
3-1.
each other. Poppy and Kellyus both one away from the Oats. So if I'm Art, yeah, I don't know if I fight this.
भाई
No
किसको
reason to give
अंदर
them
से
an early rotation to
OT
try to
वाला
catch
feel आ रहा
up.
है.
You just need
मेरे
that
को.
one extra round. You wait for the chance that you can get.
Backed up in
दो
the
राउंड
save.
थ्रो हो गए लेकिन याद रखो.
Just one round.
दोनों से
Close out
दो
this first
माइनस करो
map.
अपने में प्लस करो.
GE
10-6
showing
होना
their
चाहिए था.
resilience.
और
Which
अभी
is
ये
so
जीता तो
far for
10-7.
GE. I mean, the few successes they've had here
Guns drops करना.
coming in
Guns.
is really just when they were able to go for those rushes. Okay, alright.
सब लोग लिख रहे
It's
भाई.
okay. Whoa. I mean, he gives them
तू
their
भी दे
own,
दे
but
गन,
he'll get a
क्रिस्टल.
couple more towards his as well.
दे दे.
ले
तू भी दे
लिया
देता.
उसने.
गिर जा ऐसे क्रिस्टल. गन वन का क्या? गिर.
Yeah, I mean, you
That's
get 3 for your name.
Get,
You
get,
know,
get.
they'll get their ults at some point anyway. You maybe just pass on this round. and focus on
पैसा
when you're
है
able to
नहीं.
go for a combo yourselves. But it's really been the rushes, right? I mean, sure, eventually Crystal lost that 1v2 in the bonus. But even that one, getting onto the site, it's about the fast hits. That's where GE has been able to shine. DFM still holding that default at the very start. But the problem becomes, at what point does DFM catch on? Because you don't have any chances if you're GE. You have no way to adapt after DFM is course corrected.
Absolutely one of those.
Don't blame me.
What that could mean for some of the future maps as well, given how DFM's tendencies to set up. Cosmic Divide looking to make another rush happen. The Paranoia already sent through and baited out. Yudotan now looking to lead the charge, sees the Odin Tracers, goes up through from bridge. Oh, but knocked out by the Rolling Thunder. Crystal able to strike back.
भाई क्या Rolling Thunder दिया ना?
All the way into the back of sight, but they'll just yield and decides to go for the plant onto the bridge. Cosmic Divide does go down, but DFM, they're going to wait for backup to arrive. Chinbung, last one, coming up in mid.
W.
Crystal trying to push them out of uncomfortable positions. Gets a tag as well. That's health down for May. Whoa! What in the world is that drop shot? Gets him through the wall. Darian getting stunned. There's Yard. And with the Odin. And now they just slowly start to creep towards the site. Cosmic Divide, how in the world are you going to defend this one? Oh! Can they block it? No, they'll have to restart the spike defuse. There's the aftershock. Is it enough time though? Trying to block the wall. Hold the door.
Go together!
No! Enough time passed. Crystal.
Let's go.
Going for the calculations, and yes, it is. GE will stay alive once more.
Down to just Pandemonium and Chaos, and with the wire as well, GE managed to keep themselves inside of it all.
भाई अगर एस्ट्रा भी सप्रेस हो जाता था और वो पुल नहीं आता लग गए थे भी.
I gotta imagine, I gotta see how that shot happened for me. Oh,
I mean, just drop, sees the elbow, goes for it. That's a confidence play right there. And Crystal, just knowing that that's the only option. You had to just push through. You had to get them off of it.
Like karo chat.
A lot of desperation used. You have to rely on that tour de force now. And it's been taken away. Just like that.
20 बंदे सप्रेस हुए उधर भी पे.
The location of it and the setup.
Equal है बे, equal.
So now the stack. Look at DFM. Instead of pushing out elsewhere, instead of saying we're going to try to get
pistol
a
वाले
lot
लोग
more
भी पे
space, we
खड़े
have
क्या
lesser
कर
weapons,
रहे
but we also know you guys have
अब
been
भी आ
liking
गया
to
अपने
rush. So we're going to stack onto the B site. Yudotan is in. Can he stay alive? Can he get the kills? No, he doesn't get the kill right off the peak, Jinbung. Slowly creeping back in.
Rrq. Oh, that's another one down. Crystal. Strike back, but Akame spots and jumps up on top of the boxes. Down to just Poppy and Darren, who's still marking the back lines, but again, it's taken away.
It's the one piece of strong firepower that they have, Poppy. He's trying to make whatever work, but it's still a 2v3, Poppy.
Jin.
He's aware of the wraparound, though. With this much time, you guys aren't fighting us. What could
कोई सीन नहीं
waiting for Jian. But is Jian also waiting?
They can keep waiting. 30 seconds to spike us down.
Exactly. And he gets the kill. Whoa, Jian. Okay, that's
1v1, 1v1, up है. Slow up है. हो गया.
Whoa, that.
He has no idea. They both have no idea where they are. Oh my god.
Whose senses are gonna tingle first? Spike still not cleared. Art senses something's wrong. But Darian will go for safety checks once more.
OP बोलते Darian भाई.
7.
OP बोलते.
It's getting close. This entire round.
अलग game of Valorant.
Especially some of the opening shots.
Hide and seek in Valorant.
It was a bit of a half buy as well.
ये shot crazy
They made it happen this close. Really says quite a bit. Some of the confidence plays, but at the same time, minute details of some of how the
fire on difference. Fire on difference, guys.
And now the operator coming into the hands of Darian, so he doesn't need that tour de force anymore. But it is a stack. It's a 4-man trap setup for that blaze storm. There's May, but there's the rendezvous. A couple knives out already. Can he get the reset? Not just yet. Crystal is going to help gun him down.
GE
will gladly answer back.
Holds out to the back line and now waiting for the smoke to dissipate before they rush and send a full commit. Gravwell just to defend off and hold Jinboom alongside Jin. Can they make it happen? Dog towards the off angle. Jinboom able to get the flicks. 2 only. Heavily as an Euro time to pick up the round for G again.
क्यों मालूम है मेरा नाम क्या है?
Get a little dicey.
बुंक्स और उसका नाम जिन बुंक्स, तो दोनों एक जैसे खेल रहे अपन.
पर तेरा नाम भी जिंक्स बुंक्स है.
One more time in the next round. You can still get by with the half armors, but look at this. All the different angles already covered. I mean, it's a good read from GE. As soon as they get an inkling of it, they reset.
Does feel as though DFM needs to cool off.
मत करो
That's
chat.
exactly what they're gonna do
Like करो.
with this timeout. Reset for the players. Make sure that they get that one round they need. Went to overtime last time against RRQ as well. Yes,
7K नहीं हुआ लेकिन मेरे को अंदर से एकदम ओटी का फील आ रहा है.
But you don't want to risk that when you were in the lead for so very long.
हर राउंड गोटी टाइट हो रही है.
Super vocal on the screen
भाई
right now.
सबसे ज्यादा वो 1v1 वाला 1v1 वाला
7 क्या हो गया? 7 क्या हो गया? Now you have to do your job.
Next map DFM is winning.
Maybe the light at the end of the tunnel right
Thank you, Fritz, for the $2.
Next map
That's when you have to stay ever more
100%
patient.
DFM जीता.
Can't let
100%.
your mind get ahead of things.
उड़ोतान
And it
एक
looks
नहीं
like
मार
the GE
पाएगा.
coaches perhaps reminding their players of that, just sticking
Bottom
to the plan,
frag करेगा
making
उड़ोतान.
sure they
Bottom
relay
frag.
all information. Crystal went away from the Huntress Fury, but otherwise GE a little dry on the ult, but obviously strong weapons in hand. DFM meanwhile, Cosmic Divide available for that retake, so they'll leave
Off
that
है
site
अभी भी.
open. They'll stack on to B.
Will that work out in favor of GE though? Quick peeks out in towards A. Udotan able to dash away in time.
He didn't get the kill, which is very fortunate for DFM.
हाँ ना
Now they
usually
can mask
मारता है
information
bro.
on if there's been backup, how many people are there, and exactly which agent are going to be taking their positions on A once more.
Still though, a little bit of intel there for GE, only spotting out Art. The drone coming back into Reclair as well, and that now is when GE kind of regroups, preparing for that assault into the A site.
I like this from GE. You masked that information, but you didn't see anyone peek out from mid. So now you have the reverse
दो ही
reading
बंदे
that
पे.
DFM has to be holding far back. DFM trying to get ahead of it with the timing.
Oh, वो
You
लोग
see
को सिर्फ
Jinboom
chamber
trying to
दिखा,
clear
which
out
is
mid,
good.
But already the execute has begun onto the A site.
Flash drawn out as well. Now just for DFM to hold. Rotation starting to come across, but Udotan already towards back site.
भाई 100 का position strong है बे.
Hold out towards heaven, looking
100
for
का
some
position strong
potential
है.
spams. Nothing quite just yet. Everyone able to dodge everything.
Yeah, and the bridge plan as well, so
आगे,
they
आगे,
weren't at
आगे.
danger
DFM आ
on
गया.
default. There's Cosmic Divide, but look
सारे
at the
आगे
position
बे
of
DFM
Udotan.
वाले
He's gonna be
सारे
able to
आगे.
get this from the back of site. Meanwhile, holding close, Art already gets 1 kill. Meanwhile, in the back, no, it's going to be Crystal still getting the kills from long range with the Huntress Fury, just making sure they cannot enter the site. But now the flood has begun. The gates have opened, and May starts to push out. Darion, good for the angle. Crystal, good on the trade, and May has to push. 1v1, and he gets it! Their hero answers the call once again to close out the very first map.
Oh my god, May with his cape flowing in the wind, repeatedly making it happen for DFM when they need it most.
3 round अब तक था बे.
His power truly shining down to those final moments.
कोई ना ये map weak है.
Just in a one-on-two.
कोई ना ये
takes
map
those
weak है.
fights
मेरी
with
बात
ease.
सुनो, मेरी बात सुनो. ये मैप वीक है, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं. पॉजिटिविटी चीज को जगाओ. नेक्स्ट मैप 101% डीएफएम जीतने वाली है. पिस्तौल राउंड भी डीएफएम जीतने वाला है. सब कुछ डीएफएम जीतने वाला है. A to Z 13-0 जीतने वाली है डीएफएम. लेट्स गो डीएफएम. कपड़ा भी चेंज करके आया मैं तुम्हारे लिए. बस डीएफएम जीतेगी. आई एम ऑल डीएफएम फैन. लव यू डीएफएम. जिंग बॉन्ग ओपी. ठीक है?
Yeah.
ठीक.
To experiment and cook quite a bit. You know, maybe the composition not quite working out too well for them on the
डीएफएम का
defensive
जैकेट पहन
path,
पता नहीं
but
नहीं
they
है.
started to string these rounds
Ignore it.
together.
Yeah, it does just feel like if you could just get a hotter start, maybe things will be different, right? Win some of those duels in the first half, but right now in this studio, what they have to focus on is going to be that next map. You can retool that later, maybe in another match kickoff, maybe for stage 1, but it's not the time to think about that. You've warmed up. Now you got to focus on your own map pick as you get ready for the second map.
And that's truly what it is, because we still have a full series on our hands. GE definitely doing so much on Split thus far. Right now, it's DFM's time to shine, but can they continue shining onto the second map?
Yeah, curious to see. I mean, there was, I think, a very stark difference in comfort level here on Abyss. So it's still a little bit hard to tell exactly who's going to feel more confident, who's going to feel more fluid going into the next map. But for the time being, TFM, they'll be able to celebrate in the back. And
let's
now
go DFM! Stay positive, DFM is gonna win. Love you, Ausbay. Thank you for the $10. मेरी जान के टोटे जीतेगा रे जीतेगा DFM जीतेगा.
Thank you, casters. And as they were saying, DFM looked very comfortable on Abyss. Global Esports has been regularly struggling on this map, and it looks like they still have yet to figure it out. DFM, though, everything mostly was in control. We had a little funny round on B with them, a little bit of an Easter egg hunt, but still, they closed it out.
Yeah, I think when things get dicey for them, that's where May really needs to step in. It was a similar story against Rrq when they really started struggling, is when May pulled out the hero plays, but I really can't fault their overall read, particularly in the first half, and their attacking side. They did a great job kind of neutering the chamber and minimizing Darion's impact, as did Talon in a different way. They really used utility a lot to push him off the lines. DFM was just straight up killing him.
Yeah, you could just tell, I feel like they understood how to play against this comp that Global were presenting, especially in that first half. The game, a 10-2 half is so hard to come back from. The game is sort of won and lost in that. I mean, we saw GE start to make a comeback, but your cushion isn't just big enough. Even when you start to pick up steam, you just don't have the round. You just can't afford any mistakes, and we see Jinbung ace them, and then of course that last round with a big mate clutch.
Yeah, this is not a good look for Global Esports right now, but I've seen enough matches here in kickoff to know that the first map might just mean nothing for the overall match results. So this is a good win for DFM, and I'm going to be curious to break down Split with you guys after this, because both of these teams are also quite good at Split. Jinbung continues as our MVP. I think overall so far in this tournament, he's been pretty stellar.
He's done very well for himself, playing the Astra as well. You know, that pseudo Sentinel on the defensive side, even on attack, he was getting his. So very, very solid. The controller I really want to give a lot of props to is GN. I mean, he played a lot better in this game, particularly the first half. He was really kind of popping off to start off the game, and even in the earlier rounds of defense, he did pretty well for DFM, I would say. But as with the rest of DFM slowed down a little bit, you know, early on here, it really felt like DFM was slamming the sites over and over and over again and going for these executes time and time again. And what GE really struggled with, especially against the double controller, is the retakes. It felt like they were waiting out the smokes, but the thing is, it's not normal smoke timing. You see it there on Heaven, the refresh of the dark cover on top of the Nebula, and you just, if you wait too long, we'll never find that clean avenue to be able to complete the retake if you're waiting out these smokes, because with the double controller, you just keep cycling them forever. And DFM, it was very clear to me their approach was to slam sites against the chamber.
Yeah, I think this round is also really crucial. We see what Chamber wants to do is he wants to explore and lock those mains. DFM really understand this, and they're just waiting for him to push. We see exactly the same thing in this round as well. Darion wants to start exploring a main. May moves across to the other side and is so ready for Darion to come out of the smoke. They understand what GE wanted to do with the chamber and shut it down very, very well to establish that dominant first half.
Yeah, I think if they play Abyss again, I know Darion can play Cypher, like, I don't think the chamber's been working very well, and when it does, it feels like its teams making mistakes against GE's attack and Darion given too many opportunities.
Do you agree with that, big time? And, you know, you were making a case for their comp, and we can understand the thought process that goes behind this. This is a comp that we kind of just need to throw away and work on something new.
I don't think they should throw it away. I don't think it's not that bad. We saw how it has power on attack also, and I think sort of the issue when you're playing Chamber is a lot of it comes down to execution. You need your Chamber guy to be popping off, but it does change how your opponents have to approach the game against you. It's just DFM were very, very prepared. It's more, I want to see that second layer of, so now if you know DFM are going to stand there and wait for your Chamber, then he doesn't have to go. We can just delay that time. You can be on a deeper angle. That's what I want to see. I want to see them develop that comp a little bit more into the next step of it.
Now let's see how much these teams have both learned. We're going to be going to the second map of Split. Let's break this down. Now, both of these teams have done well in Split the last time we've seen them play. DFM hasn't played it this kickoff. The last time we saw was at the Radiant Asia Invitational. They played against Paper-X. And by the way, the winner of this will be facing off Paper-X. And DFM did beat Paper-X rather in a very close overtime match against them on Split with one different player. Global Esports in the meantime. Also, 2 times they've showed it this tournament, and it was dominant against Talon and Secret.
I don't think they're worried about map 2. I think they're able to reset nicely, knowing that they're going into Split. This is exactly what they did against Team Secret. This Split comp for them has looked very, very comfortable with this double sentinel. It's clearly a style that really suits them and that they enjoy playing. So I think they're going to feel good about Split. DFM is a little bit more of an unknown, so we need to see what kind of things they come out with. But I don't think GE are going to be too phased. They're going to be looking to push this all the way to map 3.
I'm a little worried though. I think this is why I said the map pool concerns me when I saw the video of this, because it doesn't feel like a free win. Exactly like you said, Vic, it feels like DFM can play this map if they can beat PRX on it. PRX have played Split for the longest time, so if you're beating them in the off season, if they play to their ceiling, they should be pretty comfortable. And I think stylistically, it's almost kind of similar comps with different approaches for DFM. They're also playing the double sentinel single init, just a different take on it with the Sky as well as the Vice Cypher. I think.
Let's go.
Yeah, I also think it's worth noting that we just spoke about how well prepared they were for the chamber. So I think they've clearly put a lot of work into the ante, and they kind of understand.
DFM, Ice Bhai, thank you for the $5. Moran Bhai, thank you for the
more material than DFM
gifted Mary Jaan. You are really a moron.
What's your counter going to be? What's your composition going to be to counter it? And that's where the coaching staff of DFM is.
जिस को भी gifted मिला, please Moran Bhai को tag करके thanks बोल के बोले he's a moron.
Korean teams too, to an extent, but Japanese teams are masters of anti-stratting. That seems to be their approach to a lot of the matches here in Pacific. Now, we were talking about the Vice. And it's similar composition, probably similar in the approach, but I think there's a big difference in their choice of Sentinels. Deadlock versus Vice.
Yeah, I think they're both kind of those like trap play kind of sentinels, although the Vice is a bit more of a traditional senti, whereas the Deadlock I feel like is kind of a supplemental senti in a way to the Cypher, where it is kind of the agent that makes your post plant stronger, as well as making it harder for the other team to hard hit you. I think the biggest difference for me is really the choice of controller. But really love you from bottom of my heart.
I also love you.
Nice plays
Don't
you can do
worry.
with Paranoia, as well as the movement on Split. You can act as a bit more of a second entry than the Astra that's going to be a lot slower on the side of GE.
Yeah, in that controller matchup, we view the Omen to be a little bit more aggressive. The way you're able to Paranoia to kind of control that space, you TP as well.
Last
so you
time
have this almost pseudo-entry capability, where Astra fits the opposite side of that, where you're playing a lot more like a Sentinel. You're allowed to lurk a lot more. You don't really want to be lurking on Omen, so you can use that Paranoia. But on Astra, you're free to go wherever you want. And you're also you don't mind anchoring a little bit more, staying, not rotating as fast. We see the Omen anchor too, but I think Astra is a little bit better at it. So it's just a stylistic difference, really.
Well, just a stylistic difference, but only one of these teams are going to continue on to face Paper-X in the lower brackets, and one of the teams are going to have to go home, so they're going to have to find something a little bit more than a stylistic difference here. How are you guys feeling about your predictions? Because
like I said, with the map pool, it's shaky. My big issue for GE in the last map, and it was the same thing in their opening series, the individuals didn't show up to the game, and they need that bounce back. We saw Crystal on the second map split. He just came out of the gates firing on all cylinders.
And how are you feeling, Big Time?
I'm feeling okay. I feel like Split has been a good map for GE. I think they're going to push it all the way to map 3, and then Lotus is a different question than amongst itself, but we have to cross that bridge first. We have to get there first.
Well, we like 3 mappers here in kickoff, so it might be the case. Are we having much?
No changes. Both teams backing themselves with the last comp that they played. Especially on the side of DFM, they get to start out nice and comfy.
Challenge जीत गया. Told you after one map.
They know how GE had to start on attack there. The team that had to pick this and start attacking this double set a lot of the time. So we'll see if GE are going to be allowed to get away with some of the things that they were doing. They really do like those A executes and just get into those really strong plans.
Yeah, the Deadlock is a Sentinel. Like, we talk about it as a Sentinel.
Combos बहुत है, combos बहुत है. I love the combos.
The Deadlock gives you a lot of power for getting in
those
the
are
site.
ठीक है, कम ठीक है.
And also strengthens your post plant.
कम ठीक है.
I don't think GE will mind starting on attack at all.
ठीक है,
Yeah,
कम ठीक है।
well, let's find out if this is
पहला
going to
गेम
go
मुझे
the distance
चेंबर में
or
पसंद था, अब
this
मुझे
ends
डेडलॉक में पसंद।
here
डेडलॉक लैंड
for
एजेंट है, लेकिन
DFM.
फिर
We're
भी
going to go into map 2 of Split. Let's
चलेगा।
give it to our casters,
चलेगा।
Troba and Quack. Chobra. Sorry, let me pronounce the R. There we go. Take it away.
Thank you. Thank you for the correction. I do appreciate it. I do appreciate it. So GE and DFM, obviously Des breaking down.
Let's go DFM, let's go.
We have seen them before. And my big question is going to be, GE, I mean, they've looked good on this attack, but now there's that vice, right? The Raze doesn't, you know, they can't break all the util on their own because of that sheer wall. So we'll see what the answer is from GE.
Starting things out at least. A lot more bunched up towards A.
Just checking for that early push out, not finding it. They'll go for the re-clear. May going to be all alone. May versus Yudotan on the Raze. This is also going to be a fun fight right there. It's just a trade for trade.
Okay, and allows for G to at least flood in through, but Jinbook does spot a lot of it all out. But oh no, the whips! It's going to be the pickup from Kelly S instead, but Akame able to answer right back in with a classic!
Hey, that's a very casual wall, yaar. That's a very casual wall.
I mean, literally fighting for his life. Trapped in by the barrier mesh, has only a way out behind him. And he just goes for 3. What? But it's Poppy in a clutch situation. Turns on that switch for the clutch.
He's
left alone. We'll put up that smoke. He still has a lot of time as well, so he can try to fish for these 1v1s if he wants to.
He's heading back towards top ramp as well. Ooh, Poppy spots out the first, and that's Jin down. Okay, now has an option to head on over all the way through to B, but you gotta read the timing of how they're able to rotate.
Yeah, they do have a faster point. Art ready for it. He's gonna let him drop. He wants to wait for the 2v1. I love that patience from Art because you have the numbers advantage. Knows the position. Going to plant safe.
10 seconds left.
Oh, nice little jiggle back and forth from Art. That's going to be DFM to close things out. And just the patience from Art really paying off. The 2v1, sending the Trailblazer as well. I like that commitment to the creds used, because it's just going to confirm his position, but also delay time so that he doesn't really have a choice.
Yeah, it's just a smart play of the 2-on-1 at the end of it, but still, what this setup from DFM. I mean, May had no escape plan whatsoever. It was just there to pick up as much as he could. And then on the other side from Akame, how on earth was he so calm in picking up those 3 kills? Now, that gives them so much on towards the next round with the guns that they've got. May on the Marshall, still marking down ramp. Oh,
yeah,
gets the first
one. Good for 2, could get 3, maybe 4, and he'll get it. Only 1 left. Poppy once again all alone, but I don't think he's going to find as much success with just the classic. It might be the GE capsule, but it's going to be so much distance he has to cover. Just dragging him across. He's spinning him towards the ace. He's calling May over. He's running over. He's only got 46 HP.
Yo, Poppy's like, I know what you're trying to do.
Oh, GN just going to take the kill himself. Yeah, Poppy says, you know what? If I am going to go down, it's not going to be to the A side. Also, the guy with the showstopper. So I think he did make the best choice he could right there.
Jeez.
Language
4-0.
But what a way to set things up. I mean, I don't know if you're going to be changing this anytime soon. May's just feeling that sharp.
I mean, you give him the Marshall, anti-eco, this guy's always going to bring you extra frags. Now, you do have the buys, you do have the full armors. But the real question is where do you go? You haven't really explored B yet, so GE, they are going to spread out on the default.
Me onto it's to Judge outside of Garage.
Okay, Paranoia drawn out just to delay for any push because of that grab net. So it is a decent interaction on the side of GE because now you don't have that much delay. However, the sheer wall still not quite discovered.
Got Jinbung outside of screens as well on A site.
So DFM, they've chosen to stack towards the B side, right? You look at the trips, it's really just to get information. Do they go through heaven? Do they go through vents?
भाई ये कैमरा नहीं होना चाहिए मेरे पास या फिर प्रोम ऑन कर दो कि अपन ऐसा लेट क्यों कैमरा डायरेक्ट तोड़ पाए वो कैमरा इज यार हीचू भाई इट्स लाइक हीचू हाँ एक प्रोम चालू करना चाहिए ये मैप पे
in a round where G really wants to make it count, so clearing as much as possible. Maybe not the sheer wall, but that does inform quite a bit to DFM
Oh, and look at the setup from DFM as well. They were holding close on B Heaven to really push them towards A.
Side पे
So
2v5
regardless of
है
chip or
और
not, right
DFM
now,
ये
DFM
round
are
जीतने वाला
just
है
going to
100
wait until they get on site because you have May on there with the judge, one away from the showstopper.
First point of contact. So that's already enough info. Everyone's starting to rotate over. Jinbum trying to hold May in with a judge inside of the smoke as well. Swings out at the right time. Oh, but not the one onto Yudotan.
Love you,
So that allows
Yudotan,
for
love
GE
you.
to really spread their wings across the entire
Yan
site.
भाई ने दो मारे
Spike
थे.
down, watching for screens, Crystal.
Yep, 4-man still alive. It
Last
was a
round
good
दो
hop
मारे
that
थे.
forced May out of position that allows them to clean that up with only one casualty. They would love to be able to keep all 4 weapons, all 4 pieces of armor as well. Peeking out, Akame, very quick flick down. Crystal trying to play the mind games, but Akame, it's really up to him to try to get more information.
One enemy remaining.
Gets caught by Yudotan on the cross, and Crystal will get the close range kill.
Okay,
And while
round
it's
था ना?
4 weapons, GE will be safe to carry over 3 and 4
मजा नहीं
armor.
आया.
Yeah, good read on the macro from DFM, but that said, still, it is GE who
भाई
have been
मेरे
able
पास
to
ulti है,
flood
मई के
sites
पास.
really effectively. You know,
नहीं?
even out from a
मैं
base
ulti
as
करूँ?
well,
हाँ?
just being able to kind of get a read for how they want to kind of flood
ये
in
round तो
from
जीत गया भाई
elbow, or
DFM.
even just
Ultimate
anticipating
जीतेगा.
that, hey, this smoke looks a little bit suspicious, and then also finding that quick flick on towards May as well.
So
Energy
overall,
high लग
DFM
रही है,
maybe a bit of
lol.
a all-in towards May with the judge, but GE, they'll take whatever they can get, trying to get back
क्या
into the
message करो?
momentum
दिख नहीं
swing
रही डॉल
themselves.
अपनी.
A tough map, 1 loss, and now already on the back foot.
Still though, DFM looking to strike
तूने
back.
क्या
It's
लिखा
gonna be
उनकी
Main
को?
with that op. Has the ult in hand as well in case he needs to escape.
मैंने
A bit more mailroom holds from DFM out towards mid.
It's that Razor Vine, I love that you pop it right away as the smoke ends. That way, even though you're not getting clear information, you know that they aren't getting across it just yet. They even delay further with the guiding light, and DFM continues to keep them at bay. They're purposely leaving mid open. You have ramps control and you have A site control for the time being. You've got their trips to
भाई
delay
आपके
as
पास
well.
कंट्रोल ही कंट्रोल
Only
है
what I'm worried about
लेकिन
is Art, right? He's
DFM
in
player
ramp, but at what point do you choose to
का
push
पोजी
out?
अच्छा है.
Well, that's going to be it. They see the cyber cage and no one there, so they say, okay, it is safe to take full A main control.
Then to hold the crossfire, continuing to possibly peek out for more information. So maybe sensing that A is kind of clear. It's all down to Jin to hold,
नहीं,
but
वो
unfortunately
दिख गया.
wallbang through. May has to land a
वो
connect.
बंदा दिख गया. वो थोड़ा और राइट
Yeah,
जाना
May
था
just
उसने.
going to
पोजीशन में
back
थोड़ा
out.
लेफ्ट
Doesn't want
राइट
to
हो
deal with
गया.
any of that with the op in his hand.
भाई
We
रेस
haven't
के पास
really
अल्टी है.
noticed
भाई ये
just
रीटेक है.
yet,
क्लीन
and I
रीटेक.
don't know
क्लीन
if
रीटेक.
GE has full information.
Jinbum though,
Spike
just
planted.
making
Clean
his way
retake है.
all across from
ओ
attacking
साइफर का
spawn.
पोजी देखो.
It's a timing fight, but quite frankly, I don't see a reason for Poppy to not be looking this way. He's constantly turning around to see if a crossfire is needed, but right now he can just focus on the back and he'll be able to
Casual
clean out the
position.
flank. Meanwhile, Showstopper, it gets shut down.
Ulti
Crystal
पे
with a
गया.
nice timing. Hides away and then shuts it down. That's DFM having to run away. Tail tucked in, op dropped.
And unfortunately, the heavy investment's all gone for naught. And it just is just GE being
मजा नहीं आया
able to
round में.
really pull and
Casual,
push across the
casual
map in that
casual.
fashion, forcing DFM to look,
मजा नहीं
to be
आया.
honest, a little bit lost.
हाँ?
I mean, they purposely gave up that mid
Oh,
control, and
कैसे
I
बोल
like that they pushed out on A main as well. But as soon as GI
I only
drops,
believe
there actually
in
wasn't
Udotan.
really any
Bye,
extra
let's
layer
go
of
DFM.
delay and
Call
cover in
Udotan,
heaven.
bye,
So May has
call.
to give up the site. At that point, the shear wall doesn't really provide much value because you've already given up full site control. You didn't have main control, and at that point, you've already lost half of the map. So just that one position, something that DFM is going to have to consider is if we're going to push
अब
out
A
because we
फाइट
gave
बहुत
up mid,
हेवी
maybe we have
करने
to push
वाले
out from
DFM
both sides of
और
the map.
क्लीन राउंड जीतने
Especially
वाले.
with May on
क्लीन
that op as
क्लीन.
well, just couldn't quite hang on to sight for too long. So the next round now coming through.
याद है सर जी एक या दो कोई मार सकता
Popping
है
some
मेरे
of those
साथ.
weapons on over, right?
ये DFM का
Throw
round है.
Rifles.
And just going to be that default hold. May tucked in at ramps. It's going to be Jinbum watching from afar. Has that cam ready to set things up for May. Okay, it's going to be clear from heaven. GE, they smell something fishy. So they will just hold. Just trying to make DFM antsy about not having information. How far, how hungry are you really on this kind of half-buy round with this rifle saved over? Akame, he's gone. Oh, but he gets one. That's the best he could hope for.
Yeah, not too
Good,
bad.
good, good.
Still is kind of
बी जाओ जी,
opening
बी
things
जाओ.
up
मैं
across
बोल
the
रहा हूँ.
map, though.
Go B.
For GE to really push up.
Wall डाल
Now
के
still
बीच आओ.
wondering about that A main, right? Or that top of A ramps. Calling in for the reinforcements now. Maybe with the Prowler, Crystal can come back in to check and clear the corners.
Oh, that Trailblazer getting taken out by Poppy, but
Fast
from the
air
Ramen
rotate
side
करके
really
retake.
throws off DFM because you're not quite sure was he on the cross or not because he waits for it and just shoots it down. So they get the ping down onto Ramen, but they will just have to stick with their choice and give up that A site. It's going to be a very safe plan. Planted for Heaven, barrier mesh already online by screens. You have a main control with that tripwire. Now no vision, no info on Heaven. So we'll see if DFM can find a timing to pinch onto ramps.
भाई सैंडविच होने वाले वो लोग सैंडविच.
Just right around the side of ramps.
ओमन के पास blind है heavy वाला.
Ends as well. 2 players.
This could get dicey. The timing of that trip. Oh, they're just going to send May out to scout first. And now, going for the swings one by one. Art wins it first, but it's still going to be a trade in favor of Jimbo. 2 left on the site.
Crystal नहीं मार सकता.
Tick. Crystal peeks out into
एक और नहीं मार
Heaven.
पाएगा.
That's just Jinbong where Kelly S knows
Okay,
all.
stop.
So GE picks up the round rather effectively.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, again, given the fact that you only have the 2 rifles carried over, sure,
Okay,
you get what you can. You got some old points. But I would have loved to see a bit more of a timing there on the trip. Maybe bait something out with the trip first because you know you
मेरा
have to
भी
get
rate
through
बढ़
it.
गया है.
But at the end of the day, it's going to be
9 के likes
GE.
करो.
We, of course, will be very happy
मेरा
with that
rate
one.
बढ़ गया है अभी.
The round's starting to play out the way they pictured them
9
so
के likes
far.
करो.
The
कर दो
operators
यार.
not
समझ रहे हो?
coming out
मेरा rate
anymore.
बढ़ गया है भाई.
TFM will have to stick with the
How
half
है?
armors to make sure
भाव
they
का
have
हूँ
a
मैं
couple
भाव
more
का
rounds in the
हूँ.
bank.
Rate बढ़ गया. 9 के likes करो.
At least to start things off, you know, trying to come back in with that mid presence. The Razorvine, though, quickly eliminated.
Yeah, G's starting to get a read on a lot of these default util setups. But are they ready? Are they ready for the trap? They are! It's a double swing and a nice drop with the shorty. Good switch out on the weapon
भाई
from
उड़ोतान
Udotan.
है भाई.
GE being able to find some of these little gaps now. Up for Darren to maybe try to
Professional jinxer मत करो यार.
through, while mid though continues to go under contestation. Akame coming back in for the fight, takes down 2 before Kalias trades.
Yeah, Crystal hesitated a bit on that swing and gave enough time for the reset. Meanwhile, Darian, he's barely gonna win out on the fight over on A. That opens up the site on the A side. Only 2 members remaining on DFM, but look at the health
2v3.
of Kalias. Down
9
to
के likes
1
नहीं हो रहा
single
chat.
point of HP. Ooh. Oh man, that was looking very
9 के
close.
likes नहीं हो रहा है.
Darian also not much health, so they really just have
देख
to
लो
win
मैं कुछ
their
बोल
first
दूंगा. 9
duels
के likes
each.
नहीं हो रहा है.
May scared of getting spammed through.
वेदन भाई टॉप मारेगा यार. तो
For
ऐसी
GE
सब बातें
to
नहीं करता.
hold further
40
defensive
रुपए में
position. So all the way towards
Yeah.
the back of main.
टॉप
maybe
मारेगा
coming back
यार.
up.
एग्जाम
that
के बाद है
timing
10,000
play against
मिनिमम
Heaven.
रेट है भाई.
So this,
Green zone.
yeah, it looks like
Nice
it's
one.
really just meant to be for Darian to get a timing. Oh, the rifle taken away, but now they know about the pressure from behind. So DFM rushing onto the site. They can try to take the gravity well out. It's being used up. Rifles should be back.
Managed to trap. Oh, Kalias with the wide swing a little bit too much. Allows for Akame to get the shot in now.
That like
Down
करो
to
यार.
Darian. Poppy's already gone. Not quite
Oh!
able to land it.
ये लोग ने like नहीं किया.
Akame strikes back against GE.
Not my fault.
Great shots coming out from Akame, holding true, really guarding
my
his
fault.
teammate May
मैंने
as he
बोला
goes
था
through with it.
9 के
With a
रेट
lower
है.
health as well, so really he was just meant to be the bodyguard. But it
मैंने
makes
बोला
it
था.
work for DFM, and right here, I love that he's wary of the swing out, and by then,
मैंने
it's too
बोला
late
था
for
भाई.
Crystal to try to swing out on the trade.
मार्केट में एक इज्जत है तेरे
Moving
भाई
way
की.
too much, so despite the spike planted, still
समझ रहे?
DFM.
अभी भी
being
मौका है.
able to
सिर्फ
hold
500
and
चाहिए.
fight
अभी भी
back.
मौका है. एक साथ मिलके लाइक बटन दबाओगे तो हो जाएगा.
Oh wow, okay, 3-3.
Time out भी लिया है तुम्हारे लिए.
Really feels like, oh, DFM wanted it. Okay, I guess just depending on how that round already panned out before they were able to clutch
जी भाई
things
कितना
down.
बेशर्म है.
I can
बहुत
see that, right? You're losing control of the site. You're
बहुत.
looking at 2 people going up against 3.
अच्छा वो सुपर चैट नहीं मांग रहा. बेशर्म हो सिर्फ लाइक्स
I
मांग
don't
रहा
mind
हो.
it too
दिल
much, but
कितना बड़ा है
obviously
तेरे भाई
maybe the
का.
hype being cooled off just a bit as well.
Still just needing to kind of find that rest. But at the same
300
time,
और 300 और
these setups, which, like we mentioned before, are
300
already
लाइक्स बाद
trying to
में
get read by
DFM
GE,
जीतेगा.
Razor
Come on.
vines off towards mid, constantly getting broken. So seeing some pings across the map right now as to how they might want to change things up. Still wanting to control mid
कल
quite a
जी
bit,
वर्सेस
especially
PRX
with
से
some
ना
kind of
बंग्स भाई नहीं रे.
or just to
DFM जीत
watch
सकता
the
है.
exits
200 और लाइक
events.
के बाद DFM जीत सकता है.
See what the
जी
switch ups
बाहर जा
are.
सकती है.
Is there any chance of a bit of a more aggressive position on one part of the map and really trust the Vice util? Because here's the thing, the sheer wall being set up over by B, it was just never getting tripped. Yeah, G just didn't care, so there's a switch
भाई
up.
फास्ट से जा रहे
Passive
सेंटिनल के सेटअप
on
में
the
लग
A
गए जी
side.
के लग गए
Sheer wall to trap anybody coming in through main.
लग गए भाई
That might be able to work in slowing things down for GE, who
ये
have been
round
headed
जीत गया
towards A repeatedly. Still just full sending it though. Down with the showstopper.
All alone, he's been spotted.
ये round
Akame
जीत गया
cleans
ये
up the
round जीत
kill, and now you're already able to fill up the site. Nightfall goes
ये
through,
round
they're
जीत
trying
गया
to
भाई
push
कुछ
through
नहीं
on
कर
Heaven, but they are
सकते
blocked off with the smoke. The Trailblazer continues to check,
नहीं हुआ
nobody
अभी
right
भी 9 के नहीं
outside.
हुआ मेरे ऊपर कुछ नहीं
So being able to stay in control now, DFM puts up the shields. Manages to hold Jinbung though.
Paranoia to push them out of position as well, trading kill for kill, but DFM still ahead in numbers, playing it to their advantage. Everybody getting spotted. May trying to go for the combat, but Crystal, he's regaining that confidence, he's regaining the aim.
50
Just being able to hold out towards the back line to continue to find some angles. Evens out the numbers for now, but then the quick transition over onto B where DFM is already reading the situation.
Okay, this is a send, right? Crystal going for the fake because they
40
realized they pulled off so far.
5 और
would have gone for the rotate. They even invested, but there's the
Fight
spike
down the chat.
trapped. This is where it all falls
10
apart.
सेकंड
They can retrieve it, but he has to rush in.
क्या
He
9
just
के
has
लाइक्स
to get the
होंगे
kill.
क्या
Only
डीएफएम
8
जीतेगा
seconds. Akame, no submission. He just needs to buy time. 4 seconds pass. He gets the kill. Another 4K for Akame.
तुम्हें मिस किया बने सर चेंज किया ये क्या है करना पड़ा यार चैट गाली दे रही
Jen got felled out towards stairs, but Akame was able to swing out from screens just to clear and check. Gets down the spike.
हो गया 9 के हो गया ठीक है
So much value found in those impact frags.
I love that he just doesn't leave his post. It doesn't matter what the fake is. As long as he holds true, he knew that they would get 100% information, and it pays off.
मिड ले रे बे
DFM able to convert that timeout.
ए पे वापस पूरा सेटअप है
Continuing with that setup, the Vice over by the A, the trips in
Well,
mid,
Kali,
even if it
dancing,
breaks,
dancing,
that's
cypher का
information.
round है.
They have always been leaving it empty, so all they want to know is, okay, are you pushing up or not? They don't really have any sign so far of wanting to take over that mid control.
A bit more active control for DFM outside of Garage as well, with the smokes out from Jen.
सफर का
Now
राउंड
just kind of hold, at
सफर का
least
राउंड
knowing that there is a bit more mid presence from GE. Jinbung.
Yeah, this is a much better move, though. This is what I
भाई
talked about during
अच्छा
that timeout.
पोजीशनिंग है
You
भाई
pushed out a
डीएफएम
bit more
का
aggressively on one side, and also, are you ready
पूरा
to
भी मैंने
potentially
भाई
push
क्या
out A
करेंगे
as
वो
well,
लोग
since you've given up that mid position? Garage taken over, A main now being cleared. DFM
ले भी नहीं
turning
सकते
into
बे
a
वो
bit
लोग
more
भी
of that
main
proactive team that we've been talking about here in Kickoff 2025.
Still though, as it continues to move across the map, I mean now GE getting that space on towards B Heaven. It's being read by DFM. Now they're prepared to get them down as they try to push on through, but the swings, they don't quite pay off. Kelly's able to strike back against Jin. DFM trying to fight back as well. Jinbung out from the top of stairs. Yudotan strikes them down.
Yeah,
Akame,
Yudotan just able to pick them off
Akame
one
पे
by
भरोसा.
one as they're trapped. They're
Akame,
sitting
come on,
down
come
in
on,
the
come on,
ground. They're
Akame.
caught up in the cyber cage.
Come on, Akame.
Sees him, and he will get the kill, but Yudotan gets a
3-1
third
है
as
कर
well.
सकता है अबे
And
इसका
that's going to
रोज
be
का है
Akame all alone. He's gotten 2 great rounds
रोज
in
का
a
है
row,
रोज का है
but I don't know if you feel confident enough to go for this one.
Yeah, 1 on 3. It's a little bit much.
He's going to respect
so
it.
much though.
Just backs off. Oh, he is 1 away from the Steel Garden, but looking at the creds, GN not able to buy up in that next round. So they'll have to make
Denisa जी आप
do with
कैसे हो
what they
यार
have.
It's been a long time. You remember second standard
So the switch ups for DFM. Now having the idea
Second standard
to
यार
hold for the active map control, unfortunately doesn't quite pay off. You know, it still is GE being able to rush effectively. Pushed up
school
mid,
में हम लोग.
getting
Yeah.
that space into its B Heaven. DFM read it. They sent in that flash, but maybe it was a little bit slow. At the same time, for Art to swing up from the left side of the pillar as
भाई
well,
जी will win नहीं रे
it's just
possible नहीं
clear
है
and simple for
But
GE
DFM
to hold
strong है
together
भाई
as a
आगे
squad,
लगे
a firing squad really, to come with those sprays and bursts.
I mean, that sprayed through the cyber cage as well, just understanding, okay, you're probably trapped here. If not,
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
fine,
लिखा
but you
देखा
haven't taken the
उसने
space. So Yudotan starting to come online. The two raises just one apart on the kill score.
push kar rahe
So GE abusing the fact that mid has been empty for DFM
lag
against them, masking that information and using the numbers advantage. This calls for yet another change on the setup from DFM. Looks like they want to set up mid in a bit of a position, but too much opposition scouted. You're going to have to back off, rely on that sheer wall for the delay.
While holding the sight line back in from screens. Oh, a little bit spotted out. Paint shells defend them off. Trying to trip that sheer wall, but not quite able to make it happen just yet.
Yeah, the Razor Vines will delay it just a bit further. That allows for a reset onto Heaven, but you have to watch out. There's a guiding light. Love the safety from Art, but are you both able to get in just yet? They're just going to yield it. They say if you want to go Heaven to B, we have the setup there to try to anchor down on the site. Akame.
ये ब्लाइंड करके मार देगा ये ब्लाइंड करके मार देगा गाइस
That Rrq needs to go big and he does. He catches him in the sky, blind as a bad Yotan falls, eventually getting caught by the annihilation. Sight still in favor of DFM. GE frantically trying to regroup in Heaven. They have to rotate over. They have to get the kill as well. Akame dropped and stranded on Heaven.
Lol, dude.
The steel guard just before died too, but now
भाई ओमेन का पोजीशन स्ट्रांग है ओमेन का पोजीशन स्ट्रांग है
towards the B side. Flash sent through just to buy a little bit of time, but Crystal has slipped past it. Now holding back towards the defender spawn. The smoke comes up, the spray comes in, and also just
कैमरा नहीं टूटा बे लग गया
Yeah, Crystal waiting for his teammates and then helping clear out the site itself. The protocols seem to be coming online for GE. Positions taken.
भाई ओडिन है 8 के पास
for that extra space. The Sonic sensors are going to delay any sort of push in from Alley, but they've already all dropped.
Art, he's looking to make something happen. May, though, in for the first peek, unfortunately. From Jin, not quite able to connect either. It has to come up huge, but only good for the one.
Bhai Jingbom! Alt maar ke maar de Jingbom, maar de.
Too many considerations for Kelly S to then swing out from the side of the pillars. GE find the lead.
सोच रहा हूँ थोड़ा सा रेट और बढ़ाओ क्या बोलते हो हाँ क्या बोलते हो हाँ सी दैट 20K लाइक्स ऐसा मतलब डबल्स ऐसा क्या बोलते
Came down close to it, but unfortunately now
भाई 8 के पास शॉटगन प्लस अल्टी है स्काई की राउंड है ये स्काई की राउंड
not really wanting to regress too far too fast. They are able to take the lead against DFM. Still though DFM early control.
अगले हाफ में बढ़ाना ठीक है
Just going to take up that entire space. Look at the just emptiness of Util on B site. You're relying on the fact that you can delay the trap plays over by mid and the setup over by garage to hold on. And then A is all about that delay, trying to punish the trigger on the wall.
Hey, love you. Thank you for the wall, huh?
Not gonna find his target.
भाई जीत गया बे ये राउंड तो DFM का है बे
Most of
कुछ नहीं कर सकते बे वो लोग
as well. Oh, then the outlaw shot from Crystal. That's Akame already gone.
Now just complete disregard for all of the setups over by the A side. It's a good hit from May. Nice jiggles. GN answers back as well. So the trap play finding some value. Look at the push
up.
Look at the push up. There's the judge, and that's the spike dropped. No omen on the side of GE. They will have to run and retrieve. Only 30 seconds. Art holding an off angle. This one's tricky to read. He did have a judge last, not suspecting it at all. And DFM will clean up, tie it up. Once again, 5-5.
Just so quick.
Mid थोड़ा left right हो गया वो लोग जल्दी भाग के नहीं गए
against GE, right? He saw that, you know, maybe
पूरा A side खाली था यार
he was left a little bit clear. It was just Akame there being taken down by Crystal, but as soon as that happens, already Seekers being sent out, Boombot as well from me to actually take that fight.
वो लोग ने मस्त खेला
from mid. And also, truly, Art being able to push all the way out. That active map control truly works out in his favor as he continues to push off of the bits of chaos that were induced.
So DFM taking that proactive control. It's starting to pay off. We'll keep that in mind for the last 2 rounds of the half. Season combo, a bit of a new look. Finally, just pressuring Garage right off the rip for GE. And I mean, look at it. DFM not quite ready for it. They just haven't done this the entire first half.
Not so much, but at least the one-way cage does buy a bit of time, and maybe Jen able to hang back from B having to hold. And provide the support, but right now, GE just baiting out the util.
हाँ,
Yeah,
शिवले.
so G's trying to tell them, okay, well, you don't have any way to delay us anymore at the front of the site, so how are you going to fill the
mid
site
भी
itself?
strong है, A
And
भी
then they'll
strong है.
continue to pressure point in
DFM
mid
का.
to
कुछ
try to
leaks
slow
नहीं
down
है.
their rotations, but it's a good scout out from
Zero
Mark. He does
leaks.
take a lot of damage, but does he bait them in towards the judge once more? I think GE has to kind of remember the memory bank from last round and recognize that this is a possibility.
Maybe. So GE really taking their time with it. Slow
तीन
creeps
बंदे
up.
B पे नहीं
They've
जा सकते.
recleared garage as well.
तीन बंदे B पे
The
नहीं जा
Nightfall
सकते.
Paranoia drawn out as well, but look at this GE. The whole plan was always just keep them stacked up over by B, but that's 2 kills. They do not remember the fear of the art of the judge. One more, it's a nice attempt, but almost 4, and there's the last drop from May. Darian all alone, 1v4, 20 seconds, there is just no chance he gets locked out. And that's the round in favor of DFM.
And the door shut in his face.
10 seconds left.
Last round of the first half on the next, and without the creds, I mean, this Vandal is going to be it.
भाई मैं मेरे वाइफ आपकी स्ट्रीम देख रहे हैं उनको शॉर्ट आउट दो दो नाम है दीपा दीपा जी डब्ल्यू वाइफ पे लेकिन एडी भाई आजकल सुपर चैट ही नहीं कर रहे क्या हो गया हमें ही सुपर चैट नहीं कर रहे हैं आपको क्या शॉपिंग कद्दू से कराएंगे बताओ भाभी जी बिग शॉट आउट है भाभी जी वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम
Then they send the Nightfall, it's a full fake, and DFM does fall for it. The rotations happen, but all they needed was a singular judge.
उड़ोतन के बाद अल्टेल लेकिन राउंड नहीं निकाल सकता. It's 7-5 for DFM.
The next round
clear
coming up, though,
cut.
still
Clear
holding
cut.
on to the judge. And outlaw on the side of Akame as well. Back from screens. G just looking to send it straight into B heaven.
Okay, just trying to clear close. He just launches it. Not really anywhere else to go. May now answers back, and he tries to get ahead of it, but Jimbo, with amazing cover, will save May. Everybody tagged up. Oh, they're all trapped. There's the bait shells. Lands right on the stairs.
You know, you can see that G really don't want to back themselves in towards ropes once again. So it's just May and Jinbung to hold on the other side of Mail. That's the first shot already. GE kind of pincered and trapped inside. They're going to hold their ground, though, while May over-aggresses.
Well, trying to push them in. Poppy, does he now have finally a chance to try to peek in with the Sheriff? Site cleared out. DFM will wait to regroup. It's a 3v3.
Just to hold on the other side. GE looking to get the spike down.
Right on the exit.
Still a little bit risky. Waits for the Trailblazer.
They know the location, but Crystal, he's going to reposition, trying to hold closer
किसी
now,
और का
not behind the
स्पेक्टेट करो
box
जियान
anymore.
को मत
And
करो
Gian
ऊपर
recognizes
वाले
that
को
there's a
कर
chance
लो
to push in. He has to wait for his teammates to clear out some extra space. There's a jump forward. Crystal, he hears it. Not quite sure yet, but Poppy with one kill. On site, GN not able to line them up.
अब ठीक है.
Akame 1v2 drops right in front of Crystal, and it's going to eventually end at a 6-6 half.
So close and incredibly tense. But once again, showing the strength in GE's rush. Straight in through. Mate had his own showstopper as well, but that's where everything came to a bit of a stop, a roadblock.
Basically, जो राउंड जी को नहीं जीतने का था, वो लोग जीते और जो राउंड जी को जीतना चाहिए था, वो लोग हारे.
I'll be very honest. I'm thinking,
it's a fitus.
I mean, where's the help? Why are we getting stuck in mail, trying to peek out one by one? But they stand true and they go out for the Cypher ultimate, get the information, force him to back out, and that gives the opening for Poppy. So rather than risking, you know, the weaker weaponry, they go for the utility, and eventually they get the site. Can't blame them.
Also showing how they knew how to work the site as well. Past the smokes, Crystal, just being able to stay so ready on top of it all. I mean, GE definitely still has a bit of a chance at closing out this map despite the really tight close score. But you gotta respect and admire how DFM were able to come back in to take these rounds away from GE again.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think either team is really too upset about the half, but that also means that both teams have to stay close for the second half.
A little bit more
has
so
a
for GE.
very
I mean, sure, starting on the
attacking
attack,
lineup.
yes, we talk about how strong the Cypher lock is on that
Pistol
post
round
map,
में
but
तुमको
also,
पता चलेगा.
especially on split, I do think it can
DFM
get a
is
little
gonna
bit hard to
win
really try to power
clean,
through.
एकदम
And now on the
clean.
defense, you can try to
Flawless
stack on
bullshit.
one side, hold on the other. Meanwhile, TFM, I mean, the Desk talked about it, the Vice able to act a little bit more as an initiator, so maybe they have a bit more proactive freedom here in the second half.
Yeah, a little bit. It still feels somewhat even for both sides, but I'm just thinking about, you know, how this feels mentally for GE, who are, you know, standing upon the edge of elimination right now. Still though, comfortable on their defensive half. Got the setups towards the bear mesh already up.
You know, just trying to counteract that cyber cage, so
nice
eventually they'll recognize no crosses yet, and the wall's still up. Jinbung trying to just let them know that it's only him breaking this barrier mesh, but GE, I mean, that doesn't really change the plan for them. They will just hold that crossfire.
Yeah, not at all. Cam spots Art out by Garage, though.
Jingu bungu
Time comes back and hold a little bit closer.
Yeah, the classic art of nobody with the Sky lurk on the other side, trying to throw out a couple fakes there.
1 minute है जैसे Sky आएगा एक ऐसा push होएगा ना.
Here for DFM. Huge catch onto Yudotan, a lot weaker now. That's gonna have to call back up over from mid.
So instantly filling back in, Crystal out to the top of heaven, but may reposition his team as well.
Race pata.
I have to suspect this. They purposely pushed him into that corner. Eventually he falls, but he does take out Art. Now Kilias close. Jinbung still over by the ramp. Akame once again opening things up with another kill. Everybody taking one each on the side of DFM with 4 members alive. It's once again just Poppy alone.
भाई वो combo किसको नहीं लगा बे? नेट नेट.
Sure, might be low HP, but look at the setups up around elbow as well.
No information. You just got to take the 1v1s as much as you can, and DFM, they won't take any chances. Now that they know where he is, they'll just bring him in. Akame with 2 on the Sheriff, and DFM start things off with a pistol once again.
2 pistol आ रहे ना अपन.
He got bit by bit, but still, Akame, or just the entirety of DFM, at least in this pistol, right? Getting the reads for how GE might have themselves set up, but then making the swift decision to really work together as a team to barrel through out towards the ramps as well. They really kind of broke apart G's defenses back there. Now onto the next round. It's Akame on towards the Marshall, Jinbung on the Ghost.
And we got triple Bulldog as well. So a bit of a heavier buy. Akame going to be a little bit on that back line as that Vice. So keeping that Marshall for himself. May already looking to charge forward with a Bulldog. So much space already taken by Jinbung.
Oh, he's the one with the Ghost.
अब जगह ट्रिप कहाँ चला गया है भाई?
Crystal marking the other side, but lets him slip.
Yeah, I mean, the timing actually works out. I was wondering if he really needed to over-aggress this much. He can always just go for aggression after the plant. But he takes Heaven fully. All they need to do is worry about behind the map. It's a 50-50, and May will clear it. Safe and sound. Crystal now caught off guard in elbow all alone. And look at this, Jinbung ready to collect. Oh, that's a nice shot on the jump.
And now all of a sudden, if you're Yudotan and Kelly S, it's like, I know he's got the Ghost, but
ये लोग जानबूझकर हार रहे हैं जी ताकि 69 हो और मुझे शॉट आउट मिले उसके बाद वो लोग खेलेंगे ना गेम मेरे शॉट आउट के लिए रुके वो लोग
is that the G players do need to die, so eventually they'll need to run towards the spike, but currently they were a little scared because DFM is probably waiting with open arms given how much space they've taken. They'll slowly start to creep up so you don't have to sprint in. Standing right at the edge looking for a jump in. But look at this, DFM, they're ready for it. All charging forward, and it's just an instant kill. Jinbung and Art picking up 1 each.
Just immaculate. I do love how DFM.
Come on, 69. Come on, give it to me. Give it to me, man.
All the way through, but the way that he does it is thanks to his team sending out that util right down towards screens or elbow at least, and that's why Crystal. Jinbung was then able to set himself up towards the back of spawn, cutting off on all those rotations. Just so much space, so much. I mean, you gotta imagine if DFM pulls things off like that again. It's not too good for G, but then, this is where G gets to buy back up.
Waiting for the
on a timing, going to respond to util.
Alright.
Does still have to get spent very early, and DFM wants to get rid of it ASAP. But one thing I also want to point out is that on this default, GE look how spread out the Cypher util is and the Sonic sensor. So a single nade not going to clear out the entire site on either side, because on the B side, you have the Astra as well.
And they haven't taken out the Bear Mesh either. Well, G, they've kind of planted 2 players back towards the top of mid as well.
Waiting to see if there's a final poke
भाई
in
jumping
towards that
वाला
area.
angle देख
So
रहे हो?
GE securing all that information, but it looks like it might be a strong hit towards that B side. You're not seeing any tripwires. You're not seeing the cam. You see the jump up from the Astra, and they will just drop the gravity well.
Well,
And that's the signal here for Jinbong to go across. Now, he does get tagged, but they don't have full information on the side of GE. So they have to wait. They have to fish for information, and Yudotan pays for his curiosity. And that calls for Jinbong a nice timing peek.
Oh, man, Jinbong.
सारे
Just so
solo
much
fights
already
हो
afforded to
30
DFM
seconds
with these
left.
tiny
रहे.
movements.
इतना combo हो गया.
Earlier on was a little bit of a dog to clear out mid as well, and that kind of baits in for Yudotan, thinking that maybe it was just one person. Now that's going to be the flood for DFM into the A site, and lo and behold, it's just Darian here. He's hiding inside of elbow,
Plant कर
looking
दिया
to maybe
उसने.
deny the spike plant, but May's gotten it in a safe spot.
Yeah, I mean, they don't even care about fighting him. They'll just keep him trapped in here. There's the paint just pushes him out, and that's right into Art's crosshairs. It's a good setup. DFM is playing so calm, so patient. And there's sheer will to watch their back as well. Kelly S has to back out.
Thoroughly calculative as well, Chopra. I mean, the way they were able to bait out all that util from GE, you know, it's just a little bit
हाँ बे, बीच का
dangerous outside
पूरा
of garage.
सारा
but
waste हो
baiting
गया
out that
बे.
grab wall,
Smoke,
and then with a quick
pull,
reaction to
net,
push up mid and into A.
sensor,
Just so quick.
dot
Now
भी
taking
लग रहा
down
है
Kelly S
बे.
as well. You know, this is a little bit of an out point for Jin, but all that's left is just it's Puppy. It's Puppy.
And not much he can do, but DFM giving a little bit of respect as well, not going out one by one on the hunt. They will just clear the site. He's hiding in a rather hard place to find all the way out by Ramen. Akame currently up to 18 kills, but I gotta point out, right, just not over-aggressing into elbow, not kind of ego peeking into these 1v1s where you think you can win, and DFM just saying, hey, our win condition, we already have the spike, we already have coverage, you don't have to worry about it, I'm watching from heaven, and then we push him out afterwards. And at that point, there's really no other
अभी
option for
पूरा
GE but
साल
to
है.
save.
रुक जाओ, रुक
Gotta
जाओ.
love it when DFM continues to make plays like these happen and to play to their advantage as well. Not greeting too much. I mean,
Shout
this
out to
can
मिल गया.
really snowball into
Near
a
same or
huge
last
lead.
bit. इस
GE,
बार
though,
अच्छा
trying
तो
to get
खेला
ahead
यार.
now with the slight half buys. They peek out. Poppy actually getting away with daylight robbery.
Just that hero
इस
rifle,
बार का team पहले
finding
से
its
बहुत
value
अच्छा है.
so far. Yudotan
He
still
cannot
left him
win
in
this.
with the sheriff.
Impossible.
Almost had a timing, but he will have to back out. Oh,
Wall banked.
yeah,
Said
gets
bye,
chipped right through, only 29 HP.
Gassine.
He'll buy time with the boom bot, but it's not going to be much.
Okay.
फिर मैं रात को आएगा डेल्टा खेलने.
Wallbang dinked. But, you know, the fact that it's Jen who got killed, no smokes on the attack,
मेरे
that's
को तो
gotta
गेम में
hurt.
मजा आएगा यार.
Yeah, no coverage, no way to mask
तो
it. So
आओ
now
भी.
they are grouping up, saying, all right, we just have to go for it. And look at the read from GE. This side, we haven't seen them cross over. We haven't seen anything from B main. So everybody waiting for
Element for
DFM on
his
the
side.
side.
Pick it,
There's the
pick it.
C's that
Yeah,
catches
अभी अपन
hard.
जीता
There's
ना
the
ये
paint shot,
tournament.
doesn't get him eventually. May actually gets the kill onto Crystal. Distraction's working out, but Yudotan clean with the shot.
Still continuing to spam through the cage as well. Unfortunately, that's going to be Akame
You
down
don't
now
get to
for
cheat
DFM.
that,
The spike on the ground. Jinbong trying to take things into his own hands, but gunned down by Poppy.
Yeah.
Art fires
It's
back,
very easy,
but it's a
easy.
1-on-3. He
Yeah,
kind
easy.
of knows where his opponents are, but what he really knows is that the spike is down. Needs to pick it
1,
up, doesn't
2,
have the
7.
time. Goes in for the swing, but it's high, low, left, right, all over the place. GE picks up the round despite the worst economy.
Yeah, it was looking a little dicey, giving 3 rounds in a row, the bonus given over, but this is a great
वैसे
way
भी
to try to
next year
stabilize
extra,
and crawl
language.
your way back in. Now,
क्या
into the
मतलब
gap
जी को
with 2
जीतने के लिए दो
rounds.
drinks
And
लगे.
May, I mean, does his best, but this was one of those
Huh?
rounds.
क्या
This is a
मतलब?
classic DFM round. Okay, you don't have smokes, we just have to go in. I don't mind it. You don't really have much of a choice, but then it just turns into, May, please open up the site because you don't have much other utility, and it's such a choke point for him to get through.
ये बी पे इतने
everything
सारे
towards the exit of that A
कार्ड्स
map
पहले
area.
से क्यों है?
Slow, smooth is fast, but not when everyone is bunched up into one spot. Next round coming up, it's going to be the Barry Mash out towards mid.
Very far out
यार
as
थोड़ा
well.
टाइम
Okay, broken.
Yeah,
थोड़ा
not
तो हमको
risking any
spectate
sort
करो
of
यार.
cheeky peeks as
मजा
they're
आता
trying
है.
to break it. But as you mentioned, it's
अभी
broken
तो जिंगबुंग
very
मारेगा.
early.
मैं उसको भी
So
कर
GE,
सकता.
they'll have to pay attention. So because of that, they push out aggressively. They notice the Cypher, and they'll be able to push him back.
Jinbong stays alive as well. The rest of the team just kind of asserting themselves up towards top of mid. flashes out, looking for that quick take out towards B Heaven, but Kellia slows them down with the grab net. Looking for the spams. May in with the rocket.
Oh, shut down on the showstopper, and Kelly will spray all four. What a hold! The grab net to buy time, and the reposition. And now the hunt. No reaction.
मजा आ गया 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 मैं जर्सी में गया मैं जर्सी में गया प्लीज प्लीज मजा आ गया मैं क्या खेला कलियस लव यू तेरे को वड़ा पाव खिलाऊंगा कलियस उड़तान को पानी पूरी तेरे को वड़ा पाव कंफर्म
Truly the round for Kelly to pick it all up. Just had the hold outside of Mill, had the grab net, and reacted in kind to that showstopper, able to shut down May. It's just that he tried to stun things up.
Yeah, again, I don't think the read itself was terrible from DFM. They recognized one was Ben, one was male, and one was over by the A side, so it's weak, or two rather, by A side, so you know it's weak on the B side. You want to just barrel through, but the grab net hits everybody.
No shot,
so much delay on this side. Grab net, sees, and then the double sentinel usage all the way through with the traps, and then you've got Astra. I mean, you have to drop this util a little bit faster if you want consistent rounds.
Yeah, that is something to watch out for. That deadlock, especially with the util. But right now, looking to maybe set something up towards the A site. Dog has been cleared.
Now you know that the Baron mesh is still up in mid, so you are banking on the fact that it should be A. There's a showstopper, he just launches it close. Yunotan not holding on to that ult for long. G Crystal does get traded off. May comes in deep. Kelly he has to watch out. There's the annihilation. Catches May. Can he get saved? He's gone. It's just too late. Jinbun gives up on it.
And that's the round two, possibly as well. 2 on 4 for DFM. They hang back out towards the top of heaven. How do you regress off of this? Look at the angles marked by GE.
Yeah, I mean, they still have the trip as well in vent, so the only thing you're worried about is pushing through screens, getting the kills up on that area. You don't need to necessarily fight this. No reason to equalize the numbers. GE, they just need to not give the 1v1s. Kelly's gets one kill, now back down to a 3v1, and the spike is down. A much safer position.
And 20 seconds on the clock as well.
10 seconds left.
The round surely over, but you don't
13-9 DFM मेरे हिसाब से देखा जाए तो 13-11
left, right. 13-11
थोड़ा क्लोज जाएगा तो क्या गोटी यहाँ तक भी जाएगी समझ रहे हो वॉचिंग भी बढ़ेगी और मेरा भाव भी बढ़ेगा सिंपल बात भाव मैंने ये लोग को धमकी दे दे कि मैंने 9K लाइक्स करवाया है
Finding those shots towards the end.
समझ रहे हो
Just putting up that again.
फ्री में हमको नहीं करना चाहिए
DFM, not really.
वो ऑलरेडी अपने फ्रेंड्स के साथ कर रहे हैं आदित्य भाई.
They tried to go for somewhat of a flood or a rush play, but it's completely stopped and halted.
Yeah, just because you have the read on the positions, the blind rush through so far, 2 rounds in a row, they're not working. There's just too much to delay, and also just not quite considering the possibility of that showstopper in that last round, let's be honest. So DFM
mid में ओडी ने भाई mid में कोई भी दिखा
slower this round. They have their own steel garden, so that's something they can use to their advantage.
Maybe kind of
भाई आका में के पास अल्ट है
in favor of the ultimates, like
ये round
those
तो
ultimates away from GE, then looking to make something happen.
ये round तो
right
जीत
now.
गए भाई अल्ट है बे मतलब साइड खाली
Feeling quite a bit of pressure. Jinbun not
क्लासिक से
finding
थोड़ी
too much
मारेंगे वो
outside of A either.
Yeah, that Razor Vine thrown forward, I am curious exactly what the purpose would have been because you weren't crossing over. It doesn't really find much value. It gets erased immediately as well. So not much space created, not much value gained. But the Barrier Mesh instantly destroyed. They do hear the Odin. It's back. But the Sonic Sensor still online, so GE says, okay, we still see nothing on A with the cam. We still have the tripwires there to buy time. It's going to be that B side hit. Poppy not hit by the Steel Garden. He's in the way back, not quite spotted with clarity by that Trailblazer.
Does pull some attention away though, so allows for the trio to push up in the mail, and that's Jen taking down Yurotan. Poppy though, still holding from backside. Akami trades. Crystal now from the bottom takes down 2. Jinbun with the trade as well though, so now able to somewhat take the side a little, but things are still opened up from GE. Darian, the shot from heaven.
Now grouping up, they know he's still on the site. One more ping, he's by the pillar. Could have repositioned, but the duo, They're waiting for him to peek out for information for that 1v1. They know he's still by the pillar in the middle of the site. A 2v1. What's the position? It's going to be a double swing. Akame! He eliminates them 1 by 1!
कैसे आते अपन 2v1 just quick with the stutter step. Akame has been on a tear throughout this whole map. I mean, he continues to make it happen.
Just great clutch right there. Understanding it's a 1v2, expecting them to play it properly with the double. And like you said, nothing fancy, just a little bit of footwork. Trusting that the shots are going to hit.
अपना बाप कभी भी बढ़ता है हाँ दिल भाई
Off of plays like that. Still though, Ultimate's now up and online for GE.
भाई अपने पूरा कोशिश किया यार पूरा राउंड अपन ने किया बैटरी पावर कभी खत्म होते मालूम नहीं पड़ता ना यही है with great power comes less battery वाला सीन है
a little worried there pushing up that far with a spike in his hands but he'll back off
just to hold. He's looking for
भाई सेंसर मिड का कुछ काम क्या है लेकिन साइड से तो निकल गया था
there it is. Just waiting for trying to maximize the time, but it just gets deleted immediately.
Cool. Okay, GrafNet baited.
Sonic sensor still online. Yudotan's just waiting for that information. Goes for the spray. Doesn't quite get the kill, but Kelly's does. It's a nice little crossfire in the smoke.
trip काम का है मतलब.
Akame trying to spray back as well. No! He gets sprayed down by Kelly's instead.
The Phantom's doing work right now. No sky available.
No
flashes from anybody. Jinbung trying to open things up. That was a quick clear. Pushes through on a timing. Tyrion knows where he is and he waits for it. Chooses the right angle on the peek out. And he will clean up the site. So now it's just Poppy waiting for it. Down to one member.
Off angle.
But it is May.
Off angle.
Well, it's going to be Poppy on the site as well. Doesn't back down. A 10-10 score line. And I mean, these two teams, they just can't get enough of each other on this map.
Can never have too much of Valorant, especially between GE and DFM. Meeting each other inside of Mytho, that was the thing to definitely think about. How Kelly was able to kind of hold on for the timing of it, set it up, noting that DFM was trying to clear some of that util, and then coming in with the sprays, the spams.
And you know, despite the 10-10 scoreline, oddly enough, only the two timeouts from DFM coming out, GE holding strong, believing in their players, liking what they're hearing from the comms, it looks like, liking the adjustments and the calls from Kelly S. But DFM, they need a bit of a reset. Wanting to close things out. Perhaps the pressure mounting onto them.
Certainly
could feel that. But you can't let it affect you, not in this moment. So really needing to go back to the drawing board, right? Figure out what it is that GE are putting up, because it always has been so much of this util that they got.
Players DFM कितने strong है भाई. नहीं कर सकते भाई G वाले.
Elevated.
It's very unfortunate.
I don't know if they're arguing or Juvenil's just continuing to talk to Elevated separately. But Juvenile had a lot to share during this timeout, not letting that opportunity go to waste.
देखना thirsty.
DFM, not enough money. It's just going to be Akame with the rifle. Interesting. I mean, he is the one on fire right now, so I like this choice. Normally, you'd still see teams like this be like, all right, well, May, here's the rifle. But right now, Akame on that second line of attack.
Galaxy by कल क्या
all cylinders. You let him have that rifle.
Thank you for the 100. भाई मैं बोला करके कुछ तो हो रहा है.
For now, the backline support slowly inching forward in towards B, something that G might not expect. Poppy kind of reads it though, hangs towards the back. GrafNet does connect in towards Akame, so no, that's already the hero Vandal gone.
The gravity well call, it was so good from Poppy. Heads up, just
recognizes
that it's going to be a potential creep in. Separates the entire army, and that's the weapon down.
So Jinbung trying to find a little bit more across the map as well. While the rest of the team carefully inching forward to up mid.
Yeah, I mean, right now, DFM, they can just hope that GE peeks out, gives them those 1v1s, gives them the headshots, but look at GE's positions. They have no intent on doing so. Cam watching Heaven over here for Crystal. He's got the long range down with the Outlaw. Every angle covered. Little bit far.
मैं बोला था 13-11 DFM. 13-11 DFM.
Yeah, with the miss though. Now the call made from
देखते
TFM
who
trying to
is
get onto the site.
stronger.
That should be the spike
Free
planted.
plant भी दे दिया.
Going out just to make sure they're not holding
Wow.
close. And gee, they need to wait for backup. But look
मजा आ
at May's
गया, मजा आ
position,
गया.
trying to make sure they can try to win this round, turn things around. Going all the way for a late lurk. Yudotan, he's starting to break through, though the timing isn't going to be in favor of May. Yudotan already takes down two.
मैं को अपने टीम में आने का इसलिए उनके पीछे पीछे जा रहा है.
May will not have enough time at this point. Art
मैं को अपने
looking
टीम
for
में
the
आने
right
का.
clicks. He gets at least one. Oh, swaps over to the knife, Crystal. May does get one, but Poppy answers right back. So at least it's a bit of money for DFM, but
Nice
GE
kill,
still picking up the round.
I mean, the classic old throw all the bodies at the problem there wasn't a big one, so
Ayo.
GE able to close out that round.
मेरा
Now
सपोर्ट यहाँ तक
leading
का
back
ही
for the first time
यहाँ
in the
तक का
second
ही था.
half, 11-10.
भाई ये लोग को
Ah,
पता
but
नहीं
right
क्या
here,
जिंक्स
Akame
के
getting caught
ऊपर
out, his
जब
kneecap
तब
showing
वाला
right
सीन
through
होता है.
that box. One too many squats.
हाँ?
Sticks out like a
नहीं है
sore thumb.
गोली मत ना मर जा कोई
A
सीन
nice
नहीं
kill there
टीममेट
from
मार
Crystal
देंगे.
as well.
Still though, as the next round gets set up, once again, you might have some ultimates, but you gotta watch out
Lethal
for what
round है
GE
ये,
has set up.
lethal.
Yes, one away from the annihilation, continuing to be a menace
या
outside
फिर
of
जब
mid.
जब तब जीतेगा या फिर
Sees
जिंक्स.
nade combo.
Uh-oh.
A counter proactive trap here. They get a sniff of it
Oh,
and the
दिखा
swing
था.
out from Darren as well to make sure
वो दिखा
that
था.
there is no counterplay.
वो दिखा था बे.
Unfortunately, Jinboo's life all for naught. They had to
उसको
set up
पता
from
नहीं
their
क्या
end, but
इतना
no trades
डीप था
found.
करके बेचारा यार.
Akame just not quite able to find it. Ooh.
Yeah, they heard it though. So yeah, look at that, backing off because they saw the raise over by the A side. They're not quite sure what the setup is in mid. They don't want to risk the 50-50 or the double swing.
Darren
GE,
गया
they'll
free
back
A
out,
side.
Just look for the trades on B heaven.
Flashes over. Jin looking to capitalize, but nothing found either.
Whoa, what?
Straight shot from me!
Okay, well, the fadeaway works out. Opens up the A side. Crystal has to fight for his life, but Yudotan arrives just in time. There's it from the shadows, but May, he's not good for all of them. Yudotan holding strong. He has backup once again in the form of Kelly S. It's a double swing, and they'll take down Art. The spike does make its way into the site, but a 2v3. DFM would like nothing
कौन
more
जिंदा
than
है?
to get one
आका
extra
में
pick
लग गए.
before they go for the
आका में
plant.
जिंदा है. आका में
Quite safe
जिंदा
enough,
लग
at
गया.
least the smoke refreshes, and there it goes up outside of screens, but
It is
nobody's
over.
watching elbow. Annihilation sent through. A bit of a shotgun one with that, but unfortunately,
Jian bhai,
Kame
catch,
was kind
catch,
of gunned down.
catch.
Showstopper in hand as well, and Yudotan able to blow things up
Bye,
on the site.
Udotan,
No
love
chance
you.
in hell for Jin.
I love that Yudotan doesn't even fire blank. He just waits and he says, well, you're the one running out of time, so if you beat me, even if you fire, as long as I let my rocket launch,
बचा लिया
you are
Udotan ने.
done. That's the round secured. I mean, this shot, if May was able to carry this round off
भाई
of that
ये
fadeaway, he's
important
just the
kill था
chosen one for
भाई.
DFM. They gotta keep him forever because that would have been ridiculous. But nice and safe playing with the calculations here from Yudotan. Nothing too flashy in this match so far, but
Okay.
doing what he needs to.
Okay,
This
so
time May online with the showstopper, steel guard, and some of the
Normal.
hands of Akame as well.
normal था.
Overtime or nothing.
ऑफ लिया हम लोग ने. Love you
Operator
यार.
being sounded off in mid scares them away. And look at the setup.
Scares
over
them,
by
scares
B.
us.
It's going to be a double.
Them
They've
ने.
done this before when they
जब भी
want
G
to
वाले ऑफ
close
लेते
things
हैं
out.
हमारी
It
बॉल
is
पहले
going to
पड़ती
be
है एनिमी
that
के बाद में.
12-10, the double high-low setup over by Garage.
Yeah, trying to do it again. But off for DFM, trying to hang
क्या
back.
लगता है guys? सिड भाई ओपी
This does
या
take
बंक्स
quite a
भाई?
bit of time away though, and still
सिड भाई ने बोला था 3 राउंड
GE
जीतेगा
holding on to their
DFM. 2
utility. The
जीत
steel
चुका है.
garden tripped off,
मैंने
but
बोला था 13-11
not much
DFM.
it finds, and Crystal still holding true with the op.
I mean, they wanted to try to
Should have
get
been
Heaven
open
control so they could maybe even potentially rotate over to B, but like you said, it finds no value there. Siab, he
नहीं,
takes it
मैं
down, but
open.
is he ready for the trade? He's just gonna get locked
नहीं,
out,
should have
tries
been
to
open.
avoid it, but you're never going to. You'll land right back at the pool.
एक साथ इतना बार क्या करूं?
This, I mean, it looks like it's
नहीं,
going to
मैं
be the
open.
beginning of the
मैं
end,
open.
Darion. He has to hold strong. 2 members closing in. He wants to choose the 1v1s. He tries to find the timing, but May breaks through. Spike planted. May Jimbung will find another as well.
नीचे सिड भाई.
Perhaps we spoke too soon, because DFM just isn't quite done yet.
Hold on. It is Poppy.
नीचे.
The Clutch Master himself. Cosmic Divide already
हमारा
used.
टोरा
GN
GMM
getting
में
ahead of
चलता
it.
रहेगा.
Just 10 HP, but he's been so quick today.
13-11
Poppy
AFM.
swings out, and GN is good for the kill. 1 point away from overtime.
याद रखना ओटी गया दोनों को गाली पड़ेगी.
Is it possible? They did it once. They did it once last week.
चलो चलो
Can they
चलो.
make it happen again? You're all thinking about it, but so far it still has been GE with the effective setups. That grab net still being able to disable Akame.
Yeah, but you can tell on
Nice,
face,
nice,
though,
nice,
yeah,
nice. Come back, come back.
Taking so much, taking
दो ulti है.
everything that they have as a team for DFM, all the
Let's
heroics
go.
across
चलो.
the board right now.
OT, come on.
Even just try to bring this to overtime.
सीधा घुस
GE,
गया.
they wanna close this
बाप
out.
रे.
They want to get backstage, rest up, get ready
Net
for a
weight
third
सब है.
map.
Alt भी है. घुस गए घुस गए घुस गए.
Looking to set
There is
themselves out
nothing they can do.
outside of A.
To stack onto the A site.
भाई ये लोग
Hold on,
कूद के
Vent,
वेंट
just-
जाने वाले
they
हैं.
have to give up heaven right now, and then it's going to be a repension onto the flood. Trying to get ahead of the Seekers. He gets caught, and GN crosses over onto the rafters and opens up heaven.
Grab net avoided and baited out as well. But into the site though,
Okay.
Crystal
By
alongside
full
Darren
info
still
है
holding
भाई.
strong.
They are
Full
spotted.
info है.
The paranoia keeps them
Oh.
tied up. The wraparound. Wait, TFM? Waiting for the rotation, but they might get caught themselves. They have to watch out. They have to watch out for their positions. They're giving the peaks. GN trades 1 for 1.
Kind of hangs back, but
Huh?
into the site.
गिर
Crystal
गया.
another shot through. Jinbook taking down Poppy. The spike has been dropped though. 40 seconds on the clock now.
Darion and Crystal grouping together. Do they go for a double, try to get ahead of things? They do, they split, but Darion left alone, not able to pick up the kill, and Crystal will fall to
दोनों
the
गाली
hands
खाएंगे.
of May. He says the game is not done just yet.
I am still here and I'm still playing.
Astro
We
को
are
नहीं मारना
going
था
to
यार उधर.
overtime.
मस्त
Just
राउंड
as it all
नहीं था.
happens, GE, they had the setup. They had 4 players stacked up on the A
12
side,
पे
but
सेलिब्रेट
as
किया
it
तो
all
कोई.
kind of breaks
क्या
down,
करूं दिल तो
DFM slowly able to break on through thanks to Jen, who actually TPs from the
भाई
side
लेकिन
on towards
DFM
heaven.
स्ट्रांग थे ना.
Continuing to
इस बार का
hold
DFM
on towards
strong.
the back of spawn as well, though. I mean, it came quite
Attack को हम लोग
dicey,
से
but
होने से रहा.
Jinbong managed to land some nutty shots.
अटैक तो होने
Well,
से.
23 kills for Akame, 22 for May. May definitely has the support this time, but it looks like they're going to need a lot more to close things out because GE was the one resting at match point. Neither team using their new timeouts during this overtime. Starts
सही
with
नहीं बात
GE's
ही नहीं
attack.
करने क्या कोच के
And
साथ.
Art on an Odin,
हाँ?
holding close, clears out
प्लेयर्स का
garage.
दिमाग हटा तो बोल देंगे टाइम आउट में कुछ भी आके खेल लो करके. चाहिए नहीं टाइम आउट.
Remembering that productivity that started to pay off in that first half.
With an Odin, though.
नाइफ भारी पड़ा. एक्चुअली.
Lets him have that angle. The util comes in, it's just going to be a spray. I mean, we've seen what this guy can do with the Odin. He isn't just any other player, but there's a spray from May, trying to keep them at bay. But they get over. The tripwire broken a little bit late, but you still have to respect the vent space.
And Jinbong backs off. Does have the camera, so might be able to hold it out from screens, but then you're giving up quite a bit of space up A heaven as well. At least no trap plays this time, and
कैमरा
GE is
नहीं तोड़ा
able
पे.
to get a little bit more
इतना आगे
space on
कैमरा तोड़
through.
के चले
Thinking back in towards Mail. May, as well as Jen,
They need to stay alive. GN and May have to stop them here so that Art can only focus on Garage. And there's the creep in. They didn't want to get caught by the trap play, but they will get shot down by May. They're once again trapped in Mail. There's the paint shells. They have to split. They'll avoid the bulk of the damage. But GN, once again, holding by the rafters. May comes back in onto the site for support. It's a high-low. There's the spray down. May catches their attention. A 4K in overtime. And Art with the Odin in true DFM fashion will lead to match point.
ट्रैप लेता रहे कुछ नहीं
there it
करते.
is. A bit of a chance for GE to
ये
possibly
जाके
strike
एटलीस्ट
back.
कैमरा
The
तोड़ना
defensive
था
half
उधर.
has been the strongest.
बहुत इन्फो है वो कैमरा.
But May, I mean, how does he make it happen? That's just incredible. They
GG
kinda lined
guys,
up
we
towards the back.
tried.
As he holds up from the top of rafters as well, finding his impact, finding his position, and managing to stay alive and hold down that ground.
Is it
Shit,
truly
yaar,
May
kitna
who
close tha.
determines when this game will be
At least
done?
मेरे को लोटस का देखने
The
का था क्या
superstar
कॉम्प होता
hero
है इस
picked
बार.
up last year for
Huh?
DFM. Tried to get some extra support. It didn't look too hot in their
Kelly's
first
अच्छा
match,
खेला
but
है.
perhaps it's a reevaluation. GN looking a lot more comfortable. Everybody coming online today against Global Esports.
Maybe,
Kelly's
just
genuinely
possibly,
अच्छा
but
खेला.
still, all that util currently getting set up. The Baron mash not quite yet broken.
DFM trying to pretend that they aren't in mid, seeing if there's a push out from the sides, but no movement. So they'll re-clear onto that mid side. No tags on that guiding light, I believe.
Uh-oh. It doesn't work on their favor, though. They're able to kind of creep up back in.
Well, Yudotan trying to use it against them, trying to hold that off angle.
Oh, Boombot.
Yeah, eventually goes back towards that B side. So now you know the Rays over by B. Yudotan taking a very risky position.
Oh my god.
And the sonic sensor not going to help him there. Poppy takes a lot of hits, but Kelly S, he guns down too, but is it enough? Poppy all alone, only 59, 49 health. He's stuck in the Razor Vines. He can't move. You can't move anymore, Poppy. You just have to be a turret. He's locked in. DFM knows this. They have him pinned. Poppy, 29, 19, the ticks, they keep on coming, and there's just no exit from L. May will keep them away from the site. The spike slowly making its way. GN goes for the plan, separated Crystal and Darian. They need to win their fights. May's ready for the swing around. He's ready for everything. He gets the shot. No, Darian will answer back, but he can't quite be the hero. Crystal, 1v2, the swing out. It's the double, and GN will rise back up and say he earned his spot.
14-12, Jin carrying the Japanese flag over across the finishing line and putting DFM one step ahead, possibly towards Masters Bangkok. They saved themselves from elimination. What a tight and close match.
And I love that big bear hug from Art to GN. You have to imagine what that guy was going through. Everyone had their eyes on him. Everyone said, well, Cess looks so good. Is this guy really a good pickup? He comes in, just not able to log into the server, not able to wake up in their first match. And then he shows up today, puts up the frags, sets up the trap plays. Sure, sometimes a little bit rough around the edges, but it looks good. And meanwhile, what an unfortunate way to go out. Global Esports, so much potential. They came out swinging against Team Secret, and yet their journey will end early this kickoff.
Might not feel too good. It is just kickoff though, and I think it's safe to say that this form, this version of Global Esports has shown quite a bit. At the same time, despite the split being quite the strong one for them, DFM shows that they have the grit, shows that they have the resistance and perseverance to push themselves all the way through.
It's a great look for DFM, a team that maybe had sparks here and there, but they weren't able to quite carry through. Now pushed to the edges, they show that they can rise back up once more. It doesn't matter if it was the cleanest or not. What matters is that a lot of these rookies were able to say we can lock in when it matters. If it takes the heroics, that's what we'll show across the board. It's great to see the smiles on this Japanese squad. And now it's time to hear from our winners.
भाई है लेकिन 2-3 राउंड अपन निकाल सकते थे 2-3 राउंड विनेबल तो था हाँ यार बुरा लग रहा है यार कोई सीन नहीं कोई नहीं क्यूटीज इस बार माफ चलो गाइस दैट इज इट रात को मैं आऊंगा नहीं आऊंगा मेंबर संधि होगा नहीं होगा ये बात आपको पता चलेगा सब्सक्राइब करके बेल नोटिफिकेशन देके रखूंगा ऑलरेडी अस्कांट डे 3 हो चुका हो देखते रैंक पुश होता है कि नहीं आज ठीक है बाय 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 वेल प्लेड टू डीएफएम well played they also improved a lot we also improved a lot but it was not a lot it was a little lot next time भाई गिव अप नहीं करेंगे भाई सिंपल बात है आरसीबी ट्रॉफी जीती अभी तक जीती आरसीबी ट्रॉफी सिंपल बात है आरसीबी का कलर भी लाल है जी का कलर भी लाल है पूरा ठेला लाल है दर्द है चलो बाय बाय गाइस बाय बाय Adios, adios, take cares. मिलते हैं रात को. Bye bye.
When there's no hope hiding, no chance concealing what deep down I felt for you.